Chapter 51. Fighting against the king of demons. Although Hephaestus killed the three-headed hellhound, how could he, as the incomparably noble Pluto, explain it to this monster? Moreover, Hephaestus intends to gather his subordinates, so it is impossible to hand them over to Echidna. This moment, Hades, the king of the underworld, surged out like a tidal wave of murderous aura. In the sky above the underworld, countless black clouds are rolling, and it seems that something terrible is about to happen. Echad's long hair danced wildly, with the same killing intent, ready to strike. I killed that watchdog. Echidna, if you want revenge, come to me. Suddenly, a clear voice resounded through the sky. The handsome blonde boy Hephaestus flew out of the camp. Pluto and the gods were a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Hephaestus dared to face Echidna. You? Echard's eyes flickered coldly and stabbed at the blonde boy. The three-headed dog was indeed killed by Hephaestus. Therefore, he also has the breath of the hell three-headed dog. After Echidna felt this breath, his beautiful face twisted quickly, and he screamed, "Little devil, I'm going to peel your skin, swallow you alive." The strong man in the realm of the main god is angry. All the creatures in the underworld felt the trembling from their souls at this moment. A mass of scarlet flames ignited in the palm of Hephaestus, with a magnanimous expression, suddenly fearless. Unleash your own terrifying coercion, and stand up to Echidna, another Lord God. Die. Echidna's patience reached the limit, and when the snake's tail was rolled up and released, the whole body flew over. And at this moment, the scarlet flame in the palm of Hephaestus instantly turned into a miraculous golden color. He knew that his rank was quite different from that of Echidna, but Taiyang Shenhua can even out this distance. Under the control of divine power at this moment, the sun's divine fire, as thick as a slurry, is overwhelming and sweeping out. Its blazing light almost illuminates the entire Hades. The gods of the underworld were all moved and breathless. This kind of flame has great restraint damage to the dead souls, gods and monsters in the underworld. Hades and other gods showed surprise. Never thought that Hephaestus could master this magic fire. Although the snake demon Echidna was frightened, the momentum of culling did not decrease at all, because she could see that Hephaestus' level was only the second level of the main god realm. Her realm is far superior to the opponent. We must take this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, if Hades waits for the gods to take action, it will be difficult for her to take revenge. Stab it. Huh. I saw thick, black, poisonous saliva spewing out from Echard's mouth, covering his body for protection and tearing the divine fire with his claws. It seems to travel through time and come directly to Hephaestus. A kind of evil power of rules also permeates out. Die. Hephaestus glared angrily, and an extra bow and arrow appeared out of thin air in his hand. He pulled the bow into a full moon with great force, and an arrow blazing with the sun god fire shot out at this moment. Break the rules. Tear apart the poisonous saliva shady. Go straight to the heart of Echidna. What? Echard screamed in panic and hurriedly dodged. The bow and arrow passed by, and she escaped the fatal blow with extreme danger. If she couldn't escape, she would be burnt to death by the divine fire. Titans, help me. Echidna saw that the enemy was so difficult, he immediately called his companions to help out. When the 300-armed Titans, Briareus, Kodos, and Gyges heard this, they rushed forward with roars. They ran, and the whole land of Hades was shaking. Prometheus, stop these damn monsters with me. Hades, the king of the underworld, had a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Holding a pitch-black double-pronged fork, he rushed forward first. Immediately afterwards, Prometheus also turned into light and flew away. The 7 main god-level powerhouses will start the battle on the plane of truth. Hit the space rip. The rules are broken. The shouts of Hades and Prometheus mixed with the roars of the 100-armed Titans. The piercing sound of Hephaestus' bow and arrow collided with the sharp roar of the snake demon. If it weren't for the blessing and protection of the gods of the underworld, all the dead souls on the plane would be wiped out by the aftermath of the battle. Hades and Prometheus are both strong enough to support 300-armed Titans. Hephaestus glanced at the battlefield from the corner of his eye and analyzed it. As long as I kill Echidna as soon as possible, I can basically win this battle. Call out. Laugh. Hephaestus drew his bow and arrow, and shot out another bow and arrow of the river god burning with the fire of the sun. His accuracy rate is impeccable even by the most proficient shooting gods. Coupled with terrifying flames such as the sun god fire, the threat to Echidna is very great. Damn. This damned little b******************. Why is it so difficult? Echidna kept spitting out poisonous saliva, spreading the power of evil rules. But it can only barely offset the sun god fire, and there is no way to attack. If she wasn't fast enough, this place would have been submerged by the sea of flames behind her. Call out. Laugh. Another magic arrow flew. Echidna's heart tightened, and he hastily dodged again. There is a sun god fire burning on it, and it cannot face it head-on. However, this arrow is different from just now. The moment they passed by, Hephaestus' eyes were cold, and a low voice came out of his throat. Explosion. Bang rumble. The bone arrow exploded instantly. Golden fireworks splashed towards Echidna's body, pass through where her defenses are weakest, and land on fair skin. What? Echidna utters the most miserable scream ever. Chapter 52. Burning the king of 10,000 monsters. The sun divine fire broke through layers of defenses, burning Echidna continuously. Because of the trauma caused by the flames, the snake monster's speed dropped greatly, and Hephaestus also released his whole cards, giving him a killing blow. I saw it under the control of his divine power. The golden sea of fire, as thick as a slurry, turned into a rain of thousands of meteors, bursting from all directions. If he hadn't been injured just now, Echidna might have escaped in a narrow escape. But at this moment, under the control of Hephaestus, the golden flames on her skin are constantly drilling into her bone marrow. Burn her soul. It is impossible for her to burst out with the strength just now. No, Typhon. Father, help me. See the golden and beautiful meteor fire rain coming. Echidna finally knew that he was doomed, and began to call for the ancestor of all monsters and his father. But the surrounding space has been blocked by Hephaestus' divine power. Don't say it's just an ordinary call. Even a bloodline call can't be passed on. Moreover, even if it is passed on, Tartarus and Typhon may not dare to make mistakes. The invasion of these monsters was just a small fight. But what if both the incarnation of Netherland and the ancestor of all monsters, Tiefing, ran out? It's not just Hades and the gods of the underworld that they have to face. Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, the king of the sea, will definitely stand up and eradicate this huge threat. Ah, chi. Echidna screamed and burst out with the last strength, struggled to escape, and turned into an afterimage on the land of Hades, trying to escape back to the abyss of hell. But she was still one step behind Sunshinhua, pierced by thousands of arrows. The golden flames suddenly swallowed her entire, huge body. Echidna's voice stopped abruptly, and he froze in place, gradually dying out. The queen of the underworld, the god of death, the god of sleep, the three judges and other gods of the underworld can clearly sense it. This terrifying snake demon has died. He looked at Hephaestus with growing awe. This is a perverted god who leaps and bounds to fight. Died. Echidna is dead. A powerful breath of the main god level disappeared. Immediately attracted the attention of Hades and Prometheus. The 300-armed titans also found the snake demon swallowed by the flames, and many faces showed panic. The main god-level raw material. Now you can forge a god-level artifact. Hephaestus felt excited. Put away all the sun fires, and by the way, Echidna's body was also received in the system space. Flying to another battlefield with piercing eyes, 100-armed titan. Ha. Good. Hephaestus, come and kill these 3 damned monsters with me. Hades, the king of the underworld, let out a loud laugh that shook the world, and the coercion became even greater. Escape. Run away. The 3-headed and 100-armed titan is not very smart, but he also knows that Echard is dead, and his situation is not good. Hastily knocked back the fierce attacks of Hades and Prometheus, tore apart the space, drilled through the black hole, and escaped. The black hole closes and disappears. Hephaestus also flew in front of Hades and Prometheus, and said, "These monsters run really fast." He wanted to kill a few more monsters. In this way, his strength can also skyrocket. Do you want to chase after them? Eliminate them in one go. Prometheus asked. Stop chasing. There is Tartarus sitting in the abyss of hell. I can't wait to put myself in danger. Hades put away the double-pronged fork, feeling in a good mood. I didn't expect Hephaestus to be so powerful, and he also mastered the sun god fire. This time, killing Echidna with thunder will definitely become famous in the entire god realm. It's just a fluke. Sun Shinhua just happened to restrain that snake demon. Otherwise the power gap would be huge, and it would not be so easy to kill it. So said Hephaestus. He knew that this battle had already impressed Pluto with admiration. His weight in Pluto's heart will also increase greatly. It's a pity that he doesn't intend to belong to Hades. Anyway, this monster is dead. My underworld is safe again. Let's go back and celebrate. With a smile on his face, Hades flew to his chariot. A trace of unconcealable excitement flashed across the eyes of Empress Ming, and she stood with her head bowed. After all, the stronger Hephaestus is, the better her chances of escaping life. Hephaestus, you killed Echidna, and you also offended Tartarus and Typhon. Your current strength is not enough to deal with them. Prometheus whispered, quite worried. You also said, it's just now. It won't be long before I will be strong enough to handle all of this. Hephaestus replied carelessly. The two flew back to the team. The gods of the underworld, go home. Inside Hades' palace, Echard is dead. The monsters in the abyss of hell must have been terrified. In the short term, I'm afraid they won't come to invade the underworld again. That's it. Pluto is mighty. I'll wait. A toast to the great Pluto. The gods of the underworld are discussing in full swing. Hades sat on the dark throne of the gods. His face brightened. The Empress Dowager Ming, who had a beautiful face and body, stood beside him, with her hands down, without saying a word. Speaking at the moment, it was Thanatos, the god of death in a black cloak, and his twin brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep. Both of them are quite handsome, with pale skin and deep and rich black pupils that make people daunting. Both of them were sons of Nyx, goddess of the night. Chapter 53. Forging the Master Divine Artifact. You two little fellows, the hero who killed Echidna is Vulcan. Don't do this king's business. Unfortunately, he refused to come to the banquet. Prometheus, your companion's character, is a bit weird. Hades laughed and joked. Prometheus sneered as a response. As soon as Hephaestus returned to the palace of Hades, he went back to his room. Didn't even attend the celebratory banquet. Not even Prometheus knew what he was doing. At this time, Pluto mentioned it, which made him somewhat embarrassed. The strong always have a strange temper, which confuses us. However, the absence of Hephaestus is a bit disappointing. I still want to make friends with him. Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, smiled charmingly, raised her wine glass with her white jade hand, and touched Hecate, the goddess of magic, with a dang sound. Want to make friends? Styx, I see, you're just hungry. Hecate's seductive red lips took a sip of the wine, exposed it mercilessly, and then laughed with Styx. Behind them, the three great judges of the underworld sat upright, expressionless, not interested in this. Thanatos, god of death, Hypnos, god of sleep, Styx, goddess of Styx, and Hecate, goddess of magic. These four are the top gods of the underworld. All are in the realm of the Lord God. And the three judges of the underworld, Iagos, Minos, and Radamandes, are all at the peak of the upper gods. All three of them were sons of Zeus, king of the gods. However, because of the bad relationship with Zeus, he does not serve on Mount Olympus, but works under Hades. The gods of the underworld were talking about it. In fact, Hephaestus was hiding in the room and doing nothing else. Time is precious, and he intends to start forging artifacts immediately. Prometheus was right. Behind Echidna are two behemoths, Typhon and Tartarus. Kill the young ones, and the old ones come. He must improve his strength as soon as possible to cope. Hephaestus took out the shapeless body of the basilisk that was burned. As soon as the scorched body landed, a black light flew out of it, trying to break through the door. Where are you going? Hephaestus sneered in disdain, suppressed with divine power, and directly pinched the ray of light in his palm. Typhon will not let you go. My father will not let you go. He will kill you. Echidna's soul screamed viciously. Even if it is, you will never see that day. A scarlet flame suddenly rose from the palm of Hephaestus. Even the soul and the body are burned and refined together. The snake demon's screams stopped abruptly. After a while, a mass of essence containing vast power emerged in front of Hephaestus. He concentrated all his attention, concentrated his divine power, controlled the flames, and began to carry out the incomparably precise shaping and forging. Another hour passed. See only in the flames. A golden whip was born out of shape, a wave of powerful divine power fluctuations, constantly showing how powerful its own power is. This is the artifact forged from the essence of Echidna's soul and flesh and blood. Echidna's whip. Hephaestus held the whip in his eyes and said to himself, "This is the strongest weapon I have ever forged." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Master Divine Artifact. The system rewards 1,500 years of divine power. Holy title/hell. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded immediately. The rewards for forging the main god-level artifact can be described as extremely generous. 1,500 years of divine power and a priesthood. Hephaestus took a deep breath, calmed down, then opened the system panel and activated both divine power and priesthood. Boom. Vast divine power surged out in an instant, filling the body, leaving limbs and bones. An unprecedented sense of strength welled up in my heart. At the same time, the spirit of Hephaestus spread out infinitely. Strongly feel at the end of the underworld side. A far and mysterious place is calling him. That's hell. The incomparable affinity brought by priestly authority. However, there is also Tartarus, the native incarnation of the underworld. Very dangerous. Hephaestus could not go there for the time being, so he temporarily cut off the connection with hell. After a long time, the turmoil in the body subsided. Hephaestus opened the system panel again. Host, Hephaestus race. Greek protos, bloodline level. Lord God 9th rank, strength level. Lord God level 5, portfolio. Artisan, river, thunder, fire, hell, items, Urkadna's whip, hellfire orb, trident, Thor's hammer. Divine spells, hellfire, Vulcan's spell, clairvoyance, flying. The 5th level of the main god. Hephaestus has been promoted successively this time, and his strength is much stronger, getting closer and closer to the strength of an adult. When you reach the 9th level of the main god, you will have the capital to compete with Mount Olympus, the gods of the underworld, and Tartarus. Hephaestus was very satisfied with this trip to Hades. Next, only the monsters from the abyss of hell continue to invade. He can continue to improve his strength, and it is not difficult to reach the 9th level of the main god. The inner hall of Hades' palace. Hades, who was drinking happily, suddenly noticed the breath leaking in the distance. Although Hephaestus tried his best to suppress it when he broke through, but it is still difficult to escape Hades' keen perception. It is the breath of Hephaestus. How could his strength improve so quickly? The 5th level of the main god realm. Hades' eyes sparkled, and he pondered for a long time, but he couldn't figure out why Hephaestus was promoted in such a leap. It seems that he has some secrets. An idea suddenly appeared in Hades' mind. Chapter 54. Tartarus, Lord of the Abyss, boom. The end of Hades. In the eerie abyss of hell, a deep and mournful roar suddenly came out. Immediately afterwards, the vast river Styx, the Garden of Truth, Elysee Paradise, including the abyss, the entire underworld suddenly shook violently. Countless undead creatures couldn't help trembling in fear. This is the wrath of Tartarus, the incarnation of Hades. It's just the sheer prestige that makes them unbearable. Pluto Palace, at the celebration banquet. The gods of the underworld also suddenly changed their colors, including the excited Hephaestus in the room. They all felt this majestic, vast, and almost unrivaled coercion. At the same time, I became worried. This guy in the abyss of hell is so angry. Shouldn't he want to take revenge? Echidna is the daughter of Tartarus, the incarnation of the underworld, and Gaia, the mother of the earth. Losing a daughter now is still a powerful help in the realm of the main god, so Tartarus is naturally very angry. However, the earth is still very calm, which shows that Gaia does not have any emotional fluctuations. Perhaps she had too many children to care about the monster. In the abyss of hell, in front of endless darkness, standing there is a huge and terrifying titan. He has a ferocious face, and in his long black hair, there are hundreds of dragons breathing lightning and flames. His lower body is a huge snake body, covered with feathers, with a pair of wings curled up behind his back. It seems that he will spread out at any time, covering the sky and the sun. Around him, burning hell fires that can destroy everything. Even the space is burned and distorted, on the verge of shattering. At this moment, facing the deep darkness, this huge monster roared like thunder. Father, please be great. Allow Typhon to break this abyss cage. Kill Hades, the king of the underworld. Avenge Echidna. Tartarus, the god of hell, also has a very powerful son, the ancestor of all monsters, Typhon. This huge and terrifying monster is Typhon, a titan, and the husband of the snake demon Echidna. He once also fought against Zeus, the king of the gods. But the results are obvious. He failed and was imprisoned in the abyss of hell by Zeus. Now that his wife has been killed, Typhon is also extremely angry. The time for vengeance has not yet come. Typhon, my son. A low, mournful voice came from the darkness. If you escape from prison, you will anger Zeus. He will definitely lead the gods on Mount Olympus into the underworld. And now, I have not returned to the top, and I am not Zeus' opponent. Be patient, my child. Tiefing's face was full of grief and indignation, and he remained silent for a long time, before finally lowering his huge head. He knew that his father, Tartarus, could not act rashly until he returned to the original state. So for now, we can only be patient. Be patient, the time for revenge has come. At that time, he vowed to wash the underworld with blood and kill Hades with his own hands, to avenge his wife and children. The wrath of Tartarus, god of hell, came and went quickly. The gods of the underworld soon knew that the opponent had a lot of scruples and did not dare to make a move. So relax, perform their duties, and be methodical. Hypnos, see Hades. After the lively banquet, the inner hall of Hades' palace is still gloomy and cold. The handsome sleeping god Hypnos walked up to Hades, bowed, and saluted with all respect. Hades had already secretly ordered, "Tell him to meet him after the banquet of sleeping gods." As Pluto's loyal subordinate, sleeping god naturally had to obey orders. When the time comes, come right away. Hypnos, I want to order you to do something. Hades sat leisurely on the seat of God, rubbing the handle with his fingers lightly, and stared in a certain direction with bright eyes, not looking at sleeping god, as if there was something very attractive to him there. Pluto, just give orders. Hypnos said again. Hephaestus, you know it? Hades turned his gaze back. It's the god of fire and craftsmen, the one who killed Echidna, and my subordinates know that. Hypnos nodded repeatedly. Very good. Hades stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked down the steps in front of the throne. His state was still at the second level of the main god when he killed a cat. But after he came back, he was promoted one after another. In just half a day, he reached the fifth level of the main god. Such a speed is incredible. Hypnos' face was shocked, and he asked in surprise, "There is such a thing?" Not only that, it's only been a little over a year since he was born. Hades narrowed his eyes and said, "He is the king of Pluto with the highest status, and he is well informed, so he can naturally know the details of Hephaestus." Hypnos was shocked by this for a moment, and then suddenly remembered the mission of Hades. Thoughtful, he walked a few steps and asked tentatively, "Pluto, do you want your subordinates to use the dream to spy on the inside story?" In dreams, both humans and gods are at their most vulnerable, and their psychological defenses will be minimized. Hades hummed, patted sleeping god on the shoulder, and smiled. The father smiled like a child. "Go, Hypnos, finish this matter, and don't let me down." Even Zeus, the king of the gods, wanted to win him over. Must be extraordinary. How could Hades let it go? If he can find out the key point, Hades thought, maybe he can get some surprises. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Hypnos looked solemn, nodded and bowed. He had fully understood Hades' order. Leave here respectfully. Chapter 55. The sleeping god's kingdom of dreams. Late at night, the room was dark. Hephaestus is running divine training. During the day, his realm was promoted one after another, and the vast divine power in his body needed to be slowly controlled in order to exert it to the extreme. Otherwise, it's like a child playing with a meteor hammer, and it's easy to hurt yourself. Not long after, Hephaestus suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. He opened his eyes and frowned. "I'm actually sleepy," accompanied by Hephaestus becoming stronger and stronger. There is an endless supply of divine power in his body, and his mental and physical strength are always at their peak. Rarely will there be a state of fatigue and sleepiness. Before that, Hephaestus hadn't slept in a long time. But now, there will be sleepiness, which makes Hephaestus very puzzled. Eyelids are getting heavy. Hephaestus didn't want to think about any more questions. Gradually close your eyes, breathe in and out, and then enter the sweet dreamland. Hephaestus vaguely heard the girl's silver bell-like laughter coming from a distance. As he breathed, he smelled a sweet fragrance that filled his lungs. The smell was very strange, not like being in my own room. Hephaestus gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and found that there was a glare from above, so he stretched out his hand to cover his forehead. It is a golden thread cast by the setting sun through the leaves. What is this place? Hephaestus looked around, murmuring blankly. He is sitting and lying under a big tree at the moment. In the distant sky, the setting sun will not set. Red, pink, purple, and orange clouds float all over the mountains and plains, which are extremely beautiful. And less than 100 steps away, there is a clear lake. Fair-skinned girls wearing beautiful and fragrant flower crowns are playing in the water. This beautiful world seems to be covered with a layer of dreamy soft veil. Everything is beautiful. Hephaestus couldn't help but relax. But soon, the vigilance rose again. He clearly remembered that he fell asleep in the room. How could it suddenly appear in this strange place out of thin air? He is in the main god realm. Who can get him here without anyone noticing? Don't be nervous, Hephaestus. Suddenly, a voice rang in the ear. Who? Hephaestus frowned, his eyes sharpened. It is I, Hypnos. Hephaestus, don't have too many doubts. Come and enjoy our hospitality, which you deserve. In the dense green jungle, out came a handsome young man with wings on his back, pure and beautiful. It was Hypnos, the god of sleep. Hephaestus had seen him when he was fighting against the 100-armed titan and the snake demon. I saw him wave the magic wand in his hand. Hephaestus immediately felt dizzy. After everything settles down, Hephaestus found that a long table appeared in front of him, which was filled with delicacies. And many young and beautiful teenagers and girls, holding fruits, flowers, and sweet wine, waited by his side. Each of these teenagers and girls is flawless and lovable. Hypnos, the god of sleep, sat opposite Hephaestus, looking at the blonde boy with a smile on his face. Hephaestus, because you didn't attend the banquet, Pluto specially asked me to take you to the kingdom of dreams and entertain you in order to thank you. This beautiful place can only come when gods or people dream. My 3,000 children are all in this kingdom, and they are completely at your disposal tonight. Hephaestus, don't be restrained. Enjoy this carnival to your heart's content. Hephaestus was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, I see. Then, I want to thank you very much, Hypnos. But the vigilance in his heart did not relax at all. To hypnotize him into this dream kingdom in the middle of the night, just to entertain him? I'm afraid not. The so-called, if you don't have anything to do, you can either or or steal. Hephaestus felt that there must be something tricky in it. My lord, please drink. Beautiful, handsome, and strong pure dream gods are sitting on both sides of Hephaestus. One poured the wine, and the other brought the glass to Hephaestus's lips and fed him to drink. Even the king of the world did not enjoy it like this. The crystal clear red liquid in the glass is the wine of dreams. Mellow and sweet, it can remove all the defenses in the hearts of humans and gods. Hephaestus hesitated, but drank the dream wine anyway. At least, he must first know what the purpose of Pluto and sleeping god is. Moreover, he realized that he was in the kingdom of dreams, and the divine power in his body was pitifully low. If he fought, he could not be the opponent of the sleeping god of the main god realm. The Oneiroi boys and girls fed Hephaestus 3 jugs of dream wine one after another. He felt as comfortable and happy as he was soaking in the hot spring and flying on the clouds. At this time, the voice of Hypnos sounded in the ear of Hephaestus. Hephaestus, you are so powerful that an ordinary god would be drunk after drinking 3 jugs of dream wine. Hephaestus was drunk and blurred, breathed out the smell of alcohol, chuckled, and looked at the winged god in a blink of an eye. You guys, the wine and the wine are very good. I want to drink 3 more pots. Of course, in the kingdom of dreams, you can enjoy yourself to your heart's content, Hephaestus. However, I'm curious. When I saw you during the day, you seemed to be the second rank of the main god. Hypnos smiled and asked in a very normal tone, why? Your strength has been promoted to the 5th level of the main god. Chapter 56. Obtaining the dream priesthood. This hiccup. Hephaestus dealt with it on the surface, but his heart was shocked. Sure enough, it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. This sleeping god has another purpose. The thought turned, and Hephaestus quickly had an idea in his mind. He pretended to be drunk, patted Hypnos with a wry smile, and said, let's not talk about this, Hypnos. I am very happy today. I have a problem. Who makes me happy? I will make him even happier. Hypnos, I must repay you for entertaining me so grandly. Hypnos looked a little stiff. After drinking 3 pots of dream wine, why can't I talk? What are you talking about here? Shio Hypnos, I'm sure you know it too. I am the god of fire and craftsman. I can forge artifacts if I don't know anything else. Wait a minute. I'll forge a unique artifact for you right now. Belch. Hephaestus said very domineeringly. Originally, Hypnos was very impatient. But when he got to these words, his eyes lit up. He knew that Hephaestus was in the realm of the main god. The forged artifact must not be bad. Normally, the two of them have no friendship at all, and it is impossible for each other to forge artifacts. But now that Hephaestus was drunk, he offered to propose, and he had no reason to refuse, so he didn't take advantage of it. Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to be so kind. It's just not very good. Pluto asked me to entertain you. Hypnos smiled happily, playing hard to get. There is no flaw in Hephaestus' acting skills. Stop talking nonsense. I'm happy. Go and get some materials. I must forge you an unparalleled artifact today. Hephaestus shouted boldly. Well, Hypnos immediately ordered the Oneiroi to carry the materials without any hesitation. Not long. A pair of snow-white ivory, a pair of pitch-black horns, and a group of metal substances with more than one material were brought in. The Oneiroi put the materials on the ground and took a few steps back. Hephaestus walked over with some trembling, shouting words such as, I am the best forging in the world, Zeus can't compare to me, and so on. Let Hypnos completely relax his guard. Fire. Hephaestus forced himself to wake up, raised his palm, and aimed at the three casting materials. Boom. With his divine power running, bursts of scarlet flames blasted out, dye the soft green lawn all around with a thick color, refined by flames. A cloud of essence appeared before the gods. Hephaestus said, "I will forge you the scepter of dreams." Rumble. The scarlet flames suddenly burst and rose. A snow-white scepter was born from the ashes. There are two more wings at the top, just facing the wings on the back of Hypnos. Waves of divine power surged out, indicating that this was a powerful high-level artifact. Hypnos was delighted. Since then, he has another weapon. And even happier is Hephaestus. Because of the sound of the system, it followed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for forging the perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards 100 years of divine power. Holy title/dream. The rewards for high-level artifacts are already very few in comparison. Divine power is only 100 years. But there's one thing that can keep Hephaestus out of trouble. Dream priesthood. Without hesitation, Hephaestus immediately opened the system panel and activated the priesthood. Immediately, the spirit of Hephaestus spread boundlessly, almost merging with this dream kingdom, regardless of each other. His perspective also changed abruptly. Hephaestus can even see far away the markings on the back of a ladybug. You can count how many hairs there are on the legs of a bug deep in the ground. If he wanted to, he could turn this place upside down in no time. This is all within the thought of Hephaestus. This means that Hephaestus has obtained the authority of the dream. He can control everything here. Hephaestus, your skill in forging artifacts amazes me. I like this scepter very much. At this time, Hypnos walked up to Hephaestus with a smile on his face, intending to take the scepter. But Hephaestus stood where he was, motionless, and made no intention of handing over the scepter to him. Moreover, the blush on his cheeks caused by drinking has completely dissipated. The demeanor is calm, and the eyes are as sharp as if they want to cut people apart. This change made Hypnos thump in his heart. Hephaestus, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly feel a little bad. Hephaestus replied lightly. Ha ha. Hephaestus, isn't the hospitality from the kingdom of dreams not good enough? Hypnos asked. No, I'm not happy because I was calculated by you. I'm quite satisfied with the hospitality of the dream gods. Hephaestus walked up to the god of sleep with a smile and asked oppressively. I want to know, why did Hades send you here? Tell me. Hypnos, we don't have to pretend anymore. Open the skylight and say bright words. These words made Hypnos' complexion change again and again. Finally, his face calmed down, and he said lightly, Hephaestus, I don't understand what you are talking about. I am just ordered to reward you with the kingdom of dreams. If you are full of wild thoughts and don't know good people, I can't stop you. Then, you really don't want to know how I was promoted one after another in just half a day. Hephaestus diabolically whispers temptation. Hypnos' body trembled. Chapter 57. Fighting Sleeping God in Dream. That's just a little curiosity of mine. Hephaestus, you are too wary, right? We are partners who have fought side by side after all. How dare you doubt it casually? Hypnos pretended to be indifferent and said. However, how could his subtle changes be hidden from Hephaestus? If you can't even perceive this, then Hephaestus is not a god, but a pig. Good, very good. Since it's just your curiosity, I have nothing to say. Hypnos, please send me back immediately. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Hephaestus said with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to see how far this sleeping god could endure. Sure enough, the words came out. Hypnos suddenly changed color, and his snow-white wings suddenly opened, blowing out a strong air wave, blowing Hephaestus' long blonde hair into chaos. His eyes were cold, and he stabbed straight at the blonde boy. Hephaestus, don't push yourself too far. You said you were entertaining me, but now that it's over, you still refuse to let me go? Hypnos, you're really nerve-wracking. Hephaestus brushed aside the hair that blocked his view and said deliberately, such a joking attitude. To let Hypnos understand that he was the one who was being teased, he frowned and shouted, Hephaestus, I kindly invite you to the kingdom of dreams to enjoy. I never thought you would play me again and again. Well, let me tell you the truth. If you don't hand over the secret of your promotion, you won't be able to leave here forever. The 3,000 dream gods also showed their minions one after another and surrounded them with a murderous aura. Really? Use whatever methods you have, and let me take a good look. Hephaestus didn't mind the threat, laughing. Anyway, he now has a dream priesthood. There is also the Scepter of Dreams, a high-ranking artifact. The power exerted in the Kingdom of Dreams has been able to rival Hypnos. It can even cover one end, so you don't have to act with the other party anymore. Arrogance. Hephaestus, you probably don't know where you are right now. Hypnos laughed back angrily. Pointing at the blonde boy with the magic wand in his hand, he said, I'll wake you up. Rumble. I saw the world suddenly change. All the beautiful scenes before are gone. Dark clouds billowed in midair, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. It looks like the end is coming. The ground under Hephaestus' feet also shook violently, cracking to pieces. His body immediately fell into the endless, terrifying abyss, be swallowed by the thick darkness. As long as I don't save you, Hephaestus, you will fall forever in the bottomless abyss. There will be no end. Hypnos exclaimed triumphantly. Although he did it, he didn't kill him. First of all, he didn't intend to kill. Second, he still has to force him to ask the Pluto about the secret. No, you are wrong. Hephaestus spat out the words. In an instant, the power of the rules here changed completely. I walk in the kingdom of dreams, and I can do whatever I want, and no god can interfere. The world around Hephaestus changed rapidly. Dark clouds, strong winds, thunder, abyss, and darkness all disappeared, nearly returned into the jungle of birds and flowers, beautiful and fresh. How is this possible? Hypnos was taken aback, showing disbelief. He had never seen a god with such power in his dreams. It doesn't make sense at all. In the kingdom of dreams, he is the only true king. His will is the law. No one can violate it. And this Vulcan should be unable to use any means. How could he change his rules with a single sentence? Hephaestus, what have you done to my dream kingdom? Hypnos cried out, and the whole world echoed his voice. Behind him appeared the doomsday scene that destroyed everything again. An extremely dense shower of meteors and fire hangs overhead. Make a deafening roar. Will fall anytime. Would you believe me if I said I didn't do anything? Hephaestus sneered. Hypnos, I want to ask you, is it you or Pluto who probed my secret? The world behind him is full of light and beauty. Magical aurora across the vast expanse of sky. The brilliant stars in the sky and the shining sun and moon surround Hephaestus, setting him off incomparably stalwart. This kind of power is not inferior to that of Hypnos. The 3,000 dream gods felt incredible. Don't you also have the priesthood of dreams? Hypnos didn't answer the question at all, but made his own guesses. He quickly pointed the magic wand across at the blonde boy and shouted angrily, This is impossible. You must have done something wrong. Kingdom of dreams. Suppress him. Rumble. The shower of meteor fire that can destroy everything is endless and overwhelming. Hephaestus waved his hand, and the brilliant stars, sun and moon behind him also blasted past. The strength of the two is almost equal. Although Hephaestus is more powerful, it is still difficult to deal with the opponent for a while. Yes, in the destructive, spectacular, and bright explosion. Hephaestus sighed inwardly and shook his head. In this situation, in a short period of time, neither of them could make the other speak. Fighting here is purely futile. Hypnos also understood this, and his face gradually turned pale. It's not because he's afraid of Hephaestus, but because he messed up the errand assigned by Pluto. He clearly knew that in the kingdom of dreams, the power of this Hephaestus was even stronger than him. In this case, what threat is he talking about? Chapter 58. The war in the kingdom of dreams is quite spectacular, but it's also quite boring. Hypnos, no matter it's Pluto's intention this time, or you decide on your own, be careful in what you do in the future, and I will keep an eye on you. Hephaestus said lightly. After leaving this threatening sentence, Hephaestus tore apart the space, leisurely stepped into the black hole, and disappeared into the kingdom of dreams. Hephaestus just left safely. The kingdom of dreams is also back under the control of Hypnos. His handsome face was a little distorted, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible, and he kept shouting, Damn it! Damn it! In a gloomy room. Hypnos suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth and roared, Hephaestus, I will fight you. Although angry. But Hypnos did not lose his mind and act rashly. He immediately found Hades, the king of the underworld, and reported everything that happened in the kingdom of dreams. You mean his power in the kingdom of dreams is equal to yours? After hearing this, Hades was very surprised, but he didn't blame Sleepy God. That's right. I suspect that he also has the priesthood of dreams. Otherwise, he can't be my opponent. The wings on the back of Hypnos couldn't help flapping, and he said again, Pluto, please allow me to declare war on Hephaestus. This time, I will completely defeat him. Press the secret of promotion. He has not forgotten the taunts and threats of Hephaestus. Hades pondered for a long time before shaking his head and saying, Don't go. The enemy is now, and it's time to employ people. Don't offend the alliance. No one will know about the war with him in this dream, and no one will suffer. Presumably, he won't publicize it. After all, he still has to rely on me for the time being. Asylum, this is the end of this matter, understand? Hear Pluto say so. The veins on Hypnos' forehead were faintly visible, and his fists were clenched tightly. He could only bow his head and agree. Your subordinate obeys. When Hypnos and Pluto reported the situation, the other side, the banks of the Black River Styx, 3 unexpected guests came again. Apollo, the god of light, Ares, the god of war, and Helios, the god of the sun, 3 Olympian gods, turned into streamers and descended from the sky. After they received the high-level artifact from Zeus, they rushed back again, preparing to cross the river to catch the traitor. Water god, we have brought the high-level artifact you want. Please quickly take us across the river. Apollo high. Shun Xiong's voice kept echoing on the river, suppressed the painful howls of many dead souls. Not long. There was the sound of water breaking. I saw the thick white mist. A tall and thin old man was slowly sailing out in a small boat. Accompanying it, there are babbling, piercing, and shrill string music. Charon, the god of crossing the Styx, appeared. While playing the Eru intoxicatedly, he said, "Take out all the magic weapons." The 3 Apollos on the shore looked at each other. Each took out a high-level artifact and placed them on the bow of the boat. They are a god stone, a staff, and a shield. Wu Shun, I think, you have no reason to refuse to take us this time, right? Ares said with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Charon ignored him, carefully looked at these high-level artifacts, nodded and said, "It's almost time. You guys, come up." Although the 3 of Apollo didn't understand what "it's almost time" meant, but seeing that Charon was willing to take them across the river, he was very happy from the bottom of his heart and stepped on this small boat one after another. After a lot of hard work and several trips back and forth, I finally got on this ship. And Charon put away the artifact by himself, controlled the boat, and sailed to the other side of the distant Styx. Charon calculated that it took almost 7 days to stop the gods of Mount Olympus. Even if there are no 7 days, he will do his best to be worthy of this Eru. That's why he agreed to carry these gods across the river. After all, no matter how hard he tries to make things difficult, these gods will definitely fight him. Although he is not afraid, he is not willing to get into trouble with such a show, just looking for boredom. In the Black River and white mist, god of war Ares stood at the bow of the ship, frowning and asked, "Apollo, the underworld is vast and vast. How should we search for Prometheus? What should we do if he runs into the abyss of hell?" Prometheus came to the underworld because he wanted to rely on the protection of Hades. Apollo raised his sword eyebrows and said confidently, "We don't need to search and arrest. We just go to Pluto's important person." That's right. That's what Prometheus came up with. But, Apollo, what if Pluto really protects Prometheus and refuses to hand him over? Helios, the god of the sun, took over. Apollo pondered for a while, but didn't answer right away. Finally, he just said, "Let's play by ear." Hades, the king of the underworld, has the same authority in the underworld as Zeus on Mount Olympus. There are only 3 of them, and it is unwise to fight. Only by making good use of the majesty and power of Zeus, the king of the gods, can the matter of arresting the traitor be completed. Humph, haha, the waves are about to rise. Are you guys all settling down? Suddenly, Charon let out a horribly hoarse laugh, wisps of fire blazing from his hollow eyes. "God, what do you mean?" The 3 of them felt that it was strange. They looked around and became secretly on guard. Charon grinned, and a smile appeared on the stiff dead man's face. "Styx, you're going to be angry." Styx is the goddess of the river Styx. Just when the 3 of them understood this sentence, rumble, the pitch-black Styx suddenly rolled up into waves. Stacked one after another, they gradually rose to a height of more than 100 feet, covering the sky and blocking out the sun and destroying the boat of the god of fairy. It seems to be accompanied by a woman's sharp cry. And this small boat, swaying violently like rootless duckweed, may overturn and sleep in the Styx at any time. Styx, Apollo, Ares, Helios stand on board, raising their heads, staring at the gigantic waves of the Styx River like a world-ending flood. They all showed expressions of horror. Chapter 59. Apollo was swept away by the river Styx. "Quick! Hurry up! Don't fall!" Facing the terrifying huge waves, Apollo suddenly screamed. His voice was extremely weak compared to the howling of the huge waves. At this moment, Ares and Helios were all hairy, lying down and holding on to the boat tightly to prevent themselves from falling into the river Styx. There are rules and restrictions here. They cannot use all kinds of means as they can elsewhere. First of all, you are faced with the situation that you cannot fly. Furthermore, the water of the Styx River can wash away the divinity of the gods. If they fall, it will definitely cause harm and no benefit. Wu Shun, what's going on? You tell Styx to stop. The waves were huge. The water of the Styx River poured down all over the sky, like a torrential rain. Apollo, who was drenched all over, opened his mouth and yelled at Charon at this moment, and tasted a lot of this stinky black water in his mouth. Hee hee, I am god of crossing, not Pluto, and the Styx River is not under my control. You guys should just ask for blessings. Charon said with a grin. He was quite happy to see these Olympian gods deflated. As a result, the Urhula in his arms became faster and faster, echoing the huge waves of the river Styx that destroyed everything and drowned everything. Ares, Apollo, dear sons of Zeus, taste the river of my mother's hatred. In the water of the river Styx, the violent and vast divine power fluctuated. A beautiful black-robed goddess laughed wildly. She is the goddess of the river Styx. She is the eldest daughter of Ocean Lord Arnold's and Tessie's. She is strong and excellent. She has led many sisters to help Zeus and overthrow the rule of the second generation of god King Cronus. However, because of a prophecy, Zeus devoured her dear sister Métis. Such hatred, Styx, is unforgettable. At this time, she met Apollo and Ares crossing the river by boat. Of course, she couldn't miss it. Immediately stir up a huge torrent of waves. Let them suffer a lot. These three main gods are placed in other places, and she is not yet an opponent. But on the Styx, she has the absolute initiative. I'll stop this huge wave. Ares, Helios, steady your boats. As long as we reach the other side, we'll be safe. In the violent storm, Apollo forced himself to be calm and shouted. With one move of his hands, he blasted out a vast amount of light divine power, illuminating the entire Styx. Dispels darkness and terror. Seeing this, Ares and Helios felt a little more relaxed. Although this huge wave is very fierce, it is still within the controllable range. They only need to join forces to fight against the enemy, and they will be able to survive this catastrophe safely. Unfortunately, the reality is cruel. Apollo just blasted out the divine power of light. Next moment, boom! Huge and boundless black waves swept across, hitting head-on. This abominable black water that can shatter all divine power and rules instantly annihilates all light. Apollo, in unprepared chaos, Helios and Ares witnessed Apollo being swept away by the river Styx. The tiny figure quickly disappeared into the river Styx. Neither of them even reached out to help. Styx, damn you, Ares, this is not the time to fight. The bottom covered by huge waves. The roars of Ares and Helios came out one after another. But soon there was no interest again. Moment. Ho 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 ho. The earth-shattering roar of anger suddenly shook both sides of the Styx River. I saw a giant god in armor appearing in the sky above the Styx, shrouded in white mist. A pair of eyes are scarlet, holding a spear, struggling to project into the depths of the Styx. Then, a group of golden flames with terrifying temperature and blazing radiance appeared in midair. But only a moment later, both of them were submerged by the thick and black waves. After a long time, everything returns to calm. The other side of the Styx, a young man in a purple robe, soaked all over his body, came out step by step from the knee-high river shoal. Behind him was a majestic man in armor, who was also drenched. He had a ferocious look, as if he was about to violently kill someone at any moment. Both looked very embarrassed and angry. Damn Prometheus. Damn Styx. I'll kill them all. Kill. Ares was furious, roaring like a beast. Since he was born, he has never experienced such humiliation. Calm down, Ares. Apollo is gone. We have to get him back. Stop thinking about revenge. Fight. This is the underworld, not Olympus. Helios had a gloomy face and said coldly. A wave of heat suddenly burst out all over his body, drying up all the moisture on his body. The huge wave just swept away Apollo. Fortunately, Ares and Helios crossed the river Styx without any risk and reached the other side. What about the underworld? This Styx. I don't care about the gods of Mount Olympus. How dare you take Apollo away? Humph. I'm going to kill her sooner or later. Ares yelled defiantly. Helios was speechless for a while and said with a sneer, Why didn't you say that on the river Styx? Stop trying to be brave here. Ares, split up with me to find someone right away, and don't screw up this matter again. See Helios angry. With a cold snort, Ares remained silent. Bad start. Before they even saw the shadow of the traitor, Apollo was in trouble first. Now his whereabouts are unknown, and his life and death are uncertain. So of course we must act immediately to find him. Drawing the Styx water on his body, after discussing with Helios, Ares searched separately on the bank of the Styx. They thought to themselves, No matter how bold the goddess Styx is, she would not dare to kill the main god on Mount Olympus, so Apollo should not be in danger. Chapter 60. Old fox Hades, Ares, and Helios searched separately on the banks of the Styx for 3 days and 3 nights. Squeeze around in the endless pile of dead souls. But Apollo was never found. Apollo just disappeared. Nothing was left. And Ares is obviously not interested in finding someone, even if the other party is his brother. After 3 days, he quarreled with Helios impatiently. Whatever you say, go hunt the traitor Prometheus first. In this regard, Helios was very troubled, so he could only agree, and secretly swear to the river of oath-keeping. After this trip back, he will never do missions with this simple-minded guy again. Of course, there were other reasons for agreeing to capture Prometheus first. The goddess of the river Styx, in the final analysis, also belongs to Hades, the king of Hades. They could not find Apollo on the banks of the river Styx. Then put pressure on Pluto. It is not impossible for Pluto to send troops to look for it, or even for goddess Styx to go in person. Ares, remember, after meeting Hades, I will negotiate everything. Don't be impulsive or provocative. We just need to complete the task. Then leave the ghostly place of the underworld safely. Don't have any extra problems. Understand? Helios made himself patient and told Ares, whispering. Ares has no expression on his slightly ferocious face. After uttering these 2 words lightly, he swaggered forward and left the riverbank first. Helios looked after him. The veins on his forehead popped up, and he held back the anger in his heart. If not, there are more important things waiting to be done. I'm afraid he really can't help but teach Ares a lesson right now. Now I can only endure it temporarily. Soon, the 2 bodies soared into the air and quickly flew towards the residence of Hades in the middle of the Elysee paradise and the abyss of hell. Hades' inner temple. Dressed in a black robe, Hades, the indifferent and deep king of the underworld, holds a double-pronged fork and sits on the god's throne. Wisps of light flickered in his eyes, as if he was traveling through the void, looking at a place far away. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and said to Hephaestus and Prometheus at the bottom of the stairs, "Here they come. Ares, the god of war, and Helios, the god of the sun." Hephaestus has now put on his cloak. The tall and straight figure and handsome appearance are covered in covered, giving people a mysterious taste. He replied in a low voice, "What should we do? Pluto just orders." Although Hephaestus was attacked by the god of sleep, he was as tacit as Pluto. Before his strength reaches a certain level, he still has to rely on the protection of Hades. If the face is torn apart, neither side will be able to please. That was a scene neither Hephaestus nor Pluto wanted to see. This is a tacit understanding between smart people. Everything is decided by Hades. Prometheus nodded, agreeing to Hephaestus' words. Although this king can protect you, it is not easy to confront Zeus, Hephaestus, and Prometheus openly. I have to wrong you to hide first. Hades was quite satisfied with this answer. A smile appeared on his indifferent face. As long as Prometheus and Hephaestus don't show up, he has no problem handling these 2 little gods. Old fox, Hephaestus cursed secretly in his heart. Pluto's decision was within his expectations. After all, Pluto is not strong enough to overthrow the rule of Zeus, nor were their value high enough to make Pluto take the risk. A criminal who openly sheltered the god king. This is tantamount to giving the other party a reason and handle to attack, and of course Hades would not do this. Hephaestus didn't say much, and nodded slightly at this time. You should obey. That is to say, together with Prometheus, follow which one of the servants of the dead leads the way and leave the inner hall. Here we are. Helios and Ares descend from midair. In front of them stood a huge and mighty dark palace, shrouded by a nether law. It is Hades' palace. A dense army of undead warriors lined up on the vast plain of the palace, awe-inspiring and blazing. There is a road in the middle, for the 2 gods to pass. The god of the sun, the god of war. The 2 suddenly visited the underworld. Why do you know? Ares and Helios had just landed. Then a majestic and indifferent voice sounded. The whole world is echoing and resonating with it. Breathtaking. It was Hades, the king of the underworld. The great lord of the underworld. We have come to the underworld to arrest the rebels under the order of the king of the gods. Helios said in a flat tone. He gave Ares a look, and the 2 walked towards the palace together. Oh, unexpectedly, in my underworld, there are still criminals that the god king wants to capture. Deep in the palace, Hades, the king of the underworld in a black robe, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld in a green robe, came out first. Immediately afterwards, the 3 major judges, the god of sleep, the god of death, the goddess of Styx, the goddess of magic, and the underworld all appeared. They respectfully followed behind the two, exuding a powerful aura. But such a strong lineup. It can only serve as a foil for Hades. Hades was indifferent, standing here holding a double-pronged fork, and immediately made Ares and Helios feel the coercion and majesty comparable to Zeus. This is a great existence that cannot be violated. The only master of the vast Netherland. The only rule. The god of war and the god of the sun stopped more than 10 steps away from the gods of the underworld. Be calm. Helios continued. Pluto, there is no doubt that Prometheus, the Olympian god who stole the fire, is hiding in the underworld. That's why we came here. Now ask Pluto to hand him over and let us escort him back to Mount Olympus. Hand it over to the king of the gods. The king of the gods will definitely thank Pluto for his great help. What he said was righteous and powerful. This matter is new. But Hades smiled disdainfully. But Helios, in the underworld, this king has never seen Prometheus. Besides, this is a criminal from Mount Olympus. Even if you want to catch him, you should catch him yourself. It would be too ridiculous to come to find this king's important person. His voice fell. All the gods of the underworld behind them laughed together. It seems useless to mock the gods on Mount Olympus. Ares' ferocious face immediately turned red. The violent divine power fluctuations on his body burst out in bursts. It seems like you have to do it any time. Helios also turned pale. Chapter 61. He didn't expect that Pluto wouldn't buy it at all. After thinking about it for a moment, Helios came up with an idea. He took a step forward and shouted, "Then, can Hades cooperate with us to search the Hades palace? Prometheus is treacherous and cunning. Maybe he is hiding here." With Pluto's appearance, he had no choice but to do so. Presumptuous. What kind of place do you think this is? How dare you make such an unreasonable request? Voice will fall. Thanatos, the god of death standing behind Pluto, suddenly shouted. A huge sharp sickle appeared out of nowhere in his hand, pointing at Helios. The power of the infinite law of death swept out. Damn, you better behave yourself. Do you know who you're offending? Not to be outdone, Ares took a step forward and opened his mouth to shout angrily. The turbulent laws of war also soared into the sky. Stand against death. What did you say? Have guts and say it again. Being contradicted by Ares. The god of death was really angry, and a strong killing intent suddenly burst out from his body. The power of the rule of law of the two main god-level powerhouses collided and rubbed. Tension. There is a possibility of opening at any time. The gods of the underworld also stared at them with unkind faces. There is no doubt that once the war starts, they will rush forward. Facing such a tense scene that made his legs cramp, Helios calmed down instead. He is the son of the 12 Titans, the god of the sun, and the messenger sent by Zeus. The gods of the underworld are just pretending. It is impossible to really do anything to him. Thinking of this, Helios felt much more at ease, looked directly at Pluto with golden eyes, and said, "Great Pluto, I think you shouldn't make it difficult for the envoy of the king of gods, right?" "Certainly." Hades still had that indifferent look. An imperceptible sneer flashed across his mouth. He patted the sharp sickle beside him and said, "Thanatos, put the guy away. Don't offend. Our god king messenger. Helios, Ares, Hades' palace. You are free to search. Please do it yourself. But Ben the king will not accompany you." He flicked his black robe, turned and left. The queen of the underworld and other gods also followed. Thanatos, the god of death, looked at Ares provocatively with a pair of black pupils, and then left with his twin brother Hypnos, the god of sleep. Ares had reached the limit of his patience at the moment. If he doesn't leave again, I'm afraid there will be a direct fight. "Don't be impulsive, Ares. The odds are against us," Helios said with a gloomy expression. Originally, he wanted to force Hades to hand over Apollo. But in this tense situation, he didn't dare to make extra troubles. Everything waits until Prometheus is found. With the permission of Hades, Helios and Ares released and spread their domains, directly covering the entire Pluto palace. They searched every room, secret passage, and corner. But Prometheus was not found. "Probably not here. Carry on with me," Helios said. Ares nodded, expanding his domain. They quickly searched Elysee Paradise, the entire plane of truth, and even the surrounding abyss of hell. But still haven't found any clues. It's like Prometheus really never came to the underworld. "Damn it. Helios, I can't find it. What should I do?" Ares felt restless and anxious. Since Pluto asked us to search, he will definitely not let us find it easily. In this case, we will stay and search slowly. Over time, they will definitely show their flaws. Helios calmed down a bit, pondered for a while, and gave a reply. At the same time, Helios couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Did Prometheus really never come to the underworld? Or Hades hid him in a place where no one could find him? That's why he was so unscrupulous and let them search without any scruples? Helios and Ares have no choice. I had to search slowly in the underworld, because they are afraid that the spiritual realm will be obscured and they will not be able to detect the real situation. So every time they pass by, they will search carefully, using naked eyes and divine skills to repeatedly detect. Soon, they came to the temple of the underworld judge on the plane of truth. All the souls of the dead have to go through the trial of the 3 judges of the underworld here before they can lead to the next stop, Elysee Paradise, or the abyss of hell. The 3 judges of the underworld are also the heirs of the princes of the gods. Unfortunately, they are all traitors, Hades' lackeys, and they will not help us at all. Helios stood in front of the temple and sighed. Ares' eyes burst out with murderous intent, and he whispered, "All traitors deserve to die. The person you are looking for is not here." Suddenly, a rather stern voice sounded behind him. Helios and Ares watched with wary eyes at the same time. "See Iagos, one of the great judges of the underworld holding a scepter. If you don't want to die, get away." Ares didn't have a good look at him and yelled threats. "Ares, don't do this yet." Helios' eyes flickered, and he took a few steps forward and asked, "Grand Judge, what do you want to say?" Iagos looked left and right, promised, gave the 2 meaningful eyes, turned and left. Helios narrowed his eyes and said to Ares, "Follow." The 2 immediately followed Iagos, came to a hidden corner of the Temple of Judges. It is empty here. Only 2 hell flames are burning and shining. The judge turned his back to the 2 of them and remained silent. "Iagos, if you have anything to say, you can say it now," Helios said. Ares also noticed the clue and stared at the judge. "In the north of Elysee Paradise, there is a small garden. The person you are looking for is there. Pluto used the power of law to cover that place, so you couldn't find it." Iagos turned around and spit out an astonishing secret. Heard the words. Both Helios and Ares were shocked. Chapter 62. Found. Let's fight. They looked at each other. Ares snorted coldly and questioned, "Hades' lackey, why should we trust you?" "Because trusting me is your only choice. Otherwise, you will never find that place until you die. Go. Don't stay here. It will arouse suspicion." Iagos smiled mysteriously and strode away from here again. Ares was about to catch up, but was held back by Helios. "No need to chase, Ares. We can try. He probably won't lie to us." "Why? What if this is a trap?" Ares disagreed with the idea of the sun god. "But half of the news is true, Ares. Don't forget, he is a descendant of the god king, just like you." Helios' eyes showed joy and said, "Let's leave here first, and don't let Hades find out." Ares wanted to say something else, but I feel that Helios' words make some sense. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of a reason, so he stopped thinking and quickly followed Helios. So, following the judge's instructions, the 2 passed through the vast Elysee Paradise and flew to the north of the plain. In a bright room, Hephaestus' fingertips ignited flames, continuously forging a piece of metal 280. In just a few breaths, this piece of metal turned into dozens of strange gadgets, and finally returned to its original shape. Prometheus was so bored, he sat quietly watching, and suddenly said after a long while, "Hephaestus, your cultivation level has been promoted again? Your current flame makes me feel palpitations." "It is indeed promoted. Pluto is still strong. He knew it 3 days ago." Hephaestus smiled faintly. Pluto. Prometheus was a little puzzled by this sentence, because he didn't know the battle between Sleep God and Hephaestus 3 days ago. "It's nothing, Prometheus. I'll go to sleep for a while. You stay here, and call me immediately if there is any movement." Hephaestus extinguished the flame, took the metal orb in his hand, stood up, and walked to the other room. He has just obtained the priesthood of dreams, so he is very new to dreams, and has often slept in these 3 days. Hiding here this time, nothing happened. Hephaestus wanted to dream and practice again. "Of course, no problem. You go. If there is a situation, I will call you," Prometheus promised. The latter nodded. However, just as Hephaestus stepped across the threshold, he stopped suddenly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, 2 end times flashed under the hood of the cloak. "Prometheus, someone is coming outside." He clearly sensed that there were 2 strange and powerful auras approaching quickly outside. Moreover, the mental fluctuations tightly locked the garden, apparently found them. At this critical moment, you can think of who it is with your toes. "Who?" Prometheus was shocked and immediately stood up, looking out with a solemn expression. His eyes penetrated the material that blocked his sight, and soon he saw 2 figures flying towards the distant sky, and murmured rather fearfully, "The god of war, the god of the sun. It's them." Don't hide. Go out and meet them. Hephaestus was silent for a moment, flicked his robe sleeves, and disappeared in place. Hiding is just Pluto's decision. If Hephaestus chooses by himself, it must be a big battle. Now that it has been discovered, it is exactly what Hephaestus wanted. Prometheus had no choice but to go out at the moment. In the dark gray sky of the underworld, the figures of the two appeared one after another, and across from them, two powerful presences stopped the figure. One of the young men was tall and burly, wearing armor and full of murderous looks. Another young man, dressed in a purple robe, is handsome, with a white and beardless face, and a stream of blazing heat distortion space. God of war Ares, god of the sun, Helios. The two sides met each other and saw each other clearly. Helios looked excitedly at the bearded man. Prometheus, you are hiding here. Prometheus, you can't hide any longer. If you don't want to die in my hands, just obediently go back with us. The benevolent king of the gods, maybe you will spare your life. Ares shouted arrogantly. With a big wave of his hand, a sharp spear appeared in his hand. I, Prometheus, no longer serve the hypocritical god-king as my master, let alone go back with you. Prometheus looked frank and fearless, but secretly wondering in my heart, how did these two people find this place? It stands to reason that it is impossible for them to discover the cover of Pluto. Ares, the god of war, and Helios, the god of the sun, are you too happy to be happy? If you find Prometheus, you must be able to capture him. The figure of Hephaestus flashed. Standing in front of Prometheus, he said with a sneer, there are only two main god realms. He still doesn't care. Little devil, who are you? Ares turned his murderous gaze to Hephaestus. Do not know why. He could feel a familiar aura of the same origin in this blonde boy. Helios also stared at the blonde boy. He could sense the opponent's strength. Obviously, this is also a master god powerhouse. What's even more strange is that Helios also sensed a familiar aura from the other party, from the same origin. Ares, you should have heard my name. I am the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. Hephaestus raised his head, revealing half of his handsome face under the hood. Ares, the god of war, is also his son. He is indeed a brother. However, this brotherhood is obviously impossible to be harmonious, whether it is in the original Greek mythology or the present that is about to be at war. Hephaestus, this name made both Helios and Ares look different. Son of Hera, queen of the gods. Hephaestus. None of them expected that Hephaestus would be mixed with Prometheus. Father declared to the gods, you are protected by Mount Olympus. You despicable and shameless guy. You betrayed your father in a blink of an eye. Hang out with this traitor. Ares' blood was throbbing, and he showed an angry face. Today, I will kill you. Let the gods know the fate of betraying the king of the gods. Noisy, Hephaestus said disdainfully, with murderous intent in his eyes. He stopped talking nonsense with the other party and waved his hand. The turbulent field of divine power expands rapidly. Chapter 63. Battle against the sun god. The turbulent field of divine power expands rapidly. A sea of golden flames as thick as a slurry enveloped everyone. The temperature of the entire vast underworld is heating up at this moment. Get hot. Fire. Forge. This is the latest method Hephaestus has learned. Expansion of the field, turning the world into a furnace. Burn all. Forge all. And Hephaestus is the only master in the domain, with supreme authority. This is the strength of the main god realm. Laws and domains dash. The embodiment of authority. Sun god fire. How can that be? See this scene. Both Helios and Ares were taken aback. Especially Helios was shocked. He is the only sun god. The only existence that masters the sun god fire. How could there be a second god who could use the sun god fire and have his authority? And Prometheus was at that moment just now. He was excluded from the divine power field of Hephaestus. He can only wait and see from the outside at this time. I was also secretly surprised that in just a few days, the strength of Hephaestus was several times stronger. He has also comprehended the power of the field. If it is at this speed, Hephaestus will be promoted to the original state in a short time. Ares, Helios, accept forging. You will become the most perfect raw material. Hephaestus' eyes were bright, and a wave of divine power suddenly surged out of his body. The turbulent power of rules engulfs the sun god fire. Blast Helios and Ares. Helios, don't be dazed. Do it. Ares reacted suddenly, let out a thunderous roar, and immediately released his divine power domain. Rumble, war, swords, blood and fire, scourge, tyranny, killing. Fierce and murderous aura swept across thousands of miles. Scenes of phantoms evolved. Bring out the terrifying power of the sky. Confront Hephaestus' law of the forge, the sun god fire. The powerful strength of Ares is undoubtedly evident. Helios was also murderous at this time, though he doesn't know how Hephaestus got the sun fire. But he knows, as long as he kills the other party, then he is the only one who can control the fire. Sun realm. Out. Helios, wearing a golden crown on his head, roared and spread his arms. He immediately uses the power of the priesthood. Summon the sun. Rumble. Under the influence of this stalwart and endless divine power, the land of the boundless underworld shook violently. The dark and cloudy sky is terribly cracked. The blazing golden light curtain penetrates everything, shines on the underworld. The entire gloomy and deep underworld is plunged into the fiery kingdom of light and fire. Even the realm of Hephaestus is suppressed by it. Weakened, Helios bathed in it happily, laughing wildly. With the blessing of the sun domain, his strength will double. In his opinion, kill Hephaestus. It couldn't be easier. The god of the sun is really tricky. Seeing this, Hephaestus frowned with a vertical frown. But he is not afraid. He still has many means that he has not used, such as enabling the priesthood of hell. Communicate with hell in the underworld and get blessings. His power will also double. Or let Prometheus also help in combat. If he fights with all his strength, he is confident that he will be invincible, even killing Ares and Helios. Sun god, how dare you destroy the underworld? Do you want me to kill you? However, at this moment, an angry and majestic voice resounded through the world. But see the vast law of the underworld rushing out like a torrent. Directly smash the sun field that can burn everything in the world. Make up for the deep cracks in the sky above Netherland. Cut off all ties between the sun and Helios. The sun's divine light disappeared, and Helios' domain power also fell layer by layer. Ask for flowers. This is Hades, the Hades, making the move. He cannot tolerate destroying the underworld, but he won't help Hephaestus either. In this war, we can only rely on our own strength. It would be best if Hephaestus and Prometheus win. If Helios and Ares win, then he can only let the other party do things and will not intervene. Pluto. Helios stared at the temple of Hades from a distance, his teeth itching with anger. But there is nothing to do. In a ghostly place like the underworld, his strength has already been weakened. Just communicated with the sun, and his strength was increased, but was intervened by Pluto, and he was directly beaten back to his original shape. That's how he tortured Hephaestus. Humph. Helios was full of anger and couldn't vent, so he aimed his eyes at Hephaestus again and shouted, "Even so, I can kill you. Hephaestus, stop talking nonsense. Don't do anything yet." Ares is in his own battle domain. His body swells against the wind. It turns into a huge monster like a 100-armed titan. He stepped into the air and rushed towards Hephaestus. This power, get the blessing of the domain. Almost destroyed. Accept the wrath of God. Helios' eyes shot fiercely. Control the majestic fire that burns the sky and cooks the earth, and blast it out without end. He will drown Hephaestus in flames. Make him feel the unparalleled extreme pain. God of war, God of the sun, in the field of forging by fire. The only ruler, that handsome young man opened his eyes with a scarlet light, and opened his bright and thin lips. Your current strength is too small. Just at this very moment, Hephaestus activates the priesthood. Communicate with the other side of the underworld, the distant and deep hell abyss. Rumble. Priesthood. Call forth death. Darkness. Infernal forces of iniquity. Vastness. All kinds of laws. Bless the whole body. Chapter 64. Killing the sun god priesthood. Call forth death. Darkness. Infernal forces of iniquity. Vastness. All kinds of laws. Blessings. The power of Hephaestus has skyrocketed. The power of his own domain is also several times stronger out of thin air. Right now, Death Spear. Thunderous roaring shock. The spear of Ares, the god of war, has wrapped in mighty power. Across time and space, the electric shot is flying. Its terrifying power can almost pierce the underworld. Vulnerable. Hephaestus looked flat. The indifferent voice echoed throughout the underworld. Next moment, he raised his white and slender palm and held the war spear. Click. An incomparably clear and crisp sound of 803 came out. Hephaestus crushed this extremely hard artifact with one hand and grabbed the spearhead and threw it back at Ares. In addition to the power of the domain, it is also filled with the filth of hell. Death. The power of various laws of darkness. If the gods are contaminated, they must also be washed away. War fields. Ares' eyes were tearing apart, and he summoned the blessing of the domain. At the same time, He raised his huge war shield and blocked it in front of him. His divine weapon that is infinitely close to the main god level. That's how it was pinched by Hephaestus. He never expected that stores would be so slender, and the spearhead thrown this time. It made his heart full of chills. He had a hunch that if he couldn't take this move, his life would be in danger. Boom. The thunderous black on has drawn deep scars on the sky of Hades. Hit Ares' war shield hard. The latter can't bear this huge force at all. The hurricane was rolled up, and I couldn't help flying backwards. The huge body finally fell to the ground fiercely. The divine body lay across the plane of truth, crushing countless undead, and stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. Cough. Ares' face turned purple, and he spat out hot blood on the ground. One move. God of War Ares. Seriously wounded. Temple of Hades. When Hades and the gods of the underworld saw this shocking scene, their eyes were filled with splendor and their hearts were shocked. Only the judge, Iagos, frowned, showing nervousness. This moment, the attack of Helios, the god of the sun, succeeds the attack of Ares. The sun divine fire is indeed powerful. But Helios, you are only the god of the sun. All the fires in the world should respect me. I am the god of fire. Hephaestus. Hephaestus spoke again. The grand sound of the gods resounds through the vast sky of the underworld. In the dark, the power of a law enveloped Joshin. Hephaestus launched the field, and suddenly swept away all the sun fires of Helios. Instantly refine it into your own. Moreover, the furnace-like field released extremely terrifying high temperatures. Helios, the god of the sun, is submerged in this kingdom of light and flames. Constantly forged. Refined. Helios tasted the extreme pain. Let out a terrible scream. The body and even the soul have been tempered in this way. Helios only wants to die quickly. Get rid of this pain. In this moment, even the gods of the underworld dare not look directly at the flames of the furnace that burns everything. Hades, the king of the underworld, even used his authority to wrap this battlefield with the power of law. If he doesn't make a move, after this battle is over, there will be no living beings in the underworld except gods. The time of 3 breaths passed in a blink of an eye. The shrill screams in the furnace of terror disappeared completely. The only god of the sun in the world, Helios, the son of the 12 titans, a master of the gods. This is how he fell. How could he be so powerful? Ares' eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were almost crushed. But he dared not rush forward to fight again, because he knows, if you don't take this opportunity to escape, he will end up the same way as Helios. Call out. Ares didn't hesitate at all. The divine body quickly shrunk, turned into a streamer, and fled quickly to the sky. Hephaestus witnessed this scene, but did not go after it. He received the soul essence of Helios into the system space, withdrew the field, and put away the supernatural powers. The whole person slowly descended from midair. Seriously injuring the god of war and killing the god of sun with thunder means he also consumed a lot. At this moment, he was already a little weak, and if he chased him, it would easily trigger Ares' fierce counterattack. He was not fully sure, so he couldn't move lightly. Hephaestus, look, I'm going after you. Prometheus, who had been watching the battle all along, let out a low growl, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the direction where Ares left. He never did it. It is still at its peak at the moment, so of course there is no need to worry about Ares. But Prometheus didn't want to kill him. He came here just to catch Ares back. In this way, the news of Helios' death can be temporarily covered up. Hephaestus also has time to grow in strength, and doesn't have to bear the wrath of the king of the gods immediately. Hephaestus didn't say anything to stop him, but he didn't think Prometheus could pursue him successfully. He vaguely felt that the guy Ares still had a lot of means that he hadn't used. 2.1 Hephaestus. Unexpectedly, your strength is so strong that even this king has to admire you. Hades' palace. Hades said with complicated eyes. He was still thinking in his heart. Perhaps that prophecy was true. And Hephaestus is the heir who replaced Zeus, the king of the gods. Thank you, Hades, for your praise. I apologize for the damage this battle caused to the underworld, but this battle could have been avoided. Helios and Ares just found us for some unknown reason. Hephaestus talks through the air. For the sudden arrival of the sun god and the god of war, not only Prometheus felt strange, but he also felt strange. Now that the battle is over, it is natural to bring this matter up with Pluto. Chapter 65. Obtaining the sun priesthood and improving the realm. Oh. Hades frowned, and casually glanced at the gods of the underworld behind him. This is indeed very strange, but this king will figure it out. The gods of the underworld all lowered their heads in fear. In fact, most of them don't know what's going on. Suddenly Hephaestus was at war with these two Olympian gods. Only Judge Iagos is the only one who knows. But he hid it very well, without revealing any flaws. Hephaestus said nothing more. He now wants to improve his strength to the peak state as soon as possible. And the best way is to forge artifacts. The essence of Helios' corpse emerged from the palm of Hephaestus, and then a cloud of scarlet flames sprang up to devour it. It's just a few breaths. A sharp golden sword appeared in the flames, emanating countless blazing rays of light. Sun God, Sword of Helios. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the main artifact. System 17 rewards, Clergy/Sun, 1000 divine power. The moment the Excalibur took shape, system rewards are coming. Hephaestus smiled, opened the system panel immediately, and clicked on all the plus signs. The Sun priesthood is also useful to him. After all, he controls the Sun God fire. Coupled with the priesthood, the power of manipulation will increase several times. Moreover, fighting in the sky and expanding the domain will also have extraordinary benefits. Boom. The turbulent divine power subsided, and Hephaestus was successfully promoted to the 6th level of the main god realm. The divine power in the body is more powerful. I'm a Vulcan from the beginning, and with the blessing of the Sun Goddess, the power of the Sun God fire will far exceed Helios. Even if it's only the 6th level of the main god, I can fight at a higher level. Hephaestus thought to himself. Coupled with various other methods, he is confident that even Hades, the king of the underworld, can fight against each other now. In the underworld and hell, it can be said that as long as he doesn't meet the original god, he doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. Phew. At this time, Prometheus turned into a streamer and descended from the sky, landing beside the blonde boy. How about it? Hephaestus calmed down, raised his eyes and asked. Didn't catch up, he ran too fast. Prometheus shook his head, his eyes showing worry. It's okay, go talk to Pluto first. Hephaestus didn't care, soared into the sky, and flew back to the temple of Hades. The two came to the inner hall. The gods of the underworld have retreated. Only Hades, the king of the underworld, is left here, sitting on the dark altar. Upon meeting, Prometheus asked, Pluto, what happened just now? Why did Helios and Ares suddenly discover our location? I'm also looking into this matter, Prometheus. A cold light flashed in Hades' eyes. He can guess it. Zeus definitely planted a mole in his underworld. Otherwise, with his concealment methods, Helios and Ares would never have discovered Prometheus. But who is this mole? Hades has no idea yet. Hearing what Pluto said, Prometheus knew he couldn't ask anything. So he looked back at the blonde boy and said worriedly, Hephaestus, the god of war escaped from the underworld. It won't be long before the entire Mount Olympus will know that you killed the sun god. Zeus will also be enraged, and he may personally attack us this time. Hephaestus has not yet spoken. Hades sneered and said, You are wrong. Prometheus, Zeus will not care about a mere sun god at all, and he will not come to the underworld unless it is absolutely necessary. This is my king's place. At home, he will be afraid. He also stared at the blonde boy. Hephaestus, the only thing you have to worry about is Helios' parents. They will also seek revenge on you. These two titans are very powerful, and their strength is no less than this king. The parents of the sun god are Hyperion and Thea. They are all one of the 12 titans, with the cultivation base of the main god's peak state. In terms of strength, it is not weaker than Hades, who is Hades. The two of them, if they come to the underworld. Hephaestus looked at Hades calmly and said, I still have the power to protect myself. Pluto doesn't need to worry. Originally, Hephaestus wanted to say, if they come to the underworld, they will only come to be buried with the sun god. But think about it. Hades clearly stated that the strength of these two titans is not weaker than his own, and he can kill each other no matter how arrogantly. The implication is that even Hades can kill him? Being in the territory of Pluto, Hephaestus thought about it. It's better not to be too high profile. This is also to keep a whole card for yourself. Hades noticed Hephaestus' calm look. Facing the 12 titans, they all bluntly said that they have the power to protect themselves. If it were placed on someone else, maybe Hades would think that this person is arrogant. But after these two battles, Hades has a clear understanding of Hephaestus' combat effectiveness. The words of self-preservation are by no means exaggerated. As an ally of the underworld, this guy is naturally as strong as possible, but the last time he ordered the sleeping god to test him, it was a bit unpleasant. Hades suddenly remembered this. He is very reluctant to have a confrontation with Hephaestus now. But the previous temptation was already tantamount to offending the other party. Hades couldn't help but want to make up for this relationship at this moment. Hephaestus, you are powerful, so you should be safe to protect yourself. But for the sake of safety, you still need to be more prepared. Hades came up with an idea, stood up, and said, "There are many treasures in my treasure house. I can go to you to choose, and I will be more confident in dealing with the enemy." 337 Hephaestus and Hades looked at each other and smiled. He also probably understood what the old fox was thinking. So he was not polite and said, "Pluto, the treasures are free. I just want some refining materials to forge artifacts. If you have them, you might as well give me some. Materials for refining equipment? This is absolutely necessary, and the king will order someone to send it." Hades and Hephaestus smiled knowingly. This made Prometheus on the side feel a little weird. He always felt that there were some secrets secretly between the old and the young. That night, two tall and burly undead warriors brought a large treasure chest to Hephaestus' room. It is filled with refining materials. There are also some horns and teeth of warcraft. The grade is not bad, and it may be able to forge a high-level artifact. But for Hephaestus, the upper artifact is too shabby. Now only the main artifact can enter his eyes. Forget it, at least it's Pluto's kindness. Just accept it with a smile. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. Whether in Mount Olympus or in the underworld, the main god powerhouse is the mainstay, and the top combat power cannot be used to forge him. Now the pits of hell are again occupied by Tartarus. Pluto was able to obtain the raw materials for the high-level artifact, which was considered to be an intention to ease the relationship. Hephaestus took out these strange materials and raised his palm to create a small field. Chapter 66. Now god of war Hades is available. The field of fire forging controlled by Hephaestus can be large or small. Using domains to forge artifacts, whether it is the quality of the artifacts, the accuracy of operation, or the degree of purification, will be greatly improved. Gradually, the raw materials in the field are fused together. In the scarlet flames, a death helmet full of the dark style of the underworld is formed. The color is as black as ink. Two huge animal teeth stood erect under the helmet. There is also a scarlet vertical eye that is about to open between the eyebrows, haunting a gloomy atmosphere of death. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards 100 years of divine power. Holy title/underworld. The moment this artifact took shape, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Hephaestus' mind. There is nothing unusual about 100 years of divine power. But the priesthood of Pluto surprised he and stores. This is the priesthood possessed by Hades, the king of the underworld. The reason why Hades has such powerful power in the underworld is because of having this priesthood. Control the power of the underworld and get the blessing of the entire underworld. The power it exerts is simply terrifying. With this priesthood, my strength in the underworld can double again. Even Hades now, I can defeat it. Hephaestus thought excitedly as his heart beat faster. But now that Hades is showing favor to him and intends to make up the relationship, there is no need to fight him. After all, Hephaestus is alone and needs allies. And Hades is not as simple as it seems. Without the support of the original god behind him, he would never have the confidence to confront Zeus. And he has been planning to overthrow Zeus' rule. The original god, Hephaestus, is far from being an opponent now. Mount Olympus. A blood-red streamer pierced the sky and landed with a bang. All the gods noticed this powerful aura and knew Ares, god of war, is back. Ares, who fled from the underworld in embarrassment, looked gloomy and strode across the square into the temple of the king of gods. Seeing his ferocious appearance, many gods on the road didn't even dare to say hello and avoided him from a distance. Ares, why did you come back alone? Where are Helios and Apollo? In the majestic palace of the king of gods. Suddenly, there was a majestic voice. Ares looked a little awe-inspiring, passed through layers of guards, and walked in quickly. I saw Zeus sitting on the throne, sitting and talking with the queens of the gods beside him. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Artemis, the goddess of hunting, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and Hermes, the goddess of the gods, stand on the side of the hall. Ares walks in. All the eyes of the gods were on him. After the battle in the underworld, Ares was in a mess all over his body. The armor on his chest was broken, his face was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were still stained with blood. For god of war, this situation is very rare. All the gods were surprised, and Zeus also frowned and asked, Ares, what happened? Great king of the gods. Ares came to the center, gritted his teeth, and shouted angrily, my injuries were all caused by Hephaestus. That traitor is in the underworld, collaborating with Prometheus. He also killed Helios and Apollo. Only me people escaped. These words echoed like thunder. The expressions of the gods in the temple changed dramatically. Apollo's sister, the goddess of hunting, Artemis, was even more traumatized when she heard this, and almost fainted. It was Athena who quickly supported her. Hephaestus, Ares, what the hell is going on? Zeus also fell into extreme anger. His eyes suddenly flashed with sharp lightning, and he asked loudly. As soon as he got angry, the majestic coercion of the god king swept out. All the gods on Mount Olympus were shocked by this coercion and trembled. Yes, that's how it is. Ares trembled, and with a trembling voice, he roughly told Zeus what happened in the underworld. As for Apollo, the god of light, he was actually swept away by the river Styx, and his life and death are still uncertain. But Ares, because he hated Hephaestus so much, simply put the blame on Hephaestus. Explained directly to Zeus that Apollo was killed by Hephaestus. Kill the two main gods on Mount Olympus one after another. One of them is the god King Iko. Ares didn't believe it, but Zeus could hold back and not kill Hephaestus. In that case, his goal would be achieved. Soon, the temple fell silent. Through the narration of Ares, gods such as Zeus and Hera have roughly figured out what happened in the underworld. Zeus blushed angrily. He had no idea that Hephaestus was mixed up with Prometheus, and also killed his favorite son Apollo. This 2 consecutive betrayals made him furious. Apollo, my brother. Artemis Pear Blossom was reigning. Her face was full of tears, and she cried out in hatred. Hephaestus, I must kill you. Avenge Apollo. I swear. Athena, who is the best friend of the goddess of hunting, saw her uttering such heart-piercing mournful roars, and felt infinite pity in her heart. At the same time, a wave of anger rushed directly to the top of her head, and she supported her soft shoulders and comforted her. Artemis, don't be too sad. I will help you take revenge and kill your enemy. Only Hera, the queen of the gods, felt very different. She was secretly delighted. The illegitimate son of Apollo is finally dead. Now she really wants to see that be Leto looks so heartbroken. But at the same time, the mood is also very complicated. Apollo, Helios, Ares, 3 powerful main gods. Fight Hephaestus alone. Can't beat them all. Even lost 2. This kind of strength is definitely the #1 among the younger generation in Mount Olympus. Such an excellent son is much better than Ares, a mindless idiot. Hera is very regretful now. If she knew that she should have endured it at the beginning, she would not have thrown Hephaestus away. Wu Zhao, if she had raised Hephaestus safely, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. Just as the gods grieved for Apollo and the sun god. When Hera rejoiced alone, Zeus finally couldn't bear it and broke out. Damn. Hephaestus, the B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zeus, who was on the verge of erupting in anger, stood up from his seat, and a pair of eagle wings fanned out hurricanes and lightning. The sky, the earth, and the ocean all felt the terrifying wrath of the god-king, and many creatures screamed, while human beings knelt down and prayed. I want to go to the underworld myself. Take his life. In the bottom of Zeus's heart, he wanted to avenge Apollo. The second is that he is afraid of that prophecy, which will come true on Faith Toss. Hephaestus is so powerful that he will become the original god sooner or later. He must kill it in advance. Zeus will never allow his offspring who are stronger than him to live against his offspring. Chapter 67. Ares was delighted to see Zeus so furious. His purpose is about to be achieved. However, Hera, the queen of the gods, was startled when she heard Zeus's words and immediately stood up and said solemnly, "God King, it's not a matter of whimsy now. If you go to the underworld, Big Brother Hades will definitely attack you. He has the support of Ms. Evernight behind him, so he won't have the slightest scruples. Lady of the Night. She is the mother of the twin brothers Death and Sleep. The goddess of the night, Nyx, is a powerful primordial god." Hera's words worked. When Zeus heard this, half of his anger was extinguished immediately. He clenched his fists tightly, the blue tendons on the sides of the sleeves were exposed, and finally he folded his eagle wings and sat down again. Seeing this, Ares secretly hated Hera, even if the other party was his mother. And Artemis also showed disappointment. She is not stupid, she is not dazzled by hatred. Hephaestus can beat 3 and win completely, and his strength is immeasurably powerful. The huge Mount Olympus. If Zeus hadn't come out personally, who could kill it in the underworld? Hera also sat down with Zeus and said calmly, "This matter may as well be considered in the long term. The king of gods must not be impulsive, otherwise it will fall into Hades' arms." Long term, Zeus's face was gloomy and terrifying. He shook his head at 050 and said, "Hephaestus and Prometheus are 2 rebels, and Hades has shelter. Except for me, the other gods are no match at all. Not like this. And the titans Hyperion and Thea, they can enter Hades and kill Hephaestus. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, said secretly in her heart, but she didn't point it out, because she suddenly realized that it was most likely Hephaestus and Prometheus who stole the divine fire and sowed the fire to the world. At the same time, God King Zeus also thought of this. His eyes lit up involuntarily. After thinking about it carefully, he raised his head and said to the envoy, Hestia, go and ask the moon goddess Selene to come here immediately. Hestia nodded respectfully upon hearing this, and said, of order. He turned around and quickly left the temple. Selene, goddess of the moon, and Helios, god of the sun, are siblings. They are the children of the 12 titans, Hyperion and Thea. Since they wanted to borrow a knife to kill people, it was most appropriate for their daughter Selene to deliver the sad news of Helios' death. Only the weeping of Artemis remained in the hall. Not long. Hestia walked in quickly, leading the graceful goddess. The goddess wears a glorious crescent crown, a moon-white robe, and a light veil on her face, so she cannot see her true face. But judging from the beautiful eyebrows and bright eyes, this is definitely a stunning beauty. King of the gods. The goddess was very nervous, walked up to Zeus in a few steps, and called out in a trembling voice. It can be seen that she wants to ask some questions, but lacks the courage to face the cruel truth. Selene. Zeus called out the name of the goddess softly, showing a look of grief. Even though this is cruel, I have to tell you the bad news. Helios died in Kong. Do not, Selene screamed, and 2 pearly tears fell to the ground in an instant. Torn apart. Her appearance at this moment is almost the same as the goddess of hunting who just learned of Apollo's death. Distraught. How come? How come? Helios is a strong main god, and he also has the priesthood of the sun. Who can kill him? Was it Pluto who took the shot? King Zeus, please tell me. Selene's eyes were red, and she shouted one after another, full of hatred. It was Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, who not only killed Helios, but also Apollo, the god of light. Zeus sighed and said, he is very powerful, and he is hiding in the underworld right now, blessed by Hades. Even I can't move lightly. The voice fell. The temple fell silent. The grief-stricken Selene gradually calmed down, and the flames of hatred appeared in her eyes. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, I understand. King of the gods, please allow me to be rude and leave. I want to bring this sad news to my parents. Why she didn't wait for Zeus to speak. It turned into a BHFB streamer and flew out of the temple through the air. Soon, a lunar chariot pulled by 2 divine horses appeared in the sky and left Mount Olympus at a gallop. Just when the moon girl Selene left Mount Olympus, Hephaestus is studying the priesthood of Hades in his room. This priesthood is very powerful, but at the same time, it cannot be used easily. Otherwise, Hades, the king of the underworld, will definitely investigate to the end and even start a life-and-death fight with him. The supreme authority of the king cannot be tampered with by anyone. This is an absolute no-no. This whole card cannot be exposed for the time being. Hephaestus thought to himself, he can still weigh the pros and cons unless it is a last resort. He doesn't need to use this whole card. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Hephaestus blinked and looked out the door. The god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus, I am Hecate, the goddess of magic. May I go in and talk to you? A soft and pleasant female voice came from outside the door. The goddess of magic, Hecate. Hephaestus hesitated and said, come in. There was a crunch. The door was pushed open. A beautiful goddess in a bright red robe walked in. The dress is lightly swayed, and every move is extremely elegant. Hephaestus looked straight ahead. Only now did he take a closer look at the appearance of the goddess of magic. There are 2 dimples on her delicate face. Her eyes are like summer leaves. Her long hair hangs on her shoulders, and every step she takes will gently float. There was even a delicate fragrance coming from him. Hephaestus smelled it, and couldn't help but think of Thetis, the sea goddess. She has a similar scent on her too. Hephaestus, I hope you don't mind your interruption. Hecate said with a slight smile. No problem. I don't know why the goddess is looking for me. Hephaestus waved his hand. I would like to ask you to help her find some artifacts. I heard from Prometheus that your forging technology is the best in the world. Hecate expressed his intentions and complimented her a bit by the way. Refining artifacts. Hephaestus nodded. He more or less guessed it. After all, he has just come to the underworld not long ago, and he is not familiar with these gods of the underworld. Apart from forging artifacts, he has nothing to get in touch with. Can you? Hephaestus, I can pay you a satisfactory reward. Hecate asked. Of course can. Hephaestus smiled and agreed. As far as he knows, Hecate is very powerful and once helped Zeus defeat the one-eyed Titan. Even Zeus is afraid of her 3 points, so it can be seen that her strength can already threaten the king of the gods. Moreover, Hecate is still a rare virgin goddess among the Greek gods. She has always kept herself clean and never messed around. That's why Hephaestus agreed. Maybe, by helping Hecate forge artifacts, he could get the other party's magic priesthood. Chapter 68. Obtaining the favor of the goddess of magic. Hecate's heart trembled slightly at Faith's smile. His cheeks turned red quickly, and his eyes immediately moved away, not daring to look again. Thank you. Then, Faith Toth. You take out all the materials, I can help you refine it now. Hephaestus felt a little puzzled when he noticed that there was a difference in her expression, but he didn't think much about it. Don't know. A smile from his handsome face is enough to make any goddess' heart flustered in an instant. Okay. When it came to business, Hecate calmed down and took out all kinds of raw materials for forging the artifact and piled them all over the ground. I want to forge 3 artifacts. Are there enough materials? If not, enough. Hephaestus cast his eyes on the ingredients and interrupted Hecate. The skin of the dragon, the skeleton of the monster, and the source crystal tempered by divine power. Hecate is worth a lot. Hephaestus thought to himself. There is a large pile of materials in front of him. Many Hephaestus are not recognizable, but the quality is also excellent. It is not a problem at all to forge the most advanced top-grade artifact. What artifact do you want to forge? You can tell me, as well as the attributes of the artifact. Hephaestus said, Oh yes, I want to forge a robe, and Hecate carefully explained the required artifacts and attributes one by one. Hephaestus also listened to her carefully. In the end, after confirming that the attributes of the artifact to be forged are correct, boom, the scarlet flames burst out from the palm of Hephaestus. He opened the forging field, took all the materials into it, and started forging. In the field, the scarlet flames are constantly evolving, comparable to the most sophisticated instruments. This fascinated Hecate. It was the first time she had seen such a sight. She never thought before that there would be gods with such skills. Shortly after, 3 artifacts were born from the flames. Crimson robe, soul refining sword, magic staff. Every piece is radiant. The appearance is extraordinary. Hecate beamed. She can feel the power of these artifacts, which are much stronger than what she is using now. At the same time, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/knight. 100 years of divine power. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/ghost. 100 years of divine power. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/magic. 100 years of divine power. The sound of the system came one after another. Hephaestus forged these 3 artifacts and got the 3 priesthoods of night, ghost, and magic respectively. These are the priesthoods held by Hecate, and the most powerful of these is magic. Otherwise Hecate would not have been dubbed the goddess of magic. Hephaestus opened the system panel and immediately learned all 3 priesthoods. In an instant, he has links with thousands of ghosts in the night and the underworld. There are many magical inheritances in my mind. The magic system of this era is obviously very chaotic. However, Hephaestus can barely classify it based on his previous life experience. Such as natural magic, planetary magic, ritual magic, and elemental magic are so complicated that even the brain of Hephaestus, the main god, took a while to sort them out. But these magics are all wonderful. For a moment Hephaestus was obsessed with it, until Hecate, who couldn't wait, stretched out a white finger and poked his shoulder cautiously. Hephaestus, are these artifacts ready? Hephaestus woke up from the immersion, reacted for a few seconds, and nodded back to the forging field. Hecate immediately took the 3 artifacts with a happy smile on his face. The quality of this is perfect. Whether it is defense or attack, casting spells, the power will increase several times. It's a pity that there are no good materials, otherwise we can forge a god-level artifact. Hephaestus said at this time. The quality of these artifacts is already top-notch. I am very satisfied. Hecate was full of joy, raised her eyes and said, Hephaestus, what do you need? I have many treasures here, which can be used as a reward for forging artifacts. I'm not interested in treasures. Hephaestus shook his head. In fact, he earned more by forging these artifacts. 3 priesthoods, and many demon inheritances. Any other compensation is not important. Hecate hesitated and spit out a word. He doesn't know what Hephaestus wants. Well, you teach me magic. As a reward, I just have a few questions I want to ask. Seeking flowers, Zero Hephaestus had a flash of inspiration. He happened to have a few doubts about magic. Standing in front of this patriarch of the magic world, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't ask for advice? You also know magic. Hecate was taken aback. Let's understand a little bit, but I can't compare with you, the goddess of magic. Hephaestus said, actually, my question is not difficult. I just want to know about the formation aspect in the realm of gods and ritual magic. Accompanying Hephaestus to speak out his doubts, Hecate's eyes became brighter and brighter, more and more surprised. This is a long story. One after another, esoteric and mysterious questions are more than just understanding a little bit. This is something that can only be proposed by the top magician level. Even Hephaestus is still masterful, conceived to combine all kinds of magic with the realm of the main god. Some of these kinds of questions directly made Hecate feel like meeting a confidant. There are also some things that Hecate didn't even think of before, but listening to Hephaestus talk now, it's like opening a window and seeing a whole new scenery. Unconsciously, the two continued to talk at length like this. Until late at night, Hecate had no intention of stopping. After all, the gods she met were all powerful because they were born with natural talents, and they were not learned at all. Moreover, there are very few gods who understand magic, and she has never met anyone she can talk to in this regard in all these years. Now you have Hephaestus as your confidant. Of course you can't miss it. As for Hephaestus, he also learned a lot from Hecate. Some of them can even be applied to his main god domain. But these are still hypotheses, which have yet to be tried and developed. In this way, for several days, Hecate is almost always with Hephaestus. The gods of the underworld often see two people going in and out at the same time, and the conversation between them will never stop, and they can't stop talking. This point makes all the gods admire. They never expected that Hephaestus could have a good relationship with the always cold Hecate, and they were still so close. You must know that, apart from talking a few words with the goddess Styx and the queen of the underworld, Hecate has always been indifferent to these male gods, which can be described as extremely cold. In the case of Hephaestus, it was definitely the sun rising in the west that created the world for the first time. Chapter 69. The beautiful rainbow goddess on the banks of the river Styx. A gorgeous rainbow suddenly fell from the sky. She fell to the ground and turned into a beautiful goddess, wearing a colorful dress, with a round and beautiful face. She looked around the bank for a while, then suddenly slapped her head, as if waking up to something. She quickly took out a coin from her pocket and threw it towards the river. Not long. Harsh, piercing strings came from the river. In the thick white mist, the figure of Charon, the god of crossing the Styx, appeared. Dear Charon, the crossing god, please carry me across the river. When the goddess in Sai saw him, she beckoned and waved, her voice sweet and melodious. Charon stared blankly at her, stopped playing the music, and said rarely, Messenger of the gods, Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, what news do you bring from the gods? As he spoke, he slid the boat toward the shore. Iris picked up the colorful skirt, 747, with both hands, and jumped on it gracefully. This time it's bad news. But if you can notify in advance, it can be regarded as good news among bad news. Dushin, what musical instrument is that in your hand? It's so weird, I've never seen it before. It was given to me by the god of fire and craftsmen. When mentioning the musical instrument, Charon couldn't help it immediately. A scary smile appeared on the zombie's face, and he said quite proudly, Let me play a song for you, Light Walk. Walk on the field of truth. Iris was still terrified. She couldn't figure it out. Such a horrifying and shrill music. Why is it called Light Walk? It's almost called Darkness Reaper of Souls. Shaking her head, Iris drove the music out of her head. Then identified the direction and walked towards the palace where Hades lives. There are still important tasks waiting for her. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow. When Hephaestus was found, Hephaestus was still talking about magic with Hecate. The two stood intimately in front of a beautiful garden, enveloped in the scent of flowers, looking like a couple in the period of passionate love. Is that the child of the god Empress? So handsome. From a distance, Iris looked at Hephaestus and saw the stunning profile of the blonde boy. It doesn't match up with the rumored ugliness at all. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder, why did Hera abandon such a beautiful child? At the same time, Hephaestus sensed that someone was watching him and turned his head to look away. Hecate also coincidentally looked at Iris with him. Iris, this is Hera's confidant after the gods, and she should be looking for you. Hecate reminded the blonde boy in a low voice after seeing the visitor clearly. Hephaestus nodded. He also had a lot of information about the rainbow goddess in his mind just now. The goddess of the rainbow is also an angel who delivers news, but unlike Hermes, Iris is Hera's confidant. She always appears with the Queen Hera and often turns into a rainbow. Appeared in the underworld at this moment. Probably came to find him. Hephaestus couldn't figure out what kind of moth the Queen Hera was playing with. Hephaestus, I am Iris, goddess of the rainbow, by the command of Hera, queen of the gods, to bring you news. Why Iris walked in front of the two, bowed slightly, and said, Tell me, what news does the god Empress have for me? Hephaestus and Hecate looked at each other and asked plainly. Zeus, the king of the gods, intends to use the parents of Helios, the god of the sun, to deal with you. The goddess of the moon, Selene, has already left Mount Olympus. It must not be long before they will come to the underworld to take revenge on you. Iris didn't ink and told Hephaestus the news directly. Pluto really knew Zeus, so he really didn't dare to come in person, using the 12 titans. Hephaestus' eyes flickered, and he sneered twice. His strength has doubled now. If the 12 titans come to a pair, he will kill a pair. The moment Helios was refined, Hephaestus was ready for battle, so the news was not surprising. To his surprise, Hera actually sent an envoy to tell him the news. What does this mean? Are you starting to care about your abandoned son? Hephaestus' sneer made Iris flustered. She had never seen such a godly smile that could be so breathtaking and full of murderous intent. Looking down, Iris continued. Also, Hephaestus, if you kill Apollo, the god of light, it is estimated that Apollo's mother, Leto, and sister, the goddess of hunting, Artemis, will also come together. You have to prepare in advance. Prepare. This made Hephaestus a little confused. Frowning said, Apollo, the god of light? I didn't kill him. Those who fought with him were only the god of the sun and the god of war from the beginning to the end. Hecate then said, Apollo, the god of light, is not dead, Iris. He has never met Hephaestus at all, and he is now in the hands of the goddess of the river Styx. I think you are mistaken. Apollo is not dead, in the hands of the goddess Styx. Iris was startled, looked at the two, and shouted, If this is the case, then the hunting goddess and Leto will definitely not be enemies with Hephaestus. Please take this news back home. If they want to come to me after knowing it clearly, then just come here. Hephaestus said. For him, 1 or 2 more enemies is nothing at all. It is nothing more than 2 extra refining materials. But being framed by Ares in such a small conspiracy, he would not accept it, and naturally he had to explain it clearly. Iris nodded again and said, I will. My message is over. Hephaestus, I have to go back first. Respected goddess of magic, see you soon. The voice did not fall. A burst of colored light swept away. Iris disappeared in an instant. It appears that Ares lied to the gods of Mount Olympus. Scarlet light flashed in the eyes of Hephaestus. You actually put Apollo's blame on me. It's a shame. If you seriously injured Ares with 1 move, you still use 1 against 2 to make him lose face. Naturally, he will find a way to get back at you. Hecate smiled slightly, showing 2 dimples. But this time, Iris should be able to explain this 1.1 matter clearly when she returns. Everyone knows the grievances between the goddess Styx and Zeus. A gorgeous rainbow bridge runs across Guanyu. The rainbow goddess Iris is back on Mount Olympus. And he told the Queen Hera exactly the news he got in the underworld. Hera was quite surprised when she heard the news. Also realized that it was Ares, the god of war, who was lying. Although she was a little unhappy that Apollo didn't die, she couldn't hide it. And explaining it to Zeus would also save Hephaestus an enemy or 2. Ever since, Hera immediately rushed to the palace of the king of the gods and told the news to Zeus. You mean, Apollo isn't dead? He's in the hands of Styx right now. Zeus sat on the throne, looking at his blonde and blue-eyed beautiful queen in astonishment. Chapter 70. This is what Hecate, the goddess of magic, said. With a calm expression, Hera said, Also, you can ask Ares to confirm it. When Zeus heard the words, lightning flashed in his eyes. In fact, Hecate's weight is heavy enough. However, this kind of thing still needs to be verified to be sure, and you can't just listen to one-sided words. Zeus spread his wings and left the temple immediately. Hera sat on the side of the god-queen, waiting quietly. Not long. Zeus returned, walked up to Hera, and said with a cold face, Hera, your sons are really stronger than the other. 10 dare to fight against Mount Olympus. 1 dares to lie and deceive me. It is impossible. Hera just gave Zeus a blank look. Your precious son Apollo is not dead. Isn't that enough to appease your anger? Zeus snorted coldly. But he had to admit in his heart that after knowing the news, he was indeed relieved a lot, and his anger due to being fat had all subsided. It's just that Apollo is in deep danger now, which makes him very worried. Zeus sighed and said worryingly, Hephaestus didn't kill Apollo, but she fell into the hands of the goddess of the river Styx. Her hatred for me was so great that she might really kill Apollo to vent her anger. Hera ignored the conversation. She dislikes everything about Apollo. So Zeus talked to himself worriedly. After a while, he finally thought of a countermeasure. Immediately ordered to find the 4 children of Styx, the goddess of the river Styx. But it's not for the purpose of coercing an exchange. In the eyes of Zeus, the 4 children of the goddess Styx are not worth an Apollo. In case the goddess Styx tears up the ticket recklessly, then he will regret it too late. Furthermore, goddess Styx doesn't care about these children who serve the enemy. The king of the gods, Nike, the goddess of victory, Kratos, the god of strength, Zeros, the god of passion, and Bia, the goddess of violence, have been brought here. Soon, several gods brought all 4 children of the goddess Styx to the temple. Nike, Kratos, Zeros, Bia, sea god king. When the 4 gods saw Zeus, they were respectful and fanatical, although they are the children of the goddess Styx. But the relationship with goddess Styx is not good. On the contrary, he admired Zeus very much, joined Mount Olympus, and worked for Zeus. Zeus nodded and said straight to the point, Niji, your mother, the goddess of the river Styx, has captured Apollo, the god of light. I want you and Hermes to go to the underworld to negotiate and bring Apollo back. Can it be done? Hear this. The 4 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, It will definitely be done. Please rest assured, the king of the gods. Zeus' love for Apollo and the gods of Mount Olympus are obvious to all. The gods of the earth, rivers, and the underworld are also clear. If you can't save Apollo, Nike, Kratos, Zeus, and Bia all thought together. If this matter is done well, they will definitely be appreciated by God King Zeus. Well then, Hermes, you take them and set off immediately. Go to the underworld to negotiate with Styx, and make sure to bring Apollo back. Zeus' prestige ordered. Obey, Hermes answered loudly. Just when Zeus arranged a plan to rescue Apollo, Artemis, the goddess of hunting, has begun to pack her weapons. She also learned that Apollo was kidnapped by the goddess Styx. Distraught now, she knows the grievances between goddess Styx and Zeus. If goddess Styx is really angry, she will most likely kill Apollo to take revenge. Every moment of delay, Apollo will be in more danger. Artemis, what do you want to do alone? Go to the underworld? Can you beat the goddess Styx in the underworld? Suddenly, at the door of the hunting goddess, a figure walked in. It is Athena, the goddess of wisdom who is graceful and strong. Artemis heard the words. The action of fastening the quiver froze, and without looking back, he said stubbornly, No matter what, I want to rescue Apollo. If Styx doesn't let her go, then one of us will die. I'd rather die in battle than hear about Apollo again. The news that Luo was killed. In a real fight, you are no match for her. Athena had expected her answer, and said, Artemis, let me accompany you. We will fight side by side. Hear this. Artemis turned around slowly, and met Athena's eyes, showing a grateful look. She opened her soft arms and hugged this bosom friend in her arms. Athena felt the warmth of her tender body, patted her back lightly, and said firmly, Artemis, if the goddess of the river Styx refuses to let you go, I promise, you will never die that one. Thank you, Athena. A warm current surged through Artemis' heart. Thank you. These 2 words are lighter than Athena's friendship. Artemis swore secretly in her heart that if she could come back safely this time, she must repay Athena well. At this point, the 2 beautiful goddesses left Mount Olympus full of fighting spirit. Go to the underworld. Underworld. Hades' palace. After this long conversation, both Hephaestus and Hecate have deep mystic knowledge, need to understand and think carefully. Therefore, the 2 did not continue their conversation, and various brainstorms were arranged. I've been talking about magic with Hecate these days, and I haven't slept. Dreaming this time, you can experiment with the possibilities of magic. Hephaestus lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He is now going to practice in a dream. In the kingdom of dreams, many experiments that are difficult and costly to do in the outside world can be easily completed. Guided by the priesthood of dreams, Hephaestus quickly entered the state. A certain part of his soul was led into the kingdom of dreams. It is still the fragrance of birds and flowers, beautiful and dreamy, very beautiful. Call. Hephaestus took a deep breath of the fresh grassy air and immediately relaxed his mind and body. Hephaestus, you are finally here. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hephaestus looked a little unhappy. He could tell whose voice it was. Turn around. I saw the sleeping god Hypnos with a pair of white wings standing not far away. What do you want to do again? Hephaestus said coldly. I don't have time to fight with you. Hypnos' face froze, a little embarrassed. He took a few steps and said, I'm not here to make trouble, Hephaestus. These days, I've been waiting for you to enter the dreamland. But you and Hecate have always been together. Actually, I came here to apologize for my reckless behavior last time. Hephaestus, please forgive Hypnos. Hephaestus was unmoved. This guy is so good waiting for so many days just to apologize to him. He clearly remembered that the sleepy one was about to explode last time. Let's forget about the bad stuff, stores. I sincerely want to make up for my mistakes, said Hypnos, bowing his head and speaking sincerely. Chapter 71. The primordial god Nyx. Very sincere Hephaestus felt a little amused and asked jokingly, Are you sure it wasn't Pluto who pressured you to come and apologize to me? Since Hades wants to ease the relationship, he will definitely not let Sleepy God go. After all, the two had indeed fought against each other, and the purpose was not pure. Hypnos was exposed on the spot, his face turned red, and he said, Hephaestus, you are only half right, not all the truth. Hypnos also has this wish. Now I know how powerful you are, so I am deeply ashamed of the arrogant words I said when I fought with you before. What he said was indeed sincere. After all, Hypnos had previously witnessed Hephaestus fighting the sun god, the god of war. He clearly knew that he was definitely not the other party's opponent. So, Hephaestus feels his true emotions. The hostility in my heart has decreased a lot. Forget it. For the sake of your sincerity, it's okay to forgive you. Hephaestus waved his hand and said. Hypnos was very happy when he achieved his goal and said again and again, Hephaestus, I invite you to drink the wine of dreams. He raised his hands, and there were 2 jugs of wine in his hands out of thin air. One of the jugs of wine. Hypnos walked up to Hephaestus and handed it to him. The latter took it and took a big sip boldly. The incomparably rich and mellow aroma immediately filled the mouth and nose, and a warm current slid through the throat. Hephaestus praised, It is really good wine. How do you brew it? This is brewed by 3,000 dream gods with the sweetest dreams of gods and human beings. Only the kingdom of dreams has it. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, cannot enjoy such a fine wine. Hypnos was quite proud, said. However, Hephaestus didn't listen at all. Gudu picked up the flagon and drank wildly. Hypnos looked full of black lines. The two chatted with each other for a while. Hephaestus had drunk 7 or 8 jugs of dream wine. His cheeks were flushed, and he looked drunk. Just then, Hephaestus suddenly saw. Day in the dreamland quickly turns to night. Arise, the stars twinkle. It's just a time to breathe. The night turns into day again, and the blazing sun emits infinite rays. What's going on? I am drunk. Hephaestus frowned. Soon, he was sure he wasn't drunk. It is a change in the kingdom of dreams. After going back and forth more than 10 times, the alternation of night and day, a terrifying aura rose from the dream kingdom, faintly visible and elusive. Hephaestus' face turned serious. This breath is countless times stronger than the sleeping god beside him. Who is it? Don't be surprised, Hephaestus. Hypnos noticed the strange expression on the blond boy and calmly explained, This is my mother, Nyx, the goddess of the night. Goddess of the night. Hephaestus turned to him. Why is the Evernight goddess in the land of dreams? Because this kingdom of dreams was created by my mother. Hypnos explained. She has been sleeping in this kingdom for a long time. The constant alternation of day and night just now should be caused by my mother's waking up. She is a powerful primordial god, which is why the kingdom of dreams came into being. Dramatic changes. Hephaestus was surprised. Kingdom of dreams. It turns out that reaching the realm of the original god can create a unique kingdom of god. The domain of the main god realm cannot be compared with the kingdom of the gods at all. This is the gap between the original god and the main god. Hephaestus thought to himself, Hypnos, when will the goddess of the night wake up? Hephaestus asked again. I don't know. It could be any time. Maybe the next second. Hypnos answered truthfully. Hephaestus kept calculating. The awakening of a primordial god will definitely bring about great changes in the god realm. At that time, Hades may not be able to make many big moves. Hephaestus did not stay long in the dreamland. After chatting with Hypnos for a while, he said goodbye and left. What if the Evernight goddess suddenly wakes up and discovers his secret? It will be terrible. Also because of this, Hephaestus's magic experiment was in vain. But there will be more opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush this moment. Call. Hephaestus woke up, opened his eyes, and let out a breath. He sat up and habitually looked out the window. It was still gray and dim outside the window. There is no night and day in the underworld. Hephaestus didn't need to fall asleep, so he didn't sleep anymore, got up to wash up, and began to carefully understand the shortcomings of his main god domain. After seeing the kingdom of dreams of the goddess of the night, Hephaestus also knew what he should do next, and he realized a lot. That's it. Hephaestus practiced for about 2 hours. There was the sound of footsteps outside the door, and a charming voice that can tickle a man's heart. "Dear Hephaestus, are you there?" Hephaestus sensed a powerful presence outside the door. With a sweep of divine eyes, he immediately saw a hot goddess in black robe outside, with winking eyes like silk and a coquettish appearance. She wrapped a black rope around her fingers and used it to hold the tall and handsome young man behind him, but looked very embarrassed. There was an undeniably bright aura about this young man. The young man's body was tightly bound by strands of black water flowing continuously like snakes. The source of this black water is naturally the goddess in black, goddess of the river Styx. What she is holding is Apollo, the god of light. What is this for? Hephaestus frowned slightly. He was a little elusive about the purpose of this Styx goddess. Why did you bring Apollo? Do you want to use Apollo to forge artifacts? Crunch, Hephaestus pushed open the door. His eyes flicked back and forth between Styx and Apollo, who had been looking down at the ground. I don't know why the goddess of Styx brought this god of light to visit suddenly. What's the matter? Good money is good. It's nothing, Hephaestus. It's because I heard that you forged several artifacts for Hecate. I also feel itchy in my heart, and I want to join in the fun. Styx smiled seductively and pulled the black water rope tightly in his hand. Young Apollo immediately staggered forward and fell. Appears to be weak. After he stabilized his figure, he turned his head and looked back at Styx, glaring at him. If you dare to look at me like this again, Apollo, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I will dig out your beautiful eyes. Anyway, forging artifacts, it's nothing if you lose a pair of eyes. Styx was still smiling, but the words were horrifying. Apollo was greatly humiliated, and without saying a word, he looked to the ground again. Hephaestus watched the scene speechlessly. How? The god of fire and craftsman, a master god-level powerhouse, should be able to forge a master artifact? Styx asked. Chapter 72. Obtaining the priesthood of light. Hephaestus was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, the main god powerhouse can refine the main artifact. However, all the things he used to refine the artifacts were his enemies. But Apollo has no enmity with himself. And Apollo's sister, Artemis, the goddess of hunting, is a famous virgin goddess in Greek mythology. Hephaestus also intends to develop it. How can you refine the other party's younger brother into a divine weapon? Helios, the god of the sun, has been refined into the main artifact by you, and Apollo must be able to do it, right? Hephaestus. Styx laughed again. Apollo on the side couldn't help trembling when he heard this. Fear. Even gods fear death. Apollo knew very well who Hephaestus was and what he had done. On the way here, Styx had already told him all these, with threats and revenge. And the more he is afraid, the more afraid he is, the more satisfied the goddess Styx is. Hephaestus turned his thoughts and quickly thought of a countermeasure and said to the goddess of Styx, "It is not impossible to use him to refine the main artifact. But what reward can you give me?" Styx. 620. Hearing this, Styx glanced up and down the blond boy with ambiguous eyes, leaned close to his ear, and said, "Remuneration. Hephaestus, you can ask for whatever you want. I won't refuse." Hephaestus put a finger on Styx's shoulder, and Styx pushed out more than a step away. "I think, goddess Styx, you should have something else as a reward." Hephaestus withdrew his fingers and said with a blank expression. He knew very well what the goddess Styx was implying. Once the spring breeze. But Hephaestus wasn't interested. Mainly, I have no interest in goddess Styx. Hephaestus only liked virgins. Seeing Hephaestus' refusal, Styx felt a sense of loss in his heart, straightened his robes, and said, "Okay, Hephaestus, there should be something you are interested in my collection." She waved. Suddenly, more than 20 kinds of treasures appeared in front of him. Among them are precious parts of warcraft, as well as artifacts such as tridents and scepters. Each of them exudes extremely powerful fluctuations of divine power. Obviously not everything. Sure enough, these long-lived gods, are worth a lot of money. Hephaestus scanned the treasured treasures. In the end, his eyes rested on a mysterious black fragment. This fragment, Hephaestus couldn't tell what substance it was, but it felt familiar. It seems to have felt a similar breath somewhere. Seeing Hephaestus rest his eyes on the fragment, Styx explained in a very sensible way. This fragment is a fragment of the essence of the kingdom. Hephaestus, you have a good vision. Kingdom essence fragment. Hephaestus understood from the bottom of his heart. It is the kingdom of gods that can only be created by the original gods. This kind of kingdom essence fragments is very valuable. If you can gather more, it is not impossible to forge an original artifact. Hephaestus thought to himself. He stretched out his hand to pinch this fragment and said, just this one. Make a deal. Styx beamed. Anyway, it is useless for her to keep this thing. It is better to change to a main artifact. With a flick of the sleeves of the robe, all the treasures floating around him disappeared. Hephaestus also included the kingdom of god fragments into the system space. Styx asked again. Hephaestus, when will the main artifact be forged? At this time tomorrow, you come and get it. Hephaestus replied. Thank you for your hard work. Hephaestus. Styx's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he stabbed at Apollo. Little thing, it's too wasteful to simply kill you. Enjoy the feeling of being burned and forged in the furnace. Ha ha ha. She turned into a black streamer and left this place. Laughter kept echoing in the air. Apollo was so frightened that he looked down at the ground, not daring to look up. It took a long time for the laughter to disappear. He raised his head and looked at the blonde-haired and blue-eyed young man standing in front of him, with a begging look in his eyes. Come in with me. Hephaestus opened the door and said. No, please, Hephaestus. Apollo trembled. He had already imagined the pain of the burning fire. What do you want me to do? I let you in, not to die. Hephaestus was a little impatient. Isn't it going to be forged into an artifact after entering? Apollo thought to himself, but there was no way. He had no one to ask for help here. Had to hobble into the house. Hephaestus slammed the door shut. We didn't have any grievances. I came to the underworld just to catch Prometheus. Apollo froze on the spot and said tremblingly. I know. Hephaestus came up to him. Then Hephaestus, please spare me. Let me go? Please. I can redeem myself. What do you want? I will find a way. Apollo was afraid to beg for mercy. Okay, don't be so scared. I won't kill you. If there is a chance, I can let you leave the underworld. Hephaestus said. He raised his hand and activated the power of the priesthood. The black water flow tightly bound to Apollo's body suddenly converged like a snake, forming a water mass. The golden flame rose up, instantly evaporating the black water. Let me go. Apollo was stunned, unable to react. Yes, do you want to die? Hephaestus said, but in order to explain to the goddess Styx, Apollo, you have to give me some refining materials. He promised goddess Styx that it was just a delay. If not, Hephaestus thought, she would probably kill Apollo directly. But I can't get anything out now. What should I do? Apollo was very excited when he saw that the other party was willing to help him. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult. When he was crossing the Styx River, he was swept away and lost all the weapons on his body, and now he only has one life left. Hephaestus looked up and down and said, just give me your hair. It is good. Apollo heard the words and immediately followed suit. A blazing light flashed by. Apollo shaved off all his thick golden hair. Hephaestus waved his palms and gathered these hairs together with divine power. Immediately afterwards, a small forging field was released. Apollo is also a strong master of the gods. These hairs are also capable of forging nice artifacts. Hephaestus took out a river god bone from the system space and threw it into the forging field. More than 10 breaths passed. In the flames of the field, a lyre is formed. The fluctuation of divine power is very powerful. It is a genuine high-level artifact. Apollo stared blankly. He couldn't imagine at all who can forge a high-level artifact with 10 breaths. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards clergy/brightness. 100 years of divine power. Chapter 73. The goddess Styx besieged forge an artifact out of Apollo's hair. Get Hephaestus a priesthood of light. His strength is also stronger because of this. However, there is no light in the underworld. This priesthood still needs to be in the sky and the earth to display its true strength. Hephaestus thought to himself. He put away the forging field. The high-level artifact, the lyre, is suspended in mid-air. When Apollo saw, he was also heartbroken. He is proficient in temperament, so he naturally likes this artifact-level chain very much. But he also knew that this was something for his life, and it was for goddess Styx, so he could only suppress his heartbeat. That's it. The next day, Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, came to the residence of Hephaestus again. Hephaestus brought out the lyre directly to her. Lyre? High-level artifact. When Styx saw this artifact full of light, he frowned and asked, why is Hephaestus the upper god Apollo, who is clearly the main god powerhouse? Forging the main artifact is extremely difficult, and the success rate is low. Obviously, only one high-level artifact was forged this time. Hephaestus answered blankly. Styx looked directly into Hephaestus' eyes, as if trying to discern the truth of this sentence. After a while, She didn't see any flaws and said with a charming smile, "Very good. It is also very good to be able to forge a peak-level, high-level artifact. I am very satisfied. Hephaestus is happy to cooperate." Hephaestus shrugged. Styx also picked up the lyre and left here. Wait until her figure disappears into the sky. Hephaestus closed the door again. Apollo came out of the shadows immediately and said almost gratefully, "Hephaestus, you saved my life. How should I thank you?" Hephaestus shook his head and smiled. "The lost lamb is trapped in the tiger's nest. Let's wait until you really escape. The other side, many unexpected guests, has come to the underworld. On the vast and boundless field of truth, several small figures stand. But in front of them was a choppy black river, with gusts of gloomy wind, blowing an unpleasant smell full of decay and death. This is the river of hatred, also called the river of oath. Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, lived in it. At this time, a young man with a Philistine and oily temperament said to the few people around him, "We are here. Nikki, please call your mother. Let's have a good talk with her." "Yes, my lord." The woman named Nikki nodded in agreement, looking at the brothers and sisters around her. They are the 4 children of the goddess Styx. Zeus sent to negotiate with the goddess Styx, or to intercede. Not far behind Hermes, the envoy of the gods, Nikki, and others. There are also 2 beautiful goddesses with bright looks and graceful postures. Athena, goddess of wisdom, and Artemis, goddess of hunting. The 2 of them looked solemn, armed with weapons, ready to fight. If the goddess of Styx refuses to return Apollo, they will fight with him and fight to the death. Because the 2 groups of Artemis, Athena and Hermes left Mount Olympus almost at the same time. The footsteps are almost the same, and we just met on the road, so we walked together, and I am the goddess of the underworld when I get up. Artemis decided to let the envoys negotiate with Nikki and the others first. If it really doesn't work, then fight to the death. Mother, please come out and meet your children. Nikki and these gods launched the bloodline summoning together. Fluctuations spread out from the whole body. But the river of hatred did not respond. On the contrary, in the depths of the plain of truth, a shout came from afar. "Nikki zealous! How dare you come to me? How many evildoers!" The jet-black streamer pierced the sky. A plump beauty swayed to the ground. It was Styx, the goddess of Shurha who had just been taught by the prison lord Hall. She looked at her children with unkind eyes. If there is no matter of métis, it is nothing for these children to throw themselves into Mount Olympus. But this incident happened, and Nikki and the others still worked for Zeus. Styx didn't like them anymore. When Artemis saw her, the wave of killing intent spread out immediately. After Athena felt it, she patted her on the shoulder and let her relax. "Mother, no matter what, we are still your children, and we still love you." 17 Nikki, Zealous, Bia, and Krotos all walked up to the goddess of the river Styx and saluted. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, also stepped forward with a slick smile. "Mrs. Styx, don't be so angry. I think we should sit down and have a good talk to clear up some misunderstandings between us, and to each other it's all a beautiful thing." Nikki and the 4 also agreed one after another, and began to plead for Apollo. "Ask for flowers." "Yes, mother, please let go of the innocent Apollo, the god of light. He never offended you. How could Tao take his anger out on him?" The goddess Styx sneered disdainfully and said, "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Zeus killed my sister, and I killed his son. This is revenge. This is justified revenge." Hermes' face became much stiffer. "Miss Styx, is Apollo okay now?" "You won't really. Not far away." Artemis' body trembled, and she clenched her bow and arrow tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. "He's fine." One Styx let out a burst of hearty chuckles. "Apollo is really good. Even if he is dead, he can create value for me. I have refined him into an artifact. Can't you think of it? This lyre is made of Apollo made." Zero, she flicked her sleeves. A lyre full of light and divinity suddenly appeared in front of him. Styx plucked it, and the wonderful sound of the piano resounded throughout the sky. Wisps of light shine brightly. Shine on the world. The envoys Hermes and Nikki all showed shock. They didn't expect that the goddess Styx actually killed Apollo. And Artemis looked at the lyre. After feeling that extremely familiar breath, a burst of extreme pain hit her, as if thousands of sharp swords were constantly piercing her heart. A drop of crystal tear, mixed with monstrous hatred and sadness, fell down. Artemis raised his bow and arrow, aimed at the black-clothed goddess, and shouted sharply, "Styx, I'll kill you with my own hands." Athena on the side was also full of killing intent, raising the golden sword in her hand. She is the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of war, one of the main gods on Mount Olympus. The strength is stronger than Artemis, but not weaker. Even Ares, the real god of war, is not necessarily a sin. Only by a few of you. How arrogant. Styx turned his gaze to Artemis and Athena with a chill in his gaze. This is her home field. Even if these people are all around to kill, she will not be afraid. B. The hunting domain of Artemis descends in an instant, covers the entire underworld. At the same time, a killing arrow full of raging hatred. Boom. Shoot out. The vast divine power is contained in this arrow. Tear the void. Kill Styx, the goddess of the river Styx. Chapter 74. This hateful arrow that shakes the gods. It is beyond everyone's expectations. Tear the void. Pierce directly through Styx's plump body. See this scene. Artemis was surprised in his heart, and suddenly became dazed. Is this dead? It is impossible for a master god to die so easily. Athena felt something was wrong in her heart. She frowned, and immediately shouted, Hermes, back off. She's not dead. The voice did not fall. Boom. Styx's body exploded suddenly. It turned into black water all over the sky, rising against the wind. Instantly evoked the raging waves of the Styx. Melt with it. Roll up the overwhelming black torrent, roaring and rushing towards Hermes first. The entire vast field of truth was shaken violently, as if unable to withstand this mighty power that destroys the world. Hermes couldn't help being horrified when he saw the huge waves. His body swayed, turned into a streamer, and fled away in a hurry to 070. And Niji, Zeros, these gods also turned pale with fright and fled in a hurry. The river of hatred that washes away the divinity is neither friend nor foe. They are only high-level gods. If they are hit, they will definitely fall. Fortunately, Athena's reminder was timely enough. As soon as the 5 gods retreated, the torrential flood annihilated the land of the underworld. The hunting goddesses Artemis and Athena flew into the air, but did not escape. Although their size is as small as ants compared to this monstrous flood. But it doesn't mean that their fighting power will be weaker than that of the goddess of Styx. Woo, woo, woo. Artemis' eyes were full of hatred. He pulled the bowstring and activated the hunting bow again. In the endless piercing whistling, the vast divine power and domain rules form a deep, swirling vortex. 3 divine arrows condense into a ball. Between the sky and the earth in the underworld, a deep and dazzling scarlet blood descends. Hunting time. Boom, boom, boom. This arrow shoots out. Endless screams cover up the majestic momentum of the black torrent. Shock the entire underworld. Go straight to Styx in the middle of the Styx. At the same time, Athena also launched her own war field instantly. Hold the golden Excalibur high above your head. Emit endless blazing rays of light. Behind him, a picture scroll that covers the sky slowly opened the curtain. Since the birth of human beings, we have been constantly evolving, farming, hunting, spinning, and other scenes. Finally, violent, bloody fighting scenes completely occupy this picture scroll. Rumble. All the forces of war in the world are condensed. Law blessing. Wrath of war. Athena bathed in divine light roared. The golden sword light that can split the endless universe burst out again from the divine sword. No doubt, if this sword cuts out, the power and influence will be even more terrifying than Artemis' 3 arrows in one. The majestic Pluto Hall. Wearing a black robe, Hades stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming brightly, looking into the distance. The earth-shattering battle scene was reflected in the deep eyes. The main gods on Mount Olympus are indeed fierce. Hades murmured to himself, Styx, you're in trouble this time. Standing beside him was Prometheus, with a worried expression on his face. Not far from Hades and Prometheus, Hephaestus, who has the priesthood of Netherland, also sensed the battle of the 3 main gods. He activated the magic clairvoyance to look into the past. Immediately see Athena, who is graceful and strong and sharp, and Artemis, the goddess of hunting, who is soft and strong, full of primitive wild beauty. These are the 2 virgin goddesses on Mount Olympus. Hephaestus recognized it quickly. These 2 goddesses are very powerful. With the hunting arrow and Athena's wrath of war, even if Styx can continue, it will be uncomfortable. Hephaestus commented on it. Suddenly thought of, Artemis came to find Apollo. Apollo is not dead. There is no need to fight this battle. Apollo, your sister came to the underworld to look for you. Now she is at war with the goddess of the river Styx. You should lure her here and don't let them fight. After Hephaestus thought of this, he ordered immediately. Artemis. Apollo, who had been by his side all the time, was pleasantly surprised when he heard the words and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, don't fight. I'll lure Artemis here. He raised his palms. A huge sun of light suddenly appeared above the majestic Pluto palace. Vigorous and blazing light. The entire underworld is like a surging flood. Countless undead and the gods of the underworld all looked in this direction with great doubts. Sighed. Artemis was the first to sense this familiar aura. Her beautiful eyes showed disbelief, and she called out, "Apollo." She was absolutely sure that this was the breath of her younger brother Apollo. But isn't the goddess Styx? No, Apollo must not be dead. This must be Apollo. He is calling me. The goddess of hunting dispels doubts, firmly holds this idea, holds a bow and arrow, turns into a stream of light and rushes towards the sun of light. Seeing this, Athena also showed doubts. Seeing Artemis fly away desperately, worried more. The sword still didn't cut down, so he quickly put it away and went after Artemis. And Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, was also very puzzled. But before she could make any further moves, the terrifying 3 arrows in one had already shattered the space. Explosive shots came. Bang boom. The vast divine power and the power of the law burst together. The torrent of the Styx River was hit with a huge and terrifying wound. Styx, who was in the midst of it, felt weak for a while. Styx suppressed his anger, condensed his divine body into a fleshy body, and turned into a streamer, chasing Artemis and Athena closely. She wanted to know what happened. Why does Hades' palace have such a strong Apollo breath? Hephaestus has led Apollo to the vast land in front of Hades' palace. The Artemis was still far away, and he saw his younger brother at a glance. So true. Absolutely true. Live Apollo. Artemis was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and soon flew down, before coming to Hephaestus. Apollo, you're not. What the hell did you do with your hair? I'm so worried. Artemis cried out with red eyes, choked with sobs, but was very happy, couldn't help laughing and crying. Apollo was very happy, stepped forward, and immediately said, "Artemis, yes, as you can see, I am not dead. It was Hephaestus who saved my life." He turned his eyes to his savior. Artemis also followed, and saw the handsome 0.8 blonde boy. This young man's appearance was even better than her younger brother who was famous in Olympus for his handsomeness. "Hephaestus, thank you. Thank you for saving Apollo." Without thinking much, Artemis bowed gratefully to Hephaestus. "It's nothing, just do it casually." Hephaestus smiled lightly. At this time, Athena and Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, followed closely. Athena was surprised to see that Apollo was not dead, but she was more at ease in her heart. In this way, Artemis didn't have to be so sad and shed tears. So she turned her attention to Hephaestus, her eyes wary. As for Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, when she saw that Apollo was still alive, she immediately became furious and screamed, "Hephaestus, you deceived me. Why didn't you forge Apollo into an artifact?" Her arrogance was overwhelming, and the underworld shook again. Seems to have to do it any time. Chapter 75. Athena gets closer. Styx's scream of rage was not polite at all. She was furious at Hephaestus' deception. "Goddess of Styx, if you want to die, I will help you." When Artemis heard that the other party wanted to forge his younger brother into a divine weapon, he couldn't help being furious, so he raised his bow and arrow and wanted to fight again. Athena was more concerned and did not move the people. After all, Apollo is not dead, so there is no need to fight again. In case the gods of the underworld are angered and they want to leave again, it will not be so simple, and now is the best ending. B****ch. You think I'm afraid of you? Styx's beautiful face twisted, and thousands of long hairs danced wildly. The distant and vast river Styx gave out a muffled roar. "Styx, if I agree to your request and truly forge Apollo into a divine weapon, do you think you can still stand here safe and sound and talk to me today?" At this time, Hephaestus came out with a calm face and said, "Athena's sword just now was extremely powerful. If it was one-on-one, Styx might still be able to catch it. But it's a 1-for-2. And Artemis, the goddess of hunting, joins the battle. Even if Styx could catch that sword and win the final 1-2 victory, the price of 17 must be extremely tragic." These words shocked Styx. She couldn't deny Hephaestus' words. However, he is unwilling to admit it like this and admit defeat. She is the eldest daughter of the Lord of Oceans and Rivers, the noble goddess of the river Styx, the master of the gods. How can you compare with these two immature new gods, especially since they are the children of Zeus? Hephaestus, don't look down on people. Since you say so, then I must defeat these 2 little girls today, cried Styx. Arrogance. You can try it. Artemis raised her eyebrows. Hephaestus was about to try to persuade another fight. A grand, majestic, and oppressive voice rolled from the sky. "Styx, restrain yourself a bit. And Artemis, Athena, since Apollo is not dead now, don't make trouble in my underworld anymore. Where did you come from? Leave. This sound suppressed the entire underworld. It reveals a majestic power of law. It was Hades, the king of the underworld, who spoke. A smile curled up on Hephaestus' lips. The old guy Pluto is very good at peacemaking, so the two sides will definitely not be able to fight. Sure enough, Styx restrained his coercive fighting spirit, lowered his head, and responded in one direction. Yes, my lord. The great Pluto speaks, and we shall obey. Athena also respectfully accepted the speech at the same time. She put away the big sword and gave Artemis a wink beside her. The latter understood, knowing that the majesty of Pluto should not be violated at this time, so he obediently put away his weapon. The atmosphere among the crowd is no longer tense. Peace out. And Pluto stopped talking. There was silence all around. The wind blew a faint smell of decay. Knowing that this matter was over, Styx snorted resentfully and walked away. And Artemis looked at Apollo with joy. She was grateful for the feeling of being alive after a catastrophe, and at the same time, she was grateful to Hephaestus from the bottom of her heart. Thank you again, Hephaestus. How can I repay you? Your kindness to Apollo is too great. Artemis looked at the blond boy and said softly, when I think of something to repay, Artemis, you can repay me. Hephaestus didn't say any polite words, but said with a laugh. Artemis was startled, his eyes softened. I will remember this sentence. Hephaestus. Apollo began. He didn't know what to say. Hephaestus slayed the sun god and was an enemy of Mount Olympus. But for him, he is a lifesaver, so the mood is very complicated. No need to say more. We will meet again in the future. Artemis, Apollo, Athena, the underworld is not a good place for you. Leave quickly while the power of Hades is still there. Hephaestus said. It is enough for him to impress the hearts of these two goddesses. In the future, he will inevitably leave the underworld and return to the embrace of the sky and the earth. At that time, there will be no shortage of opportunities to develop relationships. Artemis and Apollo were moved again when they saw each other think about themselves. Far away, the four children of Hermes and the goddess Styx came here in a hurry. It was a great luck to see that Apollo was not dead. Just now the goddess Styx took out the artifact with the divine nature of light, which frightened them all to death. Artemis and Apollo walked over, and they would talk to each other. Only Athena. Her beautiful eyes flickered, staring at Hephaestus, wondering what she was thinking. Athena, the beautiful, noble, and great goddess of wisdom, have you seen enough? Hephaestus turned his head and asked this heroic goddess. From the very beginning, he sensed that Athena had been staring at him. Not yet. Athena didn't change her gaze. She rarely showed a smile. Hephaestus, the gods on Mount Olympus, all preach that you are extremely ugly, but the real you is so beautiful, which is the only thing I have ever seen in my life. Although this is meant as a compliment, but Athena was telling the truth. The appearance of Hephaestus ranks first among the many gods she has seen. I am flattered to be praised by goddess of wisdom 040 like this. Hephaestus raised his eyebrows. However, Athena, don't you have to leave with your companion? In the future, I think you may still have a chance to appreciate it slowly. The voice fell. Artemis in the distance also waved and shouted, Athena, let's go. Athena smiled at Hephaestus like a flower blooming. Then she went to Artemis, the group of Olympian gods. Hephaestus also watched her back. However, Athena did not leave. She and several companions were talking about something. Hephaestus saw them and looked at him a few times. After that, Artemis hugged Athena, reluctantly waved goodbye, and left with Hermes, Apollo, and others. Athena waved goodbye to them, then turned and walked towards Hephaestus. Why don't you go with them? Hephaestus frowned in confusion. Do you really want me to go, Hephaestus? Athena pushed a strand of her hair behind her ears and said with a chuckle, I'm going to live in the underworld for a while. Hephaestus, where do you live? I'll come to you after I explain the situation to Hades. Hephaestus was silent. He couldn't figure out what Athena was thinking. All of a sudden, I got so close to him, like a good friend. Chapter 76. Athena fell in love with me at first sight. Hephaestus still pointed to his room not far away. There. Is there? Okay, I remember. Athena glanced at one of the rows of rooms. After remembering the place, she nodded, turned around, and left without delay, with a sense of resoluteness. And on the steps of Pluto's palace nearby, Hecate, the goddess of magic in a bright red dress, stands there and has a panoramic view of the conversation between Athena and Hephaestus. When Athena came over, Hecate stepped down the stairs and passed her. The eyes of the two beautiful goddesses met. There seemed to be some inexplicable meaning in the eyes. Hecate, with her hair flowing, walked up to Hephaestus. Staring with him, the back of Athena, who gradually disappeared from sight, asked in a low voice, "She is beautiful, isn't she?" "Okay." Hephaestus subconsciously nodded. Athena is indeed beautiful, a beauty quite different from other goddesses. But what he was thinking at this time was, why did Athena live in the underworld for a while? What's her idea? Hear the answer from the blonde boy. Hecate pursed her lips tightly, snorted coquettishly, and left in another direction. Seeing this, Hephaestus couldn't help being startled, and then looked at Hecate's back, feeling baffled. What's wrong? Where did I offend her? Back to the residence. Hecate calmed down for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. What's wrong with me? Hecate touched her rosy cheeks, feeling a little flustered in her heart. This kind of emotion is too strange to her, and she has never experienced it before. Why does Hephaestus stare at other goddesses and think that other goddesses are beautiful, so she feels uncomfortable? Is this jealousy? Now, Hephaestus must feel that I am inexplicable. Hecate felt deeply embarrassed. Hecate didn't know yet. In the days to come, her nameless fire will burn even more vigorously. No one knows how Athena communicated with Hades. Hades, the king of Hades, agreed to settle down in the underworld, one of the most powerful gods on Mount Olympus. Also, the room is next door to Hephaestus. The two are just separated by a wall. This puzzled Hephaestus. Why does this Athena feel like she is entangled with her? And in fact, it is true. For the next few days, Athena haunted him, talking about various things, and chatting together even if there is nothing to do. There is a posture of pursuing him. The gods of the underworld seem to be very curious and envious. This is already the second goddess who is intimate with Hephaestus. But Hephaestus knew it well. He didn't believe that Athena would fall in love with him at first sight and pursue him. This goddess of wisdom must have her own purpose. However, since Athena is so beautiful and a famous virgin goddess, Hephaestus is also happy to chat with her. And by the way, he can test her real purpose. And all this, let the goddess of magic, Hecate, fall into a state of extreme displeasure. When Athena and Hephaestus were crooked together, Mount Olympus, the four children of Artemis, the goddess of hunting, Apollo, the god of light, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, and the goddess of the river Styx, have returned to this place to meet the king of the gods. Inside the cold and spacious temple, Zeus sat upright on the god's seat, with joy in the corners of his eyebrows, eyes and mouth, and listened carefully to what Apollo told about what happened in the underworld. Of course, he was very happy that his most beloved son survived. And in this way, Leto, his beloved goddess, Apollo's mother, need not be sad. "Father, the reason why I survived from the underworld this time is thanks to the god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. Without his help, I may have been killed by Styx by now." Apollo bowed his head and said so. He felt a little uneasy. He didn't know how Zeus would react when he heard his words. Artemis' eyes were also a little nervous, worried that Zeus would get angry because of this. Humph! Zeus stood up, sneered twice, but did not get angry, but said mockingly, "This fellow Hephaestus. I proclaim to the gods that he is protected by me, by Mount Olympus, god of Mount Olympus. But he, in the blink of an eye, joined hands with the traitor Prometheus, betrayed me. He even killed Helios, provoking the dignity of the Lord of the gods. Did he think that nothing would happen if he saved your life? Heh, it's just wishful thinking." Apollo and Artemis immediately lowered their heads and remained silent. The mood is very complicated. After Zeus finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, then went back to the throne and sat down. "Apollo, Artemis, you just came back from the underworld. Go down and rest first. What's the matter? We will talk about it tomorrow." Of order. The siblings and the gods Hermes retreated respectfully. Zeus seemed to notice something. Countless electric lights intertwined in the deep eyes, looking into the distance. The bottom of my heart kept sneering. "Hephaestus, it's too late for you to show your love to me now." Artemis and Apollo walked out of the palace of the king of the gods. Suddenly, I heard the neighing of the god horse, which came from the distant sky. I saw the moon chariot pulled by two divine horses galloping towards it from a distance, and there were several powerful auras on it. Moreover, it is the breath of the Titan god. God Titan, it looks like Hyperion and Thea are here. Artemis looked apprehensive and whispered, "They must avenge Helios. Hephaestus is in trouble." Apollo also showed concern, but, on this matter, they couldn't be of much help. Moreover, Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, also told Hephaestus the news before. Now we can only see if the power of the underworld can keep Hephaestus. The moon car, shrouded in a soft, dreamy moonlight, stopped at the entrance of the temple. For figures came down one after another from above. One is a beautiful woman who still has charm. Her eyes are extremely bright as stars. One is a middle-aged man with white hair. His eyes are very sharp, and his body exudes a powerful momentum and majesty, just like the scorching sun, which makes people dare not look directly at him. Money is okay. These are Thea and Hyperion among the 12 titans. Both are the children of the earth mother Gaia and the sky god Uranus. They are also the parents of the sun god Helios. Behind them, Selene, the goddess of the moon with a light veil, and her sister, Eos, the goddess of dawn, stepped off the moon chariot together. The beauty of Eos, the goddess of dawn, is different from that of Selene. Her fragrant shoulders and snow-white slender legs are exposed to the air. The whole body exudes a fiery heat, which is alluring and seductive. Hyperion noticed the gazes of Artemis and Apollo not far away. He glanced at the two of them lightly. The two of them trembled slightly. They stopped looking at Hyperion and immediately turned and left. And Hyperion said with a low voice and a deadpan expression, "Let's go." That is to lead the family into the palace of the king of the gods. They came to Mount Olympus this time to cooperate with Zeus. Helios' blood feud must be avenged thoroughly. Chapter 77. Zeus, let's conquer the underworld in the grand and majestic temple. Zeus, the king of the gods, Hera, the queen of the gods, Themis, the goddess of justice, and several goddess wives of Zeus, the powerful main gods on Mount Olympus, all sat solemnly in their respective seats. The 4 members of Hyperion's family were also granted seats, below the position of the god king. The 2 titans descended. Mount Olympus gave due reception etiquette and specifications. For the arrival of the 2 titans, Hyperion and Thea, Zeus was not surprised. When Selene, the goddess of the moon, left Mount Olympus in a lunar chariot, it means that all this is bound to happen. This is what he would love to see. He just wants to rely on these 2 titans to solve his serious problem, Hephaestus. Although Zeus could not confirm who exactly did that prophecy come true, but he must put an end to all risks. What's more, the traitor Prometheus once predicted that Hephaestus would be able to reach the original god state in the future. This made Zeus even more afraid. If Prometheus deceived him with lies, then he was allowing Hephaestus to grow, and the consequences would be disastrous. After some polite conversations without any nutrition among the gods, Hyperion said straight to the point, "King Zeus, we already know that Kid Hephaestus is hiding in the underworld. He can kill Helios, no matter what. 33 must also have the power of the gods of the underworld. We've made up our minds. After killing Hephaestus, we'll make a big fuss. King of the gods, come with us. Let us join forces again." Hyperion's gaze burst out with murderous intent, and he uttered 4 magical words. Tamp down the underworld. The temperature of the entire temple dropped a few points out of thin air. The expressions of the gods became more serious. Zeus sat on the altar, frowning slightly. Trample the underworld? This tone is too big. Hades is protected by the Evernight goddess in the original state. He didn't dare to magnify his words, saying that he would level the underworld. The thoughtful Zeus didn't show anything, but said, "Hyperion, Thea, I know how you feel. However, I have noticed some changes recently. I must sit on Mount Olympus and cannot accompany you to the underworld. This is obviously prevarication." Hyperion, Thea, and their 2 daughters were very upset. Helios has been playing for Mount Olympus. Now he is dying to carry out the mission of Mount Olympus. As a god king, he is unwilling to take revenge for him. Fortunately, what Zeus said below made their faces calm down again. However, Hephaestus also belongs to Mount Olympus, and I will not sit idly by. I will send powerful gods to assist you to go to the cold spring. Zeus once said, "Of course it's not impossible." Hyperion nodded and looked around at the gods on Mount Olympus. "I don't know. Who is the god king planning to send to assist us? It's best to be strong enough." Thea chuckled. "It would be even better if we sent more people." The corner of Zeus' mouth twitched. "Send a few more, so that you can go make trouble in the underworld? He will not do such stupid things when he is not sure about defeating the original god." When Zeus was thinking about who to send, on the side, Themis, the goddess of justice in a white robe, suddenly stood up. "King of the gods, I will go this trip." With a stern face, she said without any emotional fluctuations, "Hephaestus has violated the law of God by beheading Helios, the god of the sun." Seeing Themis take the initiative to stand up, Zeus felt relieved. Themis is tyrannical and able to control the situation. More importantly, Themis is selfless and impartial in enforcing the law. She will never do anything with the 2 guys like Hyperion to make trouble in the underworld. "Okay, Themis, you are here to assist Hyperion and Thea." Zeus agreed. Themis nodded and sat down again. It seemed that there was no intention of seeking the opinion of the Hyperion family. She is also the daughter of the god Uranus, and is actually a brother and sister relationship with the two titans Hyperion and Thea. However, the relationship between the three is SOSO. Basically not much contact. If Helios hadn't been killed, they, might not have met each other in another 100,000 years. Hyperion, Thea, what do you think? Zeus asked again. If it's Themis, of course. I don't know how much stronger Themis has become after all these years. Thea looked at Themis with extremely bright eyes. Hyperion also knows the power of Lady Justice. It is impossible not to be unwilling. He stood up at this time and said in a deep voice, "Then, without delay, let's set off immediately and go to the underworld." Then, without wasting any time, the Hyperion family left Mount Olympus with the Lady Justice. Head to the underworld. Underworld. Inside the room, Athena has taken off her armor and put on light clothes, sitting right across from Hephaestus, very quietly, watching Hephaestus continue to experiment with innovations in the realm of the main gods. Her stillness gave people an unusual beauty. Anyone who sees it will not bear to destroy this moment of tranquility. And Hephaestus didn't shy away from it, and made some new attempts in the realm of the main god. These days, he was used to being looked at by Athena like this. It can be said, except when you sleep and dream. Athena would be by his side, talking and gazing at him. Those beautiful eyes somehow made Hephaestus think of a scalpel, cut through layers of flesh, fascia, fat, and muscle to reach the deepest part. This made Hephaestus somewhat uncomfortable. Your field is very interesting, suddenly. Athena said, the domain of the main god forged by fire. I heard from Prometheus that you used this trick to kill Helios, the god of the sun. Helios, although I have never fought against him, but I have fought with Ares, you can seriously injure him with one move, really strong. A frenzied look appeared in her beautiful eyes. The tone is unconscious, and there is also a feeling of expectation. Hephaestus also heard this clearly. At the same time, thinking is also disrupted. The domain of the Lord God, which was newly attempted to create, began to quickly become chaotic. Finally, like a bubble, it exploded in midair with a bang, form of brilliant dazzling fireworks. The air wave raised, blowing Hephaestus' long blonde hair into the air. What are you expecting, Athena? Hephaestus looked directly at her. He is not stupid, and heard Athena's monologue. With that expectant and fanatical tone, he vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. Sometimes, I can understand Ares very well, the part of him that loves to fight. It's really fun to fight the strong. Hephaestus. Athena stared at Hephaestus, with a frenzied fighting spirit in her eyes. I want to fight with you, can I? Chapter 78. Fighting Athena, play a game with me? Hephaestus chuckled. Excuse me for being rude, Athena, I'm afraid I'll hurt you by mistake. That's the real fight. Athena stood up, full of fighting spirit, and bursts of coercion swept out. Also, I may not lose to you. Hephaestus was silent, looked at Athena and asked, really? He now has various priesthoods added to him. The control over the field of forging by fire has also become more and more profound. If there is a real fight, it is really possible to be unstoppable and hurt Athena. Athena raised her eyebrows, annoyed that Hephaestus had questioned her resolve. And this expression, it also made Hephaestus understand that she was indeed serious. This fighting will deserves to be respected. Okay, Athena, I agree to your battle request. Hephaestus also said seriously. After speaking, his body shook and disappeared in place. He also wanted to see how strong Athena was. Immediately afterwards, Athena also disappeared out of thin air, on the desert-like field of truth. The strong wind swept up the sky with smoke and dust. Two figures appeared here one after another. They all exude a powerful and terrifying aura. It is Hephaestus and Athena. The latter is already wearing a golden armor, holding a sharp sword, pointing directly at Hephaestus. Hephaestus, I know that you are very powerful. Therefore, I don't intend to waste your time. I only use one move, and this move will determine the winner, said Athena. To this, Hephaestus just nodded slightly and replied yes. Rumble. The field of war is released instantly. Athena was full of fighting spirit and raised the sword again. Endless divine light burst out from it, illuminating the underworld. As soon as the powerful main god realm powerhouse breathes out, the gods of the underworld sensed it immediately. It was strange to find out that it was Athena fighting Hephaestus. Isn't it a good relationship? Why did it suddenly start? The goddess of magic, Hecate, was also paying attention to this scene. Her beautiful brows were full of doubts. Obviously, she also had deep doubts about this sudden battle. This sword, it will be invincible. Athena's eyes are extremely firm. A vast picture scroll emerges behind it, and human beings have been evolving since birth, overcoming thorns and thorns, fighting with wild beasts, opening up the land of survival. But it's far from over. This is only the extent of Athena's dealing with Styx, the goddess of the river Styx. Now, she faces Hephaestus. The domain scroll finally evolved into a will. Although there are thousands of people, my fighting will go on. The power of moves is also much stronger than before. Suddenly, a thick force of law enveloped the vast land around Athena and Hephaestus. It was Hades who shot secretly. If not, the dead souls in the underworld will definitely be suppressed by this coercion, and even the aftermath of the battle will be wiped out. Kill. Bathe in divine light. Athena roars, the sharp sword, new in front of the wolf. Go straight to the opposite Hephaestus. The endless whistling occupies the ears of the spirit, and the piercing sword light that can cut through all the space of the universe. It occupies their eyes. Even though they were separated by the domain of law, there were still many dead souls who could not stand the pressure and collapsed to the ground, trembling. And the distant Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, couldn't help feeling sad when she saw this sword. If Athena really teamed up with Artemis that day, would she still be able to accept such a powerful and fierce sword under such circumstances? It is indeed very powerful, worthy of being the goddess of war. However, this sword has not yet evolved to the end. Athena still kept a hand, and didn't use the real whole card. Hephaestus showed admiration. Raise your palm and blast out of the forging field of fire. Cover Athena and her war realm directly. The will to practice everything and forge everything suddenly swept out. The sea of scarlet flames descends with vast power, suddenly shattered the space, swallowed the majestic sword light that came over, refining. In just 3 breaths, everything disappears. The field of fire forging has become stronger. The power of law is also stronger. It seems to be able to refine the whole world. The gods of the underworld were shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, I wondered if they were in another place. Could they easily defuse Athena's terrifying sword like Hephaestus? As for Hades, the king of the underworld, he was secretly shocked that Hephaestus was much stronger than before. This speed is really astonishing. Hephaestus, standing in front of the palace, Hecate's eyes lit up. A trace of admiration could not help but arise from the bottom of my heart. Ask for flowers. Strong. Hephaestus, you are really strong. I lose. Seeing this scene, Athena was not only not discouraged, but excited. She didn't continue to make moves and put away the Excalibur and domain. There is no point in fighting. She is no match for Hephaestus. You are quite smart. You will admit defeat if you hit me with one move. Hephaestus landed with her, quipping. Soon, the thick law of the underworld disappeared. Everything returns to calm. There is no need to continue fighting. I already know your strength. I am not an opponent. Also, Hephaestus, in this battle with you, I just want to test you. Athena's domain was not completely withdrawn. It still envelopes the two of them and emits a hazy light, isolating all audiovisual from the outside world. Seeing this, Hephaestus felt strange, and his smile slightly subsided, and he said, I know you're testing me, but I can't figure out why you're testing me, Athena. In fact, what purpose do you have? You can tell it directly. So many days. Hephaestus has always wanted to say this, but he never had a chance. Now that Athena has given him the chance, of course he will bring it up. Athena did not change her expression and did not answer, but said, Hephaestus, let's go for a walk by the river Styx. Hephaestus shrugged and said he didn't care. In this way, the two came to the bank of the Styx like a couple taking a walk. There is a steady stream of dead souls crying in pain. Gusts of wind brought the cool vapor of the black river. A layer of mist immediately formed on Athena's golden armor. She stood still on the bank, looked at the Styx, and said calmly, Hephaestus, your strength has improved really quickly. It seems that in the future, you will really have the opportunity to overthrow Zeus, the king of the gods. Perhaps, that prophecy should be based on your self-righteousness. Hephaestus gazed at her. What does it mean? Probing again? I know what you're thinking, but you don't have to doubt it. Hephaestus, it's not a temptation. Athena seemed to know what the blonde boy was thinking. Turning around, meeting his eyes, he said seriously, I don't have any affection for Zeus. You must know that I was swallowed by Zeus and my mother before I was born. This kind of cruel king is not worthy to sit in the position of the king of the gods and lead the gods. Athena showed a look of hatred. Chapter 79. Allied with Athena, although she escaped from birth, her mother Metis failed to come out. Athena hated Zeus, just like Hades, Poseidon, Hera, and others hated the god Cronus. So, since I know that prophecy, he was always looking for someone who could overthrow him. But it has never been found. Apollo is not. Ares is not. They are not. I think, Hephaestus, you'd be the one," said Athena. The amount of information in these words is a bit large. Hephaestus has complicated eyes. "So, Athena, you just trust me? Even if I am really the one who overthrows Zeus in the prophecy, how can you ensure that I will not be as cruel as Zeus when I take the position of the king of the gods?" There was a moment of silence. Hephaestus opened his mouth to answer. In fact, he never thought about overthrowing the king of the gods. "I don't want to fight every day." May 10th. However, the reality is cruel. Whether it is the gods, humans, or beasts, the jungle is preyed on by the jungle. Weakness is the original sin. What's more, there are still gods like Zeus who hate him to the bone and intend to kill him quickly. For this reason, he must improve his strength as soon as possible, become stronger quickly, and kill all the enemies. Why don't you believe it? Athena smiled. "I get along with you these days. I think you are pretty good, and my vision has always been good. As for the future, we will talk about it later." After getting along these days, coupled with the understanding from Prometheus, Athena can basically determine the character of Hephaestus. Not every god has the courage to steal the fire with Prometheus, and it's for humanity. Hephaestus also smiled, and he felt that the goddess of wisdom had an indescribable understanding with him. "So, form an alliance with me, Hephaestus, and we will fight Zeus together. He is strong, and we must unite to deal with him." Athena held out a hand to the blond boy. White and soft hands. "I think, perhaps, you've made a mistake somewhere." Hephaestus blinked. "No convenience." "What? It's you who ally with me." Okay." Athena couldn't help laughing after being teased like this. "It is I who ally with you, Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman." "Very well. I hope we can cooperate happily." Hephaestus smiled brightly, without hesitation, shook hands with Athena. Zeus is the king of the gods, powerful and powerful. Of course he wants to ally. Although he is in alliance with Hades, the king of the underworld, this old fox is obviously not a reliable and kind person. You have to form an alliance with someone you trust. Of course, Athena is still in the investigation stage. Hephaestus would not trust Athena unconditionally because of these words. Then, well, if the goal is achieved, I should go too. Athena withdrew her hand. For some reason, her heart beat faster. She suppressed this strange emotion and said, "If there are conditions, I will persuade Artemis and Apollo to join this alliance. I know Artemis, and she doesn't like Zeus. And you saved Apollo's life. I think they will be happy repay you." Athena threw a gold coin into the water. Black water splash. Hephaestus nodded in disbelief. "Then you will be the one to contact them. Let's make the father-enemy alliance stronger as soon as possible. It seems that there is nothing wrong with my investment in Apollo," Hephaestus thought. "The Avengers?" Athena was taken aback and joked casually. "This name is good. Maybe you can still bring the three Furies into the alliance." The voice fell. Harsh string music sounded on the river. Charon, the god of ferrying the Styx, appeared with the Eru. "See you next time, Hephaestus. I hope you can become the original god." Athena jumped on the bow and waved goodbye to Hephaestus. Hephaestus couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling when he heard this, and waved her goodbye. It is not so easy to become the original god. However, Hephaestus is not without confidence. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, said that Helios' parents, the Titans, would come to the underworld for revenge. This is the best opportunity for advancement. But it's too mysterious to be promoted to the original state in one go. Hephaestus stared at the shore for a moment. Charon's piercing Eru music faded away, and the boats disappeared into the thick white garden. Leaving the underworld, Athena was in a good mood. The conversation with Hephaestus gave her great satisfaction. This time when she returns to Mount Olympus, she will do some ideological work on Artemis and Apollo. As Hephaestus said, let this alliance grow as quickly as possible. Only in this way can we resist Zeus and compete with Mount Olympus. Flying through the air, Athena suddenly noticed that there were several extremely powerful auras approaching quickly in the far distance. Athena launched a magic spell to look into the past, immediately breaking through time and space, seeing the extremely far place, the Titan god Hyperion and Thea riding on the moon chariot, as well as the moon goddess Selene, the dawn goddess Eos, and the cold and seemingly emotionless goddess of justice Thea Mississippi. As the goddess of wisdom, the moment she saw them, Athena understood their purpose. "I didn't expect the Hyperion family to come so quickly, and even the Lady Justice is here, which is a little troublesome." Athena frowned. The goddess of justice is very powerful. She acts sternly and impartially, and will never mix any personal feelings. This trip to the underworld with the Hyperion family must also be to judge Hephaestus, the god who killed the sun. Originally, after seeing the strength of Hephaestus, Athena was not worried about the revenge of the sun god's family, because Hephaestus already had the strength to deal with it. But now there is an extra Lady Justice. Just as Athena was thinking, the lunar chariot pulled by the divine horse has already appeared on the skyline and is coming at a fast speed. Selene, who was driving the moon chariot, saw Athena and murmured in confusion, "Goddess of wisdom? Why is she here?" Everyone looked away immediately. When the moon cart approached, Selene slowed down and said to the goddess, "Athena, are you here? Do you want to go to the underworld with us?" "No, Selene, I have something important to talk to Themis, the goddess of justice." Athena said seriously, "What's the matter with 0.2? Let's talk about it when Themis comes back." Hyperion said in an unquestionably majestic tone, "Selene, continue on your way. I guess Lady Justice has a mind of her own." Athena was a little displeased with his arrogance, so she stood still in front of the lunar car. The Titan god Thea and the goddess of dawn both frowned, wanting to speak. But Themis said first, "Athena, the goddess of wisdom, I am going to the underworld to judge Hephaestus. What do you want to talk to me? What if? I'm sure this is very important, Lady Justice. Please come down and listen to me before you make a decision. Besides, it won't take too long. There will be no delay. You are going to the underworld for revenge, okay?" Hyperion grown-ups. Athena moved her eyes to the white-haired man. Hyperion remained expressionless. No answer. Chapter 80. As for Themis, seeing Athena like this, I felt that this matter should be really important. After all, the goddess of wisdom would not be ignorant of priorities. Therefore, after weighing it, Themis decided to agree and said to Hyperion and Thea beside him, "Hurry up first, and I will catch up with you later." Thea looked at Gujing Wubwa, her husband who didn't respond, understood what he meant, and said without objection, "Okay, Themis, I believe you will not go back on your word." Immediately afterwards, Themis got off the moon cart. Selene drove the moon chariot again, drove to the distance, and soon disappeared into the sky. "Athena, now we can say, what is it?" asked Themis, the goddess of justice. "Hephaestus, don't let anything happen to you." Athena looked at the underworld in the distance and nodded. "Of course, respected Lady Themis." Just hold Themis. Athena believes that Hephaestus can definitely solve the Hyperion family. When the Lady Justice goes again, Hephaestus will not be in danger. This is currently the only thing she can do for her allies. Everything outside. Hephaestus doesn't know anything yet. After sending Athena away, he returned to his 17th room. And Hecate, the goddess of magic, sat in his room, waiting quietly, holding her snow-white cheeks with her slender hands. She was in a daze, as if thinking about something that made her feel embarrassed. What is this guy thinking? Hephaestus rarely saw her in this state, so he stopped at the door and watched quietly with great interest. However, Hecate had sensed his return, looked at him, stood up, and said, "Hephaestus, are you back? Where's Athena? Why isn't she with you?" I heard Hecate asking about Athena. Hephaestus couldn't help laughing. For Athena these days, Hecate does not know how many jars of jealousy have been overturned. Treat Athena like a competitor. Don't worry, Hecate. Athena has left the underworld and returned to Mount Olympus. Hephaestus walked up to her in a few steps and smelled the faint fragrance of Hecate while breathing. He was tall and tall. During this time, he has grown a lot taller. At this time, he stood face to face with Hecate, fully taller than the other by more than half a head. "Gone? What? You didn't keep her? All the gods of the underworld know that she is pursuing you. Hephaestus, everyone is thinking, will the two of you be together?" Hecate wrapped her fingers around her hair, lowered her head, and said softly, "So close." Hecate felt the hot and masculine breath emanating from Hephaestus' muscular body. Her cheeks were burning hot. "Do you think so, Hecate?" Hephaestus asked. "Do you want me to think so?" Hecate replied. "It depends on what you want," said Hephaestus. Hecate looked up, and Hephaestus stared. An ambiguous atmosphere arose spontaneously in the house. Hephaestus probably knew what Hecate was thinking. He raised his hand and brushed Hecate's hair behind his ear, and said, "Athena is the goddess of wisdom. She is so close to me and has her own purpose. Now that her purpose has been achieved, of course she will leave. Hecate, I think you needn't worry about anything." Hecate's pretty face was flushed by this intimate gesture, and she thought about what Hephaestus said, not knowing how to speak for a while. This time, the relationship between Hephaestus and Hecate is getting better and better. It seems to have risen to a certain level. Only a layer of window paper was pierced. And now, at this very moment, Hephaestus was thinking, If he kissed him now, would the other party refuse? There was a moment of silence in the room. Hecate suddenly chuckled, and the two dimples set her off brilliantly. Who's worried about you? Hephaestus, I wish you could leave the underworld with Athena. Unfortunately, you offended the king of the gods and Hyperion. If you leave the underworld, Athena can't protect you. These arrogant words made Hephaestus laugh. Unexpectedly, the goddess is also duplicity. Although he said he wanted to, but if he really left the underworld with Athena, Hecate might be able to chase him out and snatch him back. Just when the two were ambiguous. Rumble, the whole underworld suddenly shook violently. An extremely powerful coercion descended like a torrent, suppressing the gods with incomparable domineering power. Hephaestus and Hecate changed their expressions at the same time, and they looked outside together. Hephaestus, get out. The grand and majestic roar resounded through the underworld. It keeps echoing. Like a substantive strong coercion, it stirs up smoke and dust on the field of truth. This kind of strength can already compete with Hades, the king of the underworld. It is Hyperion, one of the 12 titans who ruled everything in the world in the ancient Silver Age. Following, and the sun, the moon, and the dawn, the divine mother of light, the titan Thea, all that shines in the sky above. Moon goddess Selene, dawn goddess Eos. Powerful auras swept across the entire underworld. The gods of the underworld are deeply aware that since Hephaestus and Prometheus came to the underworld, troubles have continued. Even these two ancient titan gods were attracted. A fierce battle is inevitable. Hyperion, Thea. The death of Helios, the god of the sun, was all caused by my stealing the god fire. You take revenge, don't find the wrong person. Suddenly, a peaceful and diluted voice came from the palace of Hades. Prometheus, dressed in a loose yellow robe, stepped out of it barefoot. During this time, he has been worrying about the coming of the 12 titans. Worry he 030 Faith Toth can't handle it all. Therefore, if necessary, he is willing to use himself to appease the anger of the Hyperion family, to ensure that Hephaestus can grow to the original state safely and soundly. Prometheus? When we kill Hephaestus, we will have to settle accounts with you. Themis is also on the way, and then you have a good talk with her. Look at her holy law. Well, I will not let you go, you wicked traitor. At this time, you said coldly. Prometheus is the child of the 12 titan gods Iapetus and Clymene. In terms of seniority, these two generations of titan gods are Prometheus' uncle and aunt. However, the relationship between them is equally weak. Given the chance, Hyperion and Thea would not hesitate to kill Prometheus to avenge their son. Prometheus, step back, don't interfere with this matter. Hephaestus also turned into a streamer and flew out. He knew what Prometheus was thinking, but it wasn't necessary, he could handle it. Hecate, the goddess of magic, followed closely behind Hephaestus, swaying in a red robe, with worry in her sleepy eyes. Although she has seen Hephaestus defeat Athena easily. However, this time is different. This time there are 4 main gods. 2 of them are titans of the Silver Age, and they are powerful and boundless existences. No matter how powerful Hephaestus is, there is a limit. Chapter 81. Prometheus saw Hephaestus so determined. He nodded without answering, but he didn't back down either. In the event of war, he will fight alongside Hephaestus. He would not leave Hephaestus alone to face the Hyperions. Hephaestus, you dare to come out. Today I will make you regret what you did to death. Seeing the appearance of the murderer, Thea suddenly screamed, full of hatred. Hyperion also showed a scowl on his indifferent face. The terrifying coercion around him is even stronger. Even the space is distorted. As the father of Helios and the god of the sun in the Silver Age, Hyperion's son Fire is even more terrifying. Hephaestus, blood for blood. Today is your day of death. Selene then raised her willow eyebrows and shouted sharply. A blazing full moon floated behind her. It contrasts with the boundless dawn brought by Eos, illuminating the entire universe of the underworld. At this moment, both of them are full of killing intent. Dawn is like the evening of death, and the full moon is stained with rich blood. The wrath of the gods. Descending. Helios, after all, he was killed by Zeus. Hephaestus soared forward. Face to face with these 4 main god-level powerhouses, he said coldly and calmly. If Zeus had a sympathetic heart, Prometheus would not have to steal the fire. Helios would not have to go to the underworld, let alone fight with me, so that he died in the end. Hyperion frowned and said majestically, do lowly and despicable human beings deserve to enjoy the rights of gods? The entire underworld is rolling with his oracular words. Prometheus is the disgrace of the Titans. And you, Hephaestus, You are as low as a human being rolling in the mud. Stop talking nonsense, no matter how you quibble. Tell the truth. You will not escape death. I am not sophistry, and I have no intention of diverting the conflict to eliminate this battle. I am just telling you the facts, so that even if you die, you will not be fools. At least you know who you are. Take advantage of. Hephaestus spoke these words calmly. Rumble. Next moment, he immediately released a huge fire-forging field. Vast space-time vibrations, fiery high-temperature distorted space. No less than Hyperion. Both Prometheus and Hecate were instantly repelled from this area by the power of the law. Even the distant land is affected. All the flames in the world are rising and surging. It seems that Ping has been summoned. This moment, not only the gods of the underworld, but Tartarus in the distant abyss of hell was alarmed and paid attention here. When the gods saw this scene, they all knew that Hephaestus planned to fight against the four main gods independently without anyone intervening. They all thought to themselves, this is too much. Although Hephaestus' main god domain is very strong, facing Hyperion and Thea, any Titan god is not inferior. However, at this moment, 4 against 1, there is still a feeling of being alone and invincible. Even if Prometheus, the second-generation Titan god, is allowed to join the battle, Hephaestus' situation will be much easier. Hephaestus, now is not the time to be impulsive. Let me help you. Prometheus nervously transmitted the voice. Trust me. Leave it alone, Perseus. Hephaestus still answered calmly, because he is not afraid. The underworld is his home field. He has the priesthood of Netherland, the priesthood of hell. This is the biggest killer feature. If he can't win with the power of the domain alone, then he will use these 2 whole cards. He has absolute confidence. In this battle, the god who survived to the end is him. Little devil, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? Seeing the other party despise oneself so much. Hyperion couldn't help roaring in anger. His eyes lit up with golden fire, and the endless sun god fire came crashing down. His domain is no different from that of Helios. The only difference is that he is stronger. In an instant, Hephaestus is besieged in a realm of flames. All sounds, colors, time and space are isolated by the divine fire. Raging solar fire. Head straight to Hephaestus in the middle of the realm. The latter's blue eyes were still calm. Raise your palm and wave. In the time and space around the domain, a thick barrier composed of vast divine power suddenly appeared. Shenhua was isolated from the outside, constantly licking and hitting the barriers of this forging field. Once the barrier is broken, in Hyperion's view, it was the time of Hephaestus' death. Let's do it together. You don't have to be polite with this lowly human thing. And Thea shouted sharply at this moment, leading Selene and Eos to mobilize the power of the domain one after another, besieging and killing Hephaestus. I saw Thea was shining brightly. The blazing sacred light can almost melt and purify everything in the world, all darkness and evil. Selene's moon god realm and Eos dawn realm combined with it, erupting a more powerful, terrifying power of killing gods and demons. With the kingdom of Shenhua, they complement each other and become horns of each other. The moment these 3 main gods made their move, the deep and heavy power of boundless law sealed and strengthened this space. This is Hades the Hades shot. He couldn't let this battle wave that could almost destroy the underworld erupt. If necessary, Hades will directly use his authority to expel them from the underworld. Fight anywhere on the earth, in the sky, in the ocean. It is also this moment, just as the power of the law of the underworld imprisoned the surrounding time and space. The combined wrathful attack of the 3 main gods of Thea, mother and daughter, is about to reach the barriers of Hephaestus' realm. Boom. Vast and infinite. 3 completely different majestic law powers, shattering time and space. Come crashing down. Smash this bright kingdom that can purify everything neatly. Both sides are extremely powerful. All of them exploded in an instant, erupting into a splendid scene just like the Big Bang of the universe. And in this beautiful divine light, the goddess of magic, Hecate, dressed in a dazzling red dress, stood out of thin air. The slender hands hold, good promise good, long sword and staff respectively. Thousands of black hairs danced wildly. With a strong killing intent in their beautiful eyes, they stabbed extremely sharply at the 3 daughters of Thea and said coldly, "If you want to bully the few with more, pass me first." Hecate's powerful strength is fully revealed. This moment, in this imprisoned field created by Hades, the king of the underworld. She fought alongside Hephaestus then. Of course, Thea knew this goddess of magic, and when she saw her stepping in to prevent her from taking revenge, she immediately screamed angrily, "Dare to stand in my way?
B ***h. You are courting death. It all happened extremely quickly. Hephaestus releases the domain. The Hyperion family fights. Pluto seals time and space, and Hecate helps. The gods who were almost weak in strength couldn't even see all this clearly. Hecate, are you protecting me? In the field of forging by fire. Seeing Hecate's actions, Hephaestus couldn't help feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Chapter 82. Killing the Titan god Hyperion. Hephaestus sees Hecate helping. Many emotions welled up in my heart. In this world, Hecate is the second goddess who is willing to protect him. The first was Thetis, goddess of the sea. This moment, Hephaestus is not hypocritical either. Turning his eyes to Hyperion, his blue eyes burst out with a chilling, killing intent. Hyperion, you should die. Hephaestus spat out the words. Formidable divine power billowed out like a torrent of coercion. His fire-forging field also immediately turned back to the guest. Release the majestic and turbulent solar fire, soaring into the sky, and compete with Hyperion. 2 tens of thousands of feet high golden raging waves devour each other. It's like 2 golden dragons twisting and fighting each other. Both are sun god fires. But Hephaestus possesses the priesthood of the sun, and is the god of Vulcan himself, and his strength is even stronger. When he is urged, he is much stronger than Hyperion, the ancient god of the sun. This also made Hyperion's pupils tremble continuously, and his heart was terrified. How is this possible? Hyperion screamed inwardly. But he is also one of the titans who ruled the world in the Silver Age. Even though he felt unbelievable about all this, he quickly stabilized his mind, urged himself to use all his strength, and manipulated the sun Shinhua to violently counterattack. The laws of the 2 gods collided fiercely. 2 majestic 023 sun fires tear each other apart. It is extremely obvious that the blonde boy sun god fire is firmly suppressing Hyperion's sun god fire. Hephaestus has the upper hand, and very oppressively approaching Hyperion. The other side, Thea is still leading her 2 daughters to fight Hecate, the goddess of magic. Here is also the fight against the power of law. Because Hecate's strength is unparalleled, the 3 of them together can hardly break through the opponent's defense for a while. After all, Thea is the real main force of the attack. Although Selene, the goddess of the moon, and Eos, the goddess of dawn, are also the main gods, they are all newly promoted, but they are only the first and second ranks. Damn, this be ***ch. Why is it so difficult? Thea saw that her husband was at a disadvantage not far away, but she couldn't help her. She was so anxious that she cursed Hecate secretly. Before she came, although she had been mentally prepared, she never thought that Hephaestus would be so powerful. The realm is obviously the 6th level of the main god. So is Hyperion. He is completely at a disadvantage at this moment, dodging and retreating in an extremely embarrassing situation. But under the suppression of the law of fire and forging, under the confinement of Pluto's space, he has nowhere to hide. BHDF, this confinement space is like a cruel and bloody coliseum. Only the winner can come out from here. Come out with endless glory. Weaker and weaker. Is it that I, Hyperion, have lost repeatedly? No. How could I lose to this brat? Hyperion was extremely unwilling in his heart. This dissatisfaction gradually turned into anger, but no longer outraged over the death of Helios. Instead, he became angry from embarrassment. Hephaestus, you can't beat me. Hyperion roared a little madly. Unleash all divine power in an instant, ready to go all in and kill Hephaestus with this move. Under his control, the majestic and blazing sun god fire immediately gathered into a ball, almost become a real hanging sun. The destructive power contained in it even shakes the space confinement of Hades. If its power brews to the extreme, it will explode. Has the power to slay Hephaestus without a doubt. But Hephaestus would not allow him to accumulate power like this. He immediately spit out 4 words in a low voice. Forging. Refining. The domain suddenly sent out endless piercing whistling. The void is distorted, and the power of the law turns into a red-gold vortex, constantly rotating and twisting, slowly swallowing up this round of blazing sun. And Hyperion, because of reversing the occurrence of this scene, he sensed that his own power was being swallowed continuously, eyes wide open in disbelief. He has never seen such a special power. After one breath, only then did Hyperion suddenly realize that he must not be swallowed by the opponent again. He shouted decisively. Burst. The space vibrated violently. A look of regret flashed in Hephaestus' eyes. Unfortunately, it's still close. He was still close to being able to completely refine this round of condensed Hyperion scorching sun into his own.
Boom! Instantly, the terrifying force with the ability to destroy the world bursts out. The power of the law will also come. All is silent. The light that was so intense that even the gods could not look directly broke through the space confinement in an instant. Drowned Hephaestus, Hecate, and the Titan Thea and her 2 daughters. All the gods of the underworld all exerted their strength to protect themselves from the harm of this fluctuation. However, after a few breaths, everything calmed down and the blazing fire disappeared. That big bang did not spread. The gods of the underworld looked curiously. I saw Guan Yu above. In front of a blonde boy, Hyperion is trapped in the shrinking domain. His face was distorted like a ghost, his mouth was opened to the extreme, and he let out a silent scream. Hyperion, your desperate attempt didn't work. Instead, it made it easier for me to catch you. Hephaestus stood out of thin air, his robes flapping, and said softly, he just took advantage of the priesthood other than the sun and fire. Magic, ghosts, night. Although the power of Hades and hell was not used, but it was enough to quell the explosion, and Hyperion was settled. In the forging domain, Hyperion's body gradually melted, and his pupils, which were trembling with fear, full of disbelief and desire to survive, finally turned into a mass of slurry. A cloud of divine essence. Serum capable of forging artifacts. In the Silver Age, one of the 12 titans who ruled the world. In this way, it fell silently in the domain of Hephaestus. Thea, Selene, and Eos all felt like the sky was collapsing. How can that be? How could such a powerful husband and father be killed like this? Is all this real? Still dreaming, Selene, Eos. Go. It was Thea who reacted quickly. Although she was heartbroken, she knew that revenge was hopeless at this time, and what she should do was to run for her life. In the face of this abnormally powerful god of fire and craftsmen, whether they can save their lives is still a matter of debate. Whoosh. Before the 2 daughters of Selene could answer, Thea wrapped her 2 daughters with divine power and fled towards the river Styx. Although Hyperion's move just now failed to kill Hephaestus, it also shattered Hades' spatial confinement. This allowed Thea, mother and daughter, to quickly escape from the Colosseum full of pungent and bloody smell. As for Hecate, the goddess of magic, she was delighted to see Hephaestus win. But in the next second, this joy was suddenly dispelled by the fleeing Thea, mother and daughter. Those who intend to kill Hephaestus, don't let them go. I still want to escape. Hecate scolded coquettishly, turned into a bright red light, and galloped after it through the air. Chapter 83. Lady Justice. Vulcan, I want to judge you. I can forge another main artifact to enhance my strength. Satisfied, Hephaestus put Hyperion's melted corpse into the storage space, and also turned into a streamer of light to chase after it. On the banks of the river Styx, 3 beams of light descended one after another. Thea walked a few steps quickly and shouted anxiously to the river. God crossing the river Styx. God crossing the river Styx. Let's cross the river quickly. At the same time, she activated the power of law in an attempt to distort Styx's air-forbidden law. This will make it easier for them to fly away and escape. But there is no doubt that they cannot succeed. Thea, you can't get away. 2 rays of light descended from the sky in succession. Hephaestus and Hecate came after him. Thea looked back. Her complexion changed drastically. She immediately stopped in front of the 2 daughters and shouted in a deep voice, Selene, Eos. Swim over immediately. I will block them. Quick. Although the Styx water will wash away the divinity. But compared with life, I can't control so much now. No, I won't go. I'll stay with you. Selene shouted firmly, stopping in front of Thea. Eos also firmly said, Mother, either go together or die together. Haoyue and Liming emerged together. Shine on this side of the river Styx. The whole body of Hephaestus also exuded waves of divine power. He stood still and said to Ji Nan with a sneer, After seeing me kill Hyperion, you actually thought you could escape. You are really innocent idiots. No wonder they were used by Zeus to send you to death. The goddess of magic raised her staff and soul-refining sword, ready to attack at any time, only waiting for Hephaestus' order. Thea's eyes were red, full of overwhelming hatred. Even if I die, Hephaestus, I will drag you to be buried with me. I don't think you have the ability. Hephaestus raised his eyebrows and said. He raised his palm, and the forging field blasted out immediately. But the next moment, boom, the goddess of magic, Hecate, changed her complexion and shouted, Be careful. This is... Hephaestus also noticed something, frowned, and looked at Styx. Shhhhhhh. I saw a majestic sword engulfing evil spirits, with an almost invincible power of law, riding the wind and waves and shooting towards it. Head straight to the forge of Hephaestus. Hurrah! The lightning flashed away, and the unformed domain was immediately split into two halves. Stop the movement and guard in front of Thea, mother and daughter. Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to be so daring. Kill Helios and kill Hyperion. What should you do? On the water of the river Styx, the boat of Charon, the fairy god, sailed through the thick white mist. Standing at the bow of the boat was a beautiful woman in a white robe, spotless and spotless. The eyes are sharp and ruthless. The good looks are also cold, and there is a strong and suffocating sense of oppression around him. It is the goddess of justice, Themis. Athena can only contain her for a while. It can't stop her from coming to the underworld. But she was late for this step, which had already caused serious and irreversible consequences to the situation of the war. Hyperion is dead. With all due respect, Themis, I don't think I'm guilty. The moment they kill me, they must make up their minds to be killed by me. Hephaestus was a little surprised by the visitor. However, he responded calmly. At the same time, I was a little surprised. A sword cut through his main god domain. Themis' strength was a bit beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, the goddess of justice came to the underworld. Hecate's pretty face was dignified, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The oppression given to her by the goddess of justice far exceeds Thea. Themis, why did you come here? Hyperion has already been killed by this guy. Seeing the belated sister, Thea let out a sharp scream of hatred. She was so grief-stricken that she was losing her mind. Selene and Eos held on to their mother nervously. Now Themis is their only savior, and they must not be offended. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in Themis' eyes. It seemed sad, or something else. But soon, it turned into a cold and ruthless appearance again. Ignoring Thea, she jumped off the god-crossing boat, walked up to the blonde boy, and announced coldly, Hephaestus, you have violated the laws of God by teaming up with Prometheus to steal the divine fire. Now you have killed Helios and Hyperion and his son, which is an unforgivable crime. I will give you a just trial. Hephaestus blinked. I don't think you will be my opponent. Lady Justice, I am very grateful for your trial that year. I don't want to fight with you. Please don't force me. Asking for flowers, more than a year ago. Hephaestus once visited the Temple of Justice with the goddess of the sea. Asked goddess of justice to judge Hera for murdering her parents and children. Anyway, that trial gave Hephaestus a good year to live. So Hephaestus did feel some gratitude to Themis. But he also knew that the goddess of justice was stern and selfless, and there would be no personal affair. Therefore, if he really wants to do something, Hephaestus will not hold back anything. The four eyes are facing each other. There was silence. Themis pointed at Hephaestus with the Excalibur of justice, and said coldly, If you have been wronged, I will cleanse you and return your innocence. If you have sins, I will judge you fairly and justly. Punish you. Hephaestus, if you give up resistance, I can give you a lighter punishment. Zero. When Hephaestus heard this, a disdainful smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. It seemed to be mocking Themis' innocence, and waves of divine power surged around him. It was impossible for him to give up resistance, because that also means putting your life in the hands of others. As for the mother and daughter of Thea, they originally wanted to take the opportunity to leave on the boat of God, but it was a pity that Charon rowed the boat away. Just as they were about to swim across the river Styx, Hecate, the goddess of magic, locked them in. Any small action will trigger the start of this big battle. So, they froze in place together, and neither of them wanted to move first, and they were all doctors. Just when the two sides were at war and the battle was about to break out, a deep and majestic voice rolled from the sky. Themis, the goddess of justice, alas, why do you do things so desperately? In the end, Hephaestus is just for self-protection. Even if you want to fight, don't fight in the underworld. I can't stand your troubles here anymore. This voice has the power of law to suppress the underworld. It was Hades who had been watching. Hades, this is none of your business. You'd better not get involved. Themis raised her head slightly and said coldly, Hephaestus violated the law of God, which cannot be tolerated. If he is not dealt with, what is the dignity of laws and regulations? Who else would believe in the law of justice? If the goddess of justice insists on this, I can only accompany her. Hephaestus continued, firming his position. He refined Hyperion's exploding sun and replenished a lot of power, and he is still at his peak state. Not afraid of Themis. Chapter 84. Another master artifact, realm improvement. Since you don't listen, Themis, I'm sorry. Hades' voice came out again. Although he has been waiting and watching, he also knows that he must make a move at this time. After seeing these few battles of Hephaestus, Hades couldn't be sure how many cards this guy had. If they really fight, they might be able to kill Jimmisai. It doesn't matter that Hyperion is dead, but if Themis died, it would definitely shake the entire Mount Olympus. Things would really make a big fuss. How dare you obstruct justice? Hades. Upon hearing this, there was a bad premonition in Themis' heart, and she immediately sternly shouted. But it was too late. A majestic and irresistible law of the underworld has come. The extremely strong repulsive force directly tore the void and knocked Themis out of the underworld. This means 470 is the authority of Pluto. Seeing this scene, Thea's mother and daughter turned pale and froze in place. Their only hope of escape was gone. Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. Even the Lady Justice would fight. Dozens of streamers landed one after another. Wearing a black robe, Hades led the gods of the underworld and Prometheus, and said jokingly, as Pluto said, I'm only doing it to protect myself. Hephaestus turned and answered with a smile. Now that Hades has made a move, the situation has stabilized. Thea, the mother and daughter, don't even think about escaping. But he was no longer interested in these poor people. Yes, but I cast Themis out of the underworld. Hephaestus, you are well. Hades to Hephaestus. Thank you for your help. The latter nodded in disbelief. Pluto did him a favor by expelling Themis with authority. He still didn't think much of fighting Lady Justice. These three, what do you plan to do with them? Hades looked majestically at the three of Thea. Hephaestus also looked away. He stared at the three idiots and hapless ghosts who were used by Zeus because of hatred, and said calmly, they trespassed in the underworld and started a war. The king of Hades wants to kill them. I don't care about them. Also works. Hades said, showing a sly smile, and waved to Thea and the others. Grab it. Rumble. The magnificent law of the underworld immediately suppressed the three of Thea. Thea, Selene, and Eos suddenly felt that only 60% to 70% of their realm was suppressed. They had spent a lot of energy in fighting, and their strength was undoubtedly extremely low. Now, even the last strength to resist is gone. How so? The moon goddess Selene despaired. According to her expectation, Hephaestus was dead at this moment. However, now the situation is completely reversed. The father was killed, the goddess of justice was expelled, and they also faced a miserable end. Thinking of what Hephaestus said before, Selene suddenly felt a pang of regret for some reason. Maybe they shouldn't be so impulsively hostile to it. As soon as the order is issued, the gods of the underworld immediately surrounded them and captured the few titans who had given up their resistance in despair. Everyone in Thea knew that they were at the end of the road, and resisting and struggling could only lead to humiliation, so they let them be detained dejectedly. Then, Pluto, I will take my leave first. Hephaestus ignored these, greeted Hades, and turned to leave. Now he desperately wants to go back to refining artifacts. Did not take 2 steps. Hephaestus suddenly thought of something. Turn around. Looking behind him, Hecate, the goddess of magic, was staring at his back. Will you come with me? Hecate read this sentence from his eyes. There was a little sweetness in my heart, and I followed with light steps. The two left here side by side. When Hades and the gods of the underworld saw this scene, their eyes were a little ambiguous. Just now Hecate stopped the enemy desperately for Hephaestus, and they all saw it. This pair is probably going to accomplish a beautiful thing. The two returned to the door of Hades' palace. Hephaestus stopped in his tracks and asked gently to Hecate beside him. Give me a little time first, okay? Hecate, I have something to do. Hecate nodded and suddenly said, Hephaestus, you can do whatever you want and report to me. Don't pretend you don't know. You guys know it well. Laugh if you want to. It's not good to hold back. Hephaestus stepped into the door, laughed, and said Hecate was seen through at a glance and blushed. She is indeed very happy, and she can't help but want to laugh. Hephaestus seems to have regarded her as an important person. This change made Hecate feel sweet and warm in his heart. Inside the room, Hephaestus casually set up a magic circle to cover the fluctuation of divine power, then extract Hyperion's corpse essence from the system space. This is a powerhouse not weaker than Pluto Hades. Hephaestus is looking forward to it. What will be obtained by forging it into an artifact? Start immediately. Hephaestus hits the forging field. The red golden flame immediately enveloped the essence of the corpse. About a quarter of an hour passed. A pair of mighty and domineering, golden armor of gods was formed in the sea of fire. This pair of sun god armor, coupled with the sword of Helios, will exert power beyond imagination. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the main artifact. The system rewards 2,000 years of divine power. Mastery/observation. The cold mechanical sound of the system came. The name Hyperion originally had meanings such as the one who travels through the sky, the god who patrols in the sky, and the god who observes from above, under the gaze. Therefore, he has the priesthood of observation. With this priesthood, it will be more convenient to act in the future. Hephaestus rejoiced in his heart and immediately opened the system panel. Click on all the plus signs behind divine power and priesthood. The moment the idea clicks down, the vast and majestic divine power gushes out violently immediately. Just a few breaths. The power of Hephaestus has once again broken through to a new level. 5.8 The seventh level of the main god realm. Feel the inexhaustible power in your body. Satisfied, Hephaestus opened his system panel again. Host frowny face Hephaestus race. Greek Protoss, bloodline level. Lord god 9th rank, strength level. The 7th level of the main god. Occupation, craftsman, river, thunder, fire, hell, dream, underworld, night, ghost, night, sun, observe divine spells. Vulcan spell, flying, sun god fire, clairvoyance, hellfire. Items, Thor's hammer, Urkadna's whip, Helios sword, sun god armor, very good, and a big step forward to the original realm. Hephaestus smiled broadly. Chapter 85. Establishing relationship with Hecate. Hephaestus smiled broadly. Although many gods have high bloodline levels, most of the time they cannot be fully activated, and they are always imprisoned by shackles, unable to be promoted and break through. But Hephaestus doesn't have this problem. As long as he forges enough artifacts, he can continue to improve like this. Even if it is the shackles of blood, it is easy to break through. You're done. Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief, put away the realm and the Helios armor. The most important thing to forge artifacts to improve strength has been completed. Now it's time to do something else. Hephaestus opened the door and went out, intending to find Hecate, the goddess of magic. He still hasn't thanked Hecate for what happened just now. And besides that, he also wanted to have a good talk with this goddess of magic. Open the door. Hephaestus found that Hecate in a red robe was standing under the eaves not far from the corridor. The beautiful eyes like leaves in midsummer look into the distance, and the delicate and bright side face is absolutely beautiful. After sensing Hephaestus, Hecate also looked at him, met Hephaestus' eyes, and asked in surprise, "Have you finished your business, Hephaestus?" "Yes." 17 Hephaestus strode over. With the improvement of strength, his divine body is also developing into a complete conjoined body. Now, he has the appearance of youth. It's just that this change is relatively subtle, and it can only be seen from the handsome eyebrows that he has become more mature. The masculine breath exuded is also more intense. "Hecate, why didn't you leave?" Hephaestus came to the goddess of magic, looked down at her face, and asked. I look at the scenery," Hecate said, looking away from Hephaestus. "Is there any scenery to see in this eerie place like the underworld? This guy's level of lying is too low." Hephaestus was amused in his heart, but he didn't expose it, and looked into the distance. "I haven't thanked you yet, Hecate." "Thank me for what?" Hecate asked. "Thank you for helping me block Thea, Selene, and Eos. Otherwise, I will be in trouble this time." Hephaestus said, "Nonsense, if I don't take action, nothing will happen to you." Although Hecate knew that Hephaestus was complimenting him, she couldn't help but be delighted. It feels good to be able to help someone you care about, and to be thanked by someone you care about. "That's not sure. Hecate, tell me, what do you want in return? I'm ready to reward you, and you can put forward your request as much as you want." Hephaestus said again. He took a step and slowly approached the goddess of magic. The distance between the two was less than a foot. Hecate immediately felt a sense of oppression and took a step back in a panic. "Reward? Reward? I don't need a reward. Hephaestus, what do you want?" At this moment, the goddess of magic is flustered like a girl. She has never had such an experience. Even if there is a strong strength, it is useless at this time. Of course it's to repay you. After the princess saves the prince, isn't it common sense for the prince to promise her body? Hephaestus continued to tease. Now Hecate was even more flustered, and the little deer was jumping wildly in her heart. When Hephaestus approached, her heart suddenly stopped for half a beat. Feel the warmth of the corners of the mouth. Hecate's whole body became hot quickly, and she quickly withdrew and retreated. She was ashamed and happy, and shouted helplessly, "Shameless, Hephaestus! Why are you doing this?" Seeing her at a loss, Hephaestus felt very cute, and said with a smile, "Don't you like my thank you gift? Then, you should come back." He turned his head slightly, facing Hecate sideways. Hecate's pretty face flushed, and she said shyly, "You be asterisk 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 D. You are so annoying. Who said you don't like it?" The voice fell. A gust of red wind swept by. Hecate had disappeared in place. Hephaestus felt the fragrant wind blowing across his cheeks, was startled for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. You're so thin-skinned. How could you run away like this? But this can be regarded as piercing the last layer of window paper. The other side. After Themis, the goddess of justice, was expelled from the underworld by the power of the law of Hades, she never went back. She knew that the mother and daughter of Thea must be in danger. Going back now is of no use. It is likely to be expelled by Pluto a second time. It's better to rush back to the holy mountain of Olympus immediately for help. Maybe you can save the three of them. Themis turned into a blazing white light, streaked across the sky like a meteor, and hurried on his way. Not long, she returns to Mount Olympus, pass through the gate of the holy mountain, and descend directly into the temple of the king of the gods. Zeus, the king of the gods, also noticed the hasty return of the breath and rushed over immediately, and the two of them landed together. Themis, why are you back? Didn't you go to the underworld? Zeus sensed something was wrong. I'm one step late. Hyperion has been killed by Vulcan. Hades also shot me out of the underworld. Zeus, send someone to follow me to the underworld to help. Thea, Selene, EOC is still in the underworld. Hades and Vulcan will not let them go. Themis spoke in a very fast tone. Even she, who has always been calm, was a little anxious this time. The situation is tense and not optimistic. When Zeus heard this, his complexion immediately darkened. After a long time, Tuan murmured, "It turned out to be like this. How powerful is Hyperion, one of the 12 titans? Even killed by Hephaestus. What kind of freak did Hera give birth to? Zeus, what are you thinking? Why don't you send someone to help me soon?" Themis said 673 upon seeing this. Not urgent. On the contrary, Zeus was very calm. His complexion changed for a moment, and he sat on the throne of the god king again. Themis, you just said that Hades expelled you from the underworld? If he did it, then Thea and the others will probably be fine. I know Hades. Themis frowned. So Hades won't kill them? Zeus, what do you want to do? Always save people. Of course you need to save him. You don't need to interfere in this matter anymore. I will let Hermes negotiate with important people. Now that Vulcan has become popular and Pluto has taken the initiative to protect him, it is not appropriate to send someone to Kangya to sanctify him. Zeus said calmly. In fact, the bottom of my heart was boiling with anger. Failed again. After repeated failures, his anger grew more and more. Hades, the god of the underworld, Hephaestus, the god of fire, sooner or later he will catch them all. Knowing that what Zeus said was reasonable, Themis gradually calmed down, nodded and agreed. Okay, let's send the envoys to negotiate. If it doesn't work, then find a way. No nonsense. She turned and flew away from the temple. So Zeus called Hermes, the messenger of the gods, and assigned him the task. The latter once again went to the underworld. Even if Hermes didn't want to set foot in a ghostly place like the underworld, there was nothing he could do. Who told this to be the order of the king of the gods and the father of the gods? After a long journey through the kingdom of darkness, Hermes once again came to the underworld. Chapter 86. Negotiation between Zeus and Hades underworld alone. Hermes crossed the river Styx by boat, passed through the field of truth, and came to the majestic and huge palace of Hades. There are many powerful underworld undead guards guarding here. When they found the intruder, they immediately stopped and surrounded Hermes. Raise your weapons. Followed by the divine power of the two master gods also descended from the sky. Hypnos, the god of sleep, appeared with his twin brother Thanatos, the god of death. Two pairs of black eyes stared at the envoy of the gods, that smooth and Philistine young man. Hermes, do you still dare to come to the underworld? What order did Zeus give you again? Death Thanatos asked with an evil smile. Compare. The sleepy god Hypnos smiled purely. Could it be that you were sent to die, right? Hermes, seeing the other party so arrogant. Hermes couldn't help but ignite a burst of anger. But he knew his mission, so he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. Instead of attacking, he showed his signature smooth smile. Zeus, the great king of the gods, ordered me to negotiate with Pluto and trouble the two of you to inform Pluto. Hearing this, the god of death showed a sneer with disdain and immediately drew out the sharp sickle of god of death, pointing at Hermes. Master Pluto is the one you can see whenever you want. Don't bluff people with the king of the gods. Suddenly, there was a sense of death in the surrounding air. Hermes couldn't help raising his brows. Although his strength is not as strong as other main gods on Mount Olympus, such insults are not tolerated. Thanatos, let Hermes in. Fortunately at this time, a very majestic voice came from the depths of the palace. The god of death and the god of sleep looked at each other solemnly, put away their weapons, and made way for them. Those undead guards naturally obeyed obediently as well. Hermes didn't make a fuss and stepped directly into the palace gate. In the cold and dark inner hall, Hermes met Hades, the king of the underworld. He sat on the pitch-black and ferocious altar, looking down with indifferent eyes. "Meet Pluto," one Hermes bowed in salute. However, he didn't wait for the other party's reaction. After a while, he raised his head and found Hades staring at him. "Zeus sent you to ask for someone." Hades spoke at this moment. How could he not know what Zeus was thinking? "Pluto is wise, you are right." Hermes nodded and replied. "The king of the gods hopes that you can release Thea, the mother of light, Selene, the goddess of the moon, and Eos, the goddess of the dawn, and say." Hades sneered and interrupted. "These lunatics. They went to the underworld without any scruples and made a big fuss. It's almost like I don't exist. If I let it go like this, what is my prestige?" Although it is now a negotiation. But he was also telling the truth. Hades had already thought of the usefulness of the mother and daughter of Thea. Not only can it be used to negotiate with Zeus. This matter is indeed Thea and the others' desire for revenge, and they have never received the consent of Hades. Hermes was not surprised by this, and continued. "If Pluto releases them magnanimously, you can put forward any conditions, I think. As long as it is within the acceptable range, the king of gods will do their best to satisfy you." The tone is not small. Hades said disdainfully. "Since this is the case, then the king's conditions are very simple. Pluto, please speak. Let Zeus send someone to solve the riots in the abyss of hell and Tartarus, and I will let Thea and her daughter go." Hades stood up slowly and walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back, with a strong sense of oppression every step of the way, as if surrounded by endless power of law. Hermes was oppressed. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and he took a half-step back involuntarily. "Pluto, is this request?" Hermes can be said to be the confidant of Zeus. It is also very clear about the riots in the abyss of hell. "I also know that Zeus wants to use the group of thugs in hell to contain and weaken Hades' power. For the time being, it is absolutely impossible to solve this problem, unless the matter is extremely serious. In other words, for now, it is impossible for Zeus to agree to this condition." Seeing Hermes like this, Hades was as clear as Ming Jing in his heart, and said dismissively, "In this case, there is nothing to talk about. Thanatos, see off." The voice did not fall. The god of death, surrounded by black air, appeared out of nowhere in front of the envoys of the gods. Hermes didn't expect Hades to be so direct. "If one doesn't agree, then we won't talk directly." Seeing the stern face of Thanatos, Hermes swallowed back what he wanted to say, feeling unhappy in his heart. He bowed slightly to Pluto, then turned and left without saying a word. Thanatos also left closely with him. This negotiation broke up unhappy. In Sunlung's palace, in an instant, only Hades was left. He knew that Zeus would probably not agree to this condition. Now that he has refused, he will implement his plan. Not long. Thea, mother of light, one of the 12 titans, was escorted to the temple. Hades waved his hand, and all his subordinates withdrew. He looked at the messy-haired, slightly embarrassed, beautiful woman at the bottom of the steps, and asked, "Thea, do you know why I brought you up?" There was anger in Thea's eyes. Soon she calmed down again, and she said hoarsely, "Hades, what do you want to let us go? It's easy, do one thing for me, and if it's done, all three of you, mother and daughter, will survive safe and sound." Hades was expressionless and his tone was extremely calm. "What's the matter?" Thea raised her head and looked directly at Hades. "Tartaros in the abyss of hell has recently awakened suddenly. If you are willing to go inside to investigate the situation, I will let you and your 2 daughters go. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of offending Pluto." Hades continued, "The abyss of hell is extremely dangerous. Of course, he wouldn't let his own people investigate. And into it, Asia is the best candidate." "Hear this." Thea shuddered. "Tartarus, that is the original god. She is only the main god, so if she went, wouldn't she be sent to death?" "Don't worry, he is still in a weak stage, and his strength has not fully recovered." Hades had insight into her concerns. The abyss of hell is full of vicious gods and demons, and Typhon is also imprisoned in it. Even if Tartarus doesn't take action, I can't get out alive. Thea trembled. She wanted very much to save the lives of her 2 daughters. But this condition is too dangerous. It is completely to die. Have you forgotten? Hades said, "Thea, your brother, my father, the great Titan Kronos is also there. He will protect you, safe and sound." After Zeus united Hades and Poseidon brothers and sisters to defeat and overthrow Cronus, He imprisoned the second-generation God King in the abyss of hell. Chapter 87. Entering the abyss of hell. Hades' words silenced Thea. The second generation of God King, the god Cronus, the cruel tyrant who once made the gods fear and triggered the battle of the Titans. If he was really there to protect her, Thea thought, it would indeed make the trip safer. After all, among the 12 Titans, Kronos was the most powerful. It seems that I have to go this trip to the abyss of hell. Chunya's eyebrows trembled slightly. Hades showed a look of disbelief. This king will not let you die. I also want to see how the situation in the abyss of hell has deteriorated. You should be able to understand, Thea. Thea didn't answer right away. Hades also gave her time to think. The hall was silent for a long time. With a helpless face, Thea let out a sigh of relief, staring at Pluto with bright eyes. Okay, Hades, I promise you. If I survive, I hope you can keep your promise and let me and I go. My daughter. This king has always kept his word. Hades showed a wicked smile. The end of one end of the vast underworld. Hell abyss. 2 rays of light, one black and one white, descended from the sky. It was Hades and Thea who fell in front of the gate of the abyss and the powerful sealing barrier. At this moment, Hades had a serious face, holding a double-pronged fork, and activated the vast power of the law of the underworld to open a gap in this side of the enchantment. Hohochi 097. In this gap, there was an infinite piercing roar. The biting coldness and rich darkness of the forest are also revealed from it. Thea's body couldn't help shaking. Even the powerful Titans are instinctively afraid of this place. Go in quickly. Thea, call me if you find out information, and I will pick you up, Hades said. There was a look of resistance in the eyes of God Thea. But at this moment, thinking of Selene and Eos, she still tried her best to muster up the courage, turned into a streamer, and flew through the gap into the abyss of hell. For survival, for the lives of 2 daughters. She has no other choice. Wait for her to go in. Hades also withdrew the power of the law. The fissures heal, and the seal resolidifies. Thea, if you die inside, my promise will be void. Hades whispered calmly. So, you'd better come out alive. Hell abyss. In this sea of darkness that can swallow everything, a faint light suddenly emerged. Shine light on Thea's beautiful fair face. There was a trace of panic in her eyes. She looked around, her body trembling uncontrollably. This is not caused by fear, but by the torture-like cold in the abyss of hell. Thea even felt that the divine power in her body was frozen. The flow was not smooth, and it was difficult to continue. Is this the abyss of hell? No wonder Kronos, Typhon, and the others have been unable to escape from here. This kind of cold is simply the cruelest punishment in the world. Thea held back the meridians of the skin, pierced the sharp pain of the knife, and walked deep. It's just too dark here. The light in Thea's palm was simply not enough to fight against it. Moreover, divine power is consumed very quickly in it. Thea can only maintain this ray of necessary light source, and cannot waste a single one. Otherwise, once she meets a powerful god and demon, she will have no choice but to catch them without strength. Boom, boom, boom. Fumbling in the dark, he has not gone far. The ground of the abyss shook violently. It seems that some huge monster is approaching. Immediately after, Thea saw densely packed stars scattered around her not far away. Every star's light is strange and full of murderous intent. Soon, accompanied by rumbling shocks approaching. These were not stars, Thea realized. No, a 100-armed titan. Thea screamed from the bottom of her heart, her expression extremely tense. She bumped into BHDB, one of the monsters she least wanted to bump into. The 100-armed titan born from the combination of the first generation of God Kings and the Earth Mother Gaia. Although the 12 titans and these titans were born of Gaia, Thea knew that the 12 titans and these monsters had no feelings at all. Even if they fought, it would not be surprising. These monsters have been imprisoned here for so long. Who knows what they will do when they suddenly meet her? How to escape? Thea looked around and found that she was completely surrounded by densely packed stars that were rapidly approaching. And at this time, Thea also used this light to see these 3 hideous and terrifying monsters clearly. 50 heads, 100 arms, and a body as large and strong as a mountain. Compared with them, Thea is like an ant. It's the breath of the Titan god. Let you just take a look. Who is imprisoned in hell again? A 100-armed Titan made a thunderous sound. They are all the 100-armed Titans who invaded the underworld last time. The reason why he was able to go out was because of Tartarus. Otherwise, they and the gods here would not be able to break the seal at all. It's a very familiar smell. It seems to be the ancient 12 Titans. It smells really good. It must be delicious. Another 100-armed Titan lowered his body and said. When speaking, He spit out a hurricane with an extremely foul smell. Thea felt nauseous for a while. She secretly used her divine power, ready to break through the defensive circle at any time, and said, "Several titans. I am indeed one of the 12 titans. My name is Thea. We are all children of Gaia. You can't hurt me." "No, Kodos is hungry. No matter who you are, you will use it to fill Kodos' stomach." Another 100-armed titan also called out. "I discovered her first, so I should eat her first," Titan yelled. "Gyges, Kodos, at worst. Let's divide it equally. Equal split. This is what we discovered together." The other 2 titans spoke one after another. Listen to these monsters discuss how to share and eat themselves. Thea was even more disgusted in her heart. She couldn't bear these quarrels and shouted angrily, "Damn monster. Wanna eat me?" Next life, a bright and blazing holy light suddenly burst out from her body, almost illuminate the deep and boundless abyss of hell. All of a sudden, the imprisoned gods startled together and looked in this direction. Titan God. It's the breath of Titan God. Good fresh food. I'm so hungry. I really want to devour the gods. Give it to me. Give it to me. Some gods who were imprisoned to the point of going crazy were extremely excited and wanted to join in the fun and fight. And some gods, demons and monsters, are so hungry that they go crazy. One stone stirs up a roar like 1,000 waves. I want to rush to tear Thea's fresh flesh immediately. And at this time, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, who was lying on the edge of a rock and taking a sickle in his arms, suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. He looked in a certain direction and murmured in surprise, "Thea, duh." Chapter 88. The second-generation god king Kronos, Titan. "You blinded Kordos. Damn, damn. Gyges will eat you immediately." The titans whose eyes were stung were furious and mad, unleashed their berserk divine power, and came to the ground together. Thea immediately unleashes her domain power to resist. As long as she can block a breath, she can break through the encirclement. Go find the blessing of Cronus. Boom. Click, click, click. I saw that the field of light was violently shaken by the beating of 3 titans, and it made a crisp cracking sound. It was obviously unable to withstand the attack and was about to shatter. Do not. Thea looked desperate. When she was imprisoned, she consumed too much divine power. Coupled with the law of cold in the abyss of hell, her current state is extremely bad, and she can't exert her usual strength at all. Facing the angry attacks of these 300-armed titans at this moment, they didn't even take a single breath. "Gyges, Kodos, you 3 get out of here." Just when Thea was desperate, a brighter light appeared. Draw a full moon in midair and repel the 300-armed titans with vast divine power. The arc light gradually dissipated. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair reaching his waist was drinking coldly with a sickle in his hand. His face had a sense of endless vicissitudes, and his scarlet eyes set off his incomparably cold-blooded cruelty. Kronos, the second-generation god-king of Greek mythology, has made a move. Thea stared. "Kronos, what are you doing?" Gyges yelled angrily. "This is my sister, Thea, one of the 12 titans. I won't allow you to trouble her again. Get out of here immediately. I don't want to say it a 3rd time, Gyges." Kronos exudes a huge killing intent. This highly deterrent demonstration is very effective. The 300-armed titans felt terrified in their hearts and immediately felt like retreating. "Humph, if you don't eat, don't eat. When Gyges goes out, you must eat enough. Kronos, remember, you owe us a meal." The 3 titans didn't dare to provoke the killing god and left here in a row. And the gods in the abyss of hell, who were watching here, did not dare to have strange thoughts when they saw Kronos make a move. Although Kronos was overthrown and imprisoned here, his prestige is still very effective here, and his strength is also one of the most powerful here. The gods naturally dare not provoke him. See the titans leave. Thea felt that she was covered in cold sweat, and her legs couldn't support herself. She looked gratefully at Kronos, who was slowly falling from midair. "Thank you, my brother, Kronos. You saved me." Kronos stood in front of her. His scarlet eyes flashed brightly. "Thea, why are you imprisoned in the abyss of hell?" Thea hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, I was not imprisoned. Hades forced me to come in. He wanted me to investigate the situation in the abyss of hell. Kronos, my daughters are all in Hades' hands. If I don't agree, they will all be killed." Kronos frowned slightly when he heard these words and asked calmly, "Tell me, Thea, what's going on out there now? Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, and Hera, what's the situation now? Tell me, I haven't received any news from the outside world for too long." Thea stared at this strange younger brother, a little surprised at his calmness in his heart. Locked up in such a place, even a god would go mad. And Kronos, on the contrary, is so rational and calm, and wants to get the information from the outside world at the first time. The outside world, where should we start? The later prisoners should have told you all. Let's start from here. Thea slowed down and told Cronus all the changes in the outside world. She just wanted to talk about it. But Kronos didn't let go of any details, and it wouldn't bother him to ask to the end. Therefore, after the two titans talked like this, several hours passed. Thea spoke dryly. Only then did the external situation be explained clearly. Kronos sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking quietly. Cronus, now can you tell me the situation in the abyss of hell? I must bring this news to Hades. Thea asked after a pause. Cronus raised his head, his scarlet eyelids shone brightly, and said with a sneer, The abyss of hell? What else can happen? Tartarus is constantly absorbing the power of every god and demon here, including you. Thea, everyone is waiting for him to restore the original state, break out of this prison, and regain your freedom. Thea fell silent. As for flowers, it's no wonder that she feels her own strength is slowly passing away after entering the abyss. Now that I get this news, I feel much more at ease. Thea whispered, Brother, neither Zeus, Hades, nor Poseidon will allow you to break through the abyss of hell. They will join forces to kill you. However, they are not harmonious. Kronos stood up, raised his sickle, and there was a hint of excitement in his tone. My good children are no exception. Poseidon stands on his own, and Zeus and Hades fight openly and secretly. It's just a mess, but... Kronos' voice suddenly became low and he regained his composure. However, if they unite, the gods in the abyss are indeed no match. Therefore, I can't go out for the time being. Zoro as the second-generation god king, the father of Zeus and other gods. Kronos knew that once he went out, he would touch the sensitive nerves of these children and immediately make them fight against him together. This is a situation he absolutely does not want to see. What do you want to do, Kronos? Thea asked. In fact, she didn't want Kronos to go out from the bottom of her heart. This guy is too brutal. One brutal monarch is enough. If two appear at the same time, then no matter whether it is the human world or the god world, it will be affected by the great battle between the two. Directly break the peace of so many years. Although Thea and her husband did not directly participate in the Battle of the Titans back then, they are well aware of its tragic. Kronos didn't care about his sister's complicated mood, but talked freely. The best plan now is to divide the alliance, divide the opponent, and unite the allies. For example, the Vulcan you mentioned, in my opinion, is a good candidate. Hephaestus, mention this enemy, who kills his son and husband. Thea suddenly became furious. Yes, Hephaestus, he and Zeus have become irresolvable enemies, and Hades, seemingly at odds with each other. His strength is so tyrannical, even Hyperion can easily kill him. Kronos said. The scarlet eyes locked on Thea suddenly, and said, I think, Thea, if you want to kill Hephaestus, there is no way, as long as I help you. Thea stared. The anger was suppressed in an instant, and he asked expectantly, Really? Kronos, what is the way? Chapter 89. Women actually have many kinds of weapons. Thea, you should be able to understand this truth. Both you and your daughters are stunning goddesses. The corner of Kronos' mouth evoked an inexplicable smile. If the three of you, mother and daughter, seduce the young Vulcan together, and then trick him into the abyss of hell to meet me, I can help you and kill him. These words. Thea was completely stunned. This is something she never imagined. Because it's too bullshit, too childish. Kronos, you must have been imprisoned in hell for too long, and you are hopelessly confused. Thea quickly reacted, and her anger suddenly rose, almost unstoppable. Hephaestus is their sworn enemy. This fellow brother actually let their mother and daughter seduce Hephaestus. What kind of crazy 530 can say such a thing? Kronos was not angry at this remark. He smiled mysteriously and said, I know you won't agree, Thea, but you will also lose the chance of revenge. All right, this conversation is over. You should leave. Hades has been waiting for you. Humph. Thea didn't give him a good look and turned away. The words just now have completely wiped out her gratitude to Kronos. She understands that Kronos' purpose is probably not to avenge him, but to cooperate with Hephaestus. And the moment Thea turned around, a ray of light shot out from Kronos' sickle, which directly sank into Thea's body. The latter didn't notice anything and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The inner hall of Hades' palace. Hades was still sitting on the dark throne. Thea, the mother of light, has been brought back from the abyss of hell by him. Standing under his royal highness, bowed his head. Thea, what have you detected inside? Tell the king in detail. Remember, don't hide anything. Hades said. Thea has a ghost in her heart. She gave Kronos a lot of information and also discussed breaking through the barriers of hell. How can Hades know these things? In the abyss of hell. On the surface, Thea didn't change his face and only said after cutting out what happened in hell. About the 100-armed Titan, about Cronus, about Tartarus absorbing the power of the gods, and also made up some battle experiences with other monsters. Hades listened to the whole process quietly without any response. That's it, Pluto. Thea didn't know what was going on in his heart. Because of guilty conscience, his eyes kept looking at the ground. A long time. Hades walked from the throne to Thea. Footsteps, approaching step by step. Thea felt a sense of oppression that was so powerful that it was terrifying. The beating speed of the heart suddenly increased. Thea, as I said, hide nothing. But you still concealed me and lied to me. How should I punish you? Hadesh's cold eyes remained calm. As soon as he opened his mouth, Thea's body shook slightly. Pluto, what I say is the truth. Thea quibbled, but she didn't finish her sentence. Hades slapped her on the head. This palm is not heavy, but it contains a force full of mysterious laws. Thea immediately rolled his eyes white, and the whole person was suspended from the ground, twitching all over. Refined by secret method. In the abyss of hell, scenes are presented in front of you. Hades' expression became more and more exciting. Kronos, you really don't want to let go of the slightest chance of escape, splitting up and uniting? This is a good idea. Hades soon saw what Kronos said to Thea. Women actually have many weapons. If there are 3 of you, mother and daughter, you will seduce the young Vulcan. I'll kill him for you. These words. An inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on Hades' stern face. Kronos, you are really confused. Let them tempt Vulcan. But this is really interesting, as expected of you. Withdraw your palm. The power of the mysterious law dissipated. Thea fell from midair and knelt on the ground. His body was trembling constantly, like a drowning person who had just come ashore, trying to breathe with great gulps. Cold sweat soaked her clothes. Secret techniques, such as refining memory, are also harmful to gods, especially Thea, who was in a weak stage. What did you do to me? Hades, Thea asked tremblingly, her eyes returning to normal. Hades snorted and laughed, looking down condescendingly. Thea, you lied to me. In order to punish you, I want the 3 of you, mother and daughter, to do one thing. If it succeeds, I can still let you off with magnanimity. Thea remained silent. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Hades knows it all. Thanatos, bring up the moon goddess and the dawn goddess. Hades gave instructions to the outside of the temple. The voice of the god of death came from outside the hall. Yes. Soon, the god of death escorted the 2 beautiful goddesses back. Selene, goddess of the moon, and Eos, goddess of the dawn. Seeing their mother's distressed appearance, the 2 daughters glared at Hades. Pluto, what's the matter? Come to me, don't implicate my children. Gia roared in a low voice. No, this matter must be done by the 3 of you together. Hades' chilling smile grew thicker. I will send you 3 to Hephaestus. As long as you can serve my ally well, I will let you go. The meaning of these words could not be more obvious. The moon goddess and the dawn goddess were furious when they heard the words. Chi shouted, Hades, you are despicable and shameless. Don't even think about it. Unless you kill me first. Ha 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 ha. Hades laughed wildly, and the next second, his smile stopped short, and his face was horribly rigid. Despicable and shameless? This king can tell you clearly. If you are not willing to please my little allies, then I will let all the male dead souls and monsters in Hades do something even more despicable and shameless to you. His majestic and evil words kept echoing in the hall. The 3 mothers and daughters of Thea were immediately shocked. Eos paled. Selene was startled, and unknowingly shed 2 lines of helpless and frightened tears. In fact, Pluto's threat worked. The 3 daughters of Thea obeyed this order resignedly. After the undead girl washed and dressed them, the 3 goddesses regained their beauty, elegance, and radiance when they first came to the underworld. Hypnos, the god of sleep, personally sent them to Hephaestus and said with a smile, Exalted god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus, this is a gift from Hades. Hope you like it. Inside the room, Hephaestus looked behind the sleeping god. The Thea mother and daughter, who were ashamed and angry but did not dare to attack, suddenly had question marks all over their heads. Chapter 90. Hypnos, what is this doing? Hephaestus was very puzzled. I too am on command. Hephaestus, the presents are delivered, and I must go too. Hypnos smiled knowingly, held his wand, and exited the room. By the way, the door was also tightly closed. Hephaestus, who just came out of the dream kingdom, is still a little hard to understand. Hades' move was too outrageous. Give him Thea, Selene, and Eos, the three titans, as gifts? What's the situation? Thea, Selene, and the three daughters of Eos responded with completely different moods. They are now angry, scared, and a little overwhelmed. The sworn enemy stood before him, but they must try their best to please each other. Otherwise, Hades' wrath will descend, and they will definitely end up in an end that is more unacceptable than death. Hateful. The tingling came. Selene's nails almost dug into the flesh of her palm. All of their divine power was imprisoned by Hades, and they couldn't use half of it. Otherwise, she would rather die together. And Eos, the goddess of dawn, struggled for a moment. Her brilliant eyes were covered with water mist, resisting the humiliation in her heart, and walked towards Hephaestus. She had to do this for her life. Great Vulcan, please accept this gift from Pluto. We will offer you. With red lips parted slightly, Eos said tremblingly. Hephaestus listened with black lines all over his face. Suddenly, Eos hadn't finished speaking. A strange wave of divine power enveloped the entire room. Boom, boom, boom. The eyes of Thea, Selene, and Eos fell to the ground. Hephaestus frowned and looked at the fainted Thea. He noticed this strange and incomparable fluctuation of divine power. It came from the body of the Titan goddess. Ha. Laughter rolled out. A light and shadow appeared in the room. Kronos, the second-generation god-king with disheveled hair and holding a sickle, descends. I guessed it right. Hades' bad taste hasn't changed at all. The corner of Kronos' mouth curled into a smug smile of success. Turn out to be. He told Hades that the mother and daughter of Thea waited on Hephaestus. Because Kronos knew this child too well, he knew that after Hades heard these words, he would definitely have the idea of trying. And in this way, he naturally had the opportunity to meet with Hephaestus, the most ideal cooperative ally. Who are you? Hephaestus was originally full of divine power, and the power of the domain overflowed. But soon, he discovered that the man in front of him was just a divine thought, probably possessing the power of a higher god. Does not have the ability to threaten him. I am the king of the gods. Young Vulcan. Kronos spread his arms and replied. But that was my glory once, and now, this glory has been taken away by Zeus. These words have already explained his origin. A gleam flashed in Hephaestus's clear eyes. Kronos, this second-generation god-king, does have some means. In the abyss of hell, you can still rush through the obstacles to meet him. That's right. It's me, young Vulcan. You're smart. What do you want to do with me? Hephaestus asked. Kronos flew in front of him and whispered slowly. Cooperation, Vulcan, is for cooperation. You are the enemy of Olympus, and so am I. We have common goals, and I think you will be happy to cooperate with me. This made Hephaestus laugh. Don't forget your identity. You are the prisoner of the king of the gods, sir. You don't even have the ability to break through the abyss of hell. What do you use to cooperate with me? Are you talking? Besides, I am very happy to cooperate with Hades now. I don't want to be him. Think. This is the underworld. Does anyone know if Hades is monitoring here? Maybe. Hades had discovered Kronos long ago and was taking the opportunity to test him. Even if these are not considered, Hephaestus also has no interest in working with Kronos. This guy is crazier than Zeus and more insidious than Hades. Cooperating with him is a dead end. Vulcan, Tartarus has awakened. It won't be long before he can return to the original state. He will support me and rule the world again. Take back the seat of the king of the gods. You cooperate with me now, and when the time comes, I will grant you supreme authority. Kronos did not give up and continued to persuade. Hephaestus replied lazily when he heard this, but he still said, I'm sorry, Kronos, I'm not interested. Remember to say hello to Tartarus and Typhon for me, and I'm sorry for killing Echidna. The voice did not fall. The forging field burst out. Directly absorb the divine sense of Kronos and refine it with the sun's divine fire. Inside the flames, Kronos can be seen struggling. There was also a terrible scream. Vulcan, you will regret it. I didn't finish my sentence. The sound disappeared completely. Anyway, it's the divine mind of the second generation of god kings. Let's see what good things can be refined. Hephaestus looked excited. Under his control, the flames in the forging field skyrocketed. Soon, a white orb appeared between the spiritual world and the material world. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the perfect, high-level artifact. The system rewards 100 years of divine power. Holy title/sky. Then the sound of the system sounded. High-rank artifacts rewarded 100 years of divine power, as usual. And the priesthood of Kronos, the sky. Hephaestus was shocked. He had previously obtained the priesthood of thunder from Zeus' avatar. Now I got the priesthood of the sky from Kronos again.
Having mastered the two priesthoods, doesn't he have the same authority as Zeus, the king of the gods? As long as the realm is improved a little bit, with Hephaestus' powerful strength that can leapfrog battles, there is no need to be afraid of Zeus at all. Cronus has calculated thousands of times, and I'm afraid he didn't count this scene. 143, it ended up being cheap for me. Hephaestus put away the sphere and the orb, very happy. In his opinion, the harvest this time is even richer than killing Hyperion. The authority of the sky priesthood can give him the power of the king of the gods. At this time, there was an anxious cry from outside. Hephaestus, stop it. The sound is pleasant to the ear, but it is Hecate, the goddess of magic. ? Hephaestus looked away. The door was knocked open with a bang. Hecate, who was dressed in a bright red robe, appeared in the room, looking very anxious. Because she heard that Pluto had sent Thea, as well as the goddess of the moon and the goddess of dawn, to the room of Hephaestus, so she came in a hurry, afraid of being late. What's the matter? Hecate, stop what? Seeing her like this, Hephaestus immediately understood what it was. Feeling amused in my heart, I asked knowingly. Seeing the three unconscious Thea daughters, Hecate was relieved to find that Hephaestus hadn't done anything yet. Said, stop doing bad things, of course, Hephaestus, you know the truth. Do bad things. What kind of bad thing? Hearing this, Hephaestus suddenly appeared in front of Hecate. He said softly, you really don't know me at all. I'm not interested in them, Hecate. I'm only interested in you. You should be very clear about this, right? Chapter 91. Taking down the goddess of magic, a hot and strong masculine breath rushed over. A delicate blush floated on Hecate's cheeks. During this period of time, the relationship between the two has been cultivated very well. Hephaestus opened his mouth. Hecate immediately understood what he was thinking and couldn't help taking a step back in shame. What are you trying to do? Hephaestus? Don't mess around. A charming smile flitted across Hephaestus' lips. With a wave of his hand, the door closed tightly. No nonsense. How can I be worthy of you making this trip just for me? Hephaestus gazed at Hecate with star-like eyes, expressing all affection silently, continuous and endless, gradually surging. The deer jumped wildly in Hecate's heart. She just felt that she was hugged tightly by a huge sense of happiness, and she couldn't say anything. Seeing Hephaestus approaching, he didn't struggle, didn't avoid, and didn't want to refuse, but closed his eyes shyly. At this moment, the two have the same mind. After a while, a barrier rose and enveloped the two of them. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. I do not know how long it has been. Selene, Eos, Thea mother and daughter gradually regained consciousness. They struggled to sit up from the ground, supported their drowsy heads, and glanced around in confusion. At this time, the beautiful goddess of magic, Hecate, was sitting at the table, combed the slightly curly thick hair with extraordinary elegance. The red tide on both cheeks has not completely receded. In the neckline of the bright red mage's robe, the two buttons are scattered randomly, revealing a different kind of charming style. She has just completed an important transformation of the divine life. And Vulcan, Hephaestus was half lying on the bed, with his muscular upper body bare, smiling at the corner of his mouth, admiring Hecate combing his hair. His own blonde hair was also scattered on his shoulders, and he was extremely handsome, which was rare in the world. This is what happened. Seeing this scene, Selene, Eos, and Thea became nervous. Hephaestus noticed something strange and cast his eyes on the mother and daughter. When exercising before, Hecate cast a sleeping spell on the three of them. After so long, it's time to wake up. But what to do with the three titans? Hephaestus rubbed his chin, thinking. Before the battle with Hyperion was over, Hades asked him how he wanted to deal with Thea and the others. Firstly, he had no intention of killing the mother and daughter, and secondly, Hades was obviously interested in them, so he opened his mouth. So Hephaestus naturally left the three daughters of Thea to Hades. Hades now uses Thea to explore the abyss of hell. They changed hands and sent them back, making Hephaestus feel a little tricky. How should I arrange it? Vulcan, you at this time. The goddess of dawn, Eos, stood up in panic, at a loss. She just passed out of nowhere. From the looks of it now, they did not complete the task assigned by Pluto. Selene and Thea helped each other up and looked at Hephaestus with some anxiety. He stared at the three women for a moment. Hephaestus snapped to attention. He said to the goddess of magic who was combing her hair, "My dear goddess Hecate, how about I give three of them to you as maids?" Hecate was stunned, looking back at Thea and the three of them from the mirror, and asked in surprise, "Are you sure? They are a battle force in the main god realm." "Okay, as long as you want." "Oh, that's fine too." Hecate hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
It is quite a face-saving thing to have 3 main god-level maids. And most importantly, Hecate didn't want to keep the 3 daughters with Hephaestus. Very good. It's such a happy decision. You have thousands of kinds of magic. You should have the means to control them, right? Hecate. Hephaestus stood up and put on his robes. Give it to me. Hecate smiled irrefutably, revealing 2 sweet dimples. After tidying her hair, she got up and came to Mistress Thea. The 3 daughters of Thea were terrified. At this moment, Chi-Chi lowered his head, not daring to resist. Control of their fate was now transferred to Hecate by Hephaestus. It's actually not difficult to control the main god-level powerhouse. Miniature magic circles appeared in Hecate's palm, shining brightly. They are constantly combining, permuting, changing, and merging. After a dizzying evolution, a rune full of death and darkness was formed. The surrounding space is distorted by its influence. This is a curse rune composed of 3,000 magic circles. There is a ring inside, like a chain. No matter what method is used, as long as you try to pull it out, the curse will erupt immediately. Even if it is a strong master in the god realm, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. So, you'd better be honest and stop having any disagreements. Hecate finished speaking slowly, neatly punched 3 curse runes into the eyebrows of Thea, Selene, and Eos. The 3 women felt a chill between their brows, and their bodies trembled slightly because of fear. This moment, their souls and bodies were branded by this cursed rune. A cold chill climbed up their spines. Yes, Goddess Hecate. The 3 women responded in a low voice. Although they all hate the enemy, but none of them are the kind of women who can break jade without hesitation. So I can only endure the humiliation, serving as Hecate's handmaidens. At this time, Hephaestus poured 2 glasses of wine and came over. Handing a cup to Hecate, he said, "Your magic is really powerful. You can create such a powerful series of curses. Even I may not be able to remove them." Hecate took the wine glass, took a sip of her cherry lips, and said seriously, "No, with your magical attainments, it won't take long to get a glimpse of the key, and you can still break it with some tricks." Flattered, Hephaestus smiled slightly. Some time ago, he helped Hecate make artifacts and obtain the priesthood of magic. As Hecate has said, if he concentrates on studying, he will be able to reach a very high level in a short time, Nuo Qian Zhao. Hephaestus drank the wine and looked at the 3 daughters of Thea. "By the way, you don't need to call goddess. It's too alien. And you can call Hecate from now on, madam." This sentence almost made Hecate spit out the drink. Immediately blushing appeared on both cheeks, and he shouted angrily, "Hephaestus!" Faith laughed loudly and disappeared into the room like the wind. Hecate also quickly chased after him, and Thea, mother and daughter, stayed where they were, with complex expressions on their faces. While Hephaestus was flirting with Hecate, Olympus, Kronos, the 2nd-generation god-king who felt that his divine sense had been wiped out, was already furious. Waves of killing intent erupted all over his body. Many gods and demons escaped far away, not daring to approach at all. "Hephaestus, what a guts you are!" Kronos growled lowly, with a cold glow in his scarlet eyes, and his tone was a bit crazy. "Since you don't want to ally with me, then destroy them all." Chapter 92. The Lord of Hell and Abyss after Kronos was furious. Start to think carefully. Relying on the gods of Hell and Abyss, it is not difficult to destroy the underworld and this ignorant Vulcan. The underworld seems to be powerful, but there are only a handful of powerful main gods. When they really fight, they will never be the opponents of the gods of the Abyss. The only problem now is that after destroying the underworld, they will have to face the 3rd-generation king of gods, the army of Zeus. The anger of the gods on the holy mountain is not so easy to bear. If not done well, this action will be completely subverted. All plans fell through. Kronos frowned vertically. And, the most important point, it was Cronus who wanted to escape the control of the god of hell, Tartarus. He knew that once the original god regained his strength, he could only be the opponent's running dog, a soldier who charged into battle. He would never be able to stand up. This kind of ending, Cronus will never stand it. You must use everything that is available around you. This is a big game. Well, he can not only get rid of control, but also set off a wave of the times, bringing a new battle of the gods. And he, Cronus, will climb to the top again to dominate, command the gods, and regain everything that was lost. Now, we need to make good use of these little fellows, 533 Zeus, the original god behind them. Cronus thought to himself, on the surface, both Zeus and Hades are the supreme kings, with the same limelight. But in fact, they all have the support of a more powerful original god behind them. For example, behind Zeus is Gaia, the Earth Mother. Behind Hades is Nyx, the goddess of the night. These original gods can control the world without going out behind the scenes, and they are the real talkers. Gaia and Tartarus also had an affair. It must be impossible to help Zeus deal with his old lover. It seems that I must wake up Nyx and let her suppress Tartarus, so that I can get rid of this guy's control. Kronos' eyes flickered, and his eyebrows raised. The Earth Mother Gaia and the god of hell have also been combined, and many monster offspring were born, such as Typhon, Echidna, and so on. There is no reason for the two to fight each other, unless Tartarus kills Mount Olympus and threatens the power controlled by Gaia. And Nyx, the goddess of the night, and Tartarus have nothing to do with each other. If they have to be involved, then they can be regarded as enemies. These two original gods often fought in BHCF, ancient times, and the relationship was not good as you can imagine. Therefore, as long as Nyx, who is sleeping in the dream kingdom, wakes up, she will never stand by like Gaia. Cronus revealed a cunning light and whispered in his heart. But before that, I have to use Tartarus to kill Hades and Zeus to avoid future troubles for me. Think about it. The image of the underworld being destroyed in the flames of war, Zeus being devoured by him, and the gods worshipping him slowly appeared in Kronos' mind, and his blood couldn't help but boil. All this is not far from him. Cronus held back his excitement and flew to the depths of the abyss of hell. He came to the deepest darkness, fell slowly, and called respectfully, "The great god of hell, Tartarus, and Cronus pay you high respects." Rumble. There was a muffled sound in the deep and endless darkness. It seems that something terrible has awakened. After a long time, a force of law swept out with a voice. "Cronus, why are you here?" The owner of this voice is the Lord of Hell Abyss. Tartarus. Cronus is still pretending to be respectful. "Great god of hell, I want to offer you a plan to restore you to the original state of God as soon as possible." In the darkness, there was silence. Tartarus seemed to be thinking. After a while, his voice came out again, resonating throughout the vast hell. "Speak up, Kronos." Kronos smiled, nodded, and said, "Great god of hell, if you want to return to the original state, relying on the power provided by the gods and demons of the abyss is far from enough. Moreover, your awakening is a huge threat to Zeus and Hades. They are thinking about getting rid of you all the time. Now, it's just because they are fighting each other that they can't spare their hands and feet. Therefore, you must act as soon as possible, dispatch all the gods and demons in the abyss of hell, and capture all the gods of the underworld for you to devour and restore your strength." The speech was full of emotion, very provocative. Kronos himself was very satisfied. But Tartarus heard this and said, "Kronos, if you follow your plan, I'm afraid it will immediately cause Zeus, Hades, and their coalition forces to attack. It's not like your style to act rashly. This obviously means refusal." Tartarus also had deep scruples about outside alliances. With all due respect, it's not a cause for concern at all. Kronos had already expected this, and he still answered fluently. As long as the underworld is destroyed quickly enough, the coalition forces will naturally cease to exist. When Zeus and other gods arrive, you have already recovered your peak strength and reached the original state of God, so why be afraid of them? This is a great opportunity, great god of hell. I hope you can seize it. Otherwise, it will be too late when the situation changes or they reach an agreement. Kronos hit the nail on the head. Throw out the trump card. Tartarus fell silent again. This is also what worries him the most. In fact, now that he is huddled in the abyss of hell, recovering his strength is extremely slow. There is absolutely no way out. If it really goes according to Kronos' plan, Tartarus was in a state of confusion for a while, unable to give a reply. Kronos also waited very patiently. In this way, a long time passed. After a long time of combing, Tartarus finally made up his mind. "Then, do as you said, Kronos. Remember, you must move quickly. Also, among the gods of the underworld, there is a powerful Vulcan. I need you to put." Kronos was shocked. This is about Hephaestus. But it's no wonder that this guy killed Echidna and even made provocative words. Of course, Tartarus would not let this enemy go. But what he didn't know was, Tartarus vaguely sensed that the abyss of hell had a brief connection with this young and powerful Vulcan. Tartarus had to figure out what was going on. "I will destroy the underworld for you and bring this god." Kronos calmed down and said respectfully, "Led by the will of the god of hell, the army of gods and demons imprisoned in the abyss will gather soon. Led by Cronus and Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, attack the underworld." Chapter 93. Hades, let's fight father and son. Boom. Over the vast expanse of Hades, dozens of black and dark hideous gaps were torn open one after another. There was an endless piercing whistling inside. A dense army of gods and demons poured out continuously. Two-headed hellhounds. A fierce dragon with wings covering the sky. Monsters such as basilisks and lion-headed monsters emerge endlessly. They all howl and charge outward, threatening to drown the underworld. Among them, the lowest strength is the middle god. There is no shortage of upper gods. And in the back, there is a more powerful god, demon who did not appear. For example, the 100-armed titan, Typhon, the ancestor of all monsters. This moment, under the charge of the army, the entire land of the underworld began to tremble violently. The god in charge of monitoring issued an alarm, and the sharp sound resounded throughout the underworld. Hades' palace. Hades, who was having a regular meeting, suddenly changed his face. He sensed the upheaval in Netherland. Open your eyes and look in one direction, travel through time and space, and immediately see the hideous gap and the gods and demons gushing out like a tide. Such a visually stunning scene. Hades was also shocked. This is the first time that such a large-scale invasion has occurred in the abyss of hell. Is this Tartarus planning an all-out war with the underworld? Sirens are coming. Without hesitation, Hades shouted sharply. The abyss of hell has invaded. Attack and resist immediately. The gods of the underworld sitting around the long table had also noticed something strange. At this moment, he stood up and replied with a serious face, yes. Their figures flickered and disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, inside the room, together with the goddess of magic, Hephaestus, who studies magic sweetly, also senses that something is wrong. Activate the priestly observation and immediately see the drastic changes in the underworld. So many gods and demons invaded. Tartaros couldn't sit still so soon, and started to invade the underworld in an all-round way. Hephaestus was taken aback. Naturally, it is impossible for Hecate not to notice it. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she said with a worried tone, "It's the first time that so many gods and demons have been dispatched from the abyss of hell. It seems that this time, they want to capture the underworld. Maybe even the most terrifying monster will come out." Hephaestus nodded uncompromisingly, with some irrepressible excitement. "I saw that Pluto and the others have already passed. Let's hurry up and help." The invasion of the abyss of hell may be a bad thing for the underworld, but for him, it is extremely good. This means that he can catch powerful prey and forge stronger artifacts. This is the only shortcut to increase your strength. Both pack up, quickly set off, and rush to the battlefield. The war between the underworld and the abyss gods and demons is about to start. The army of undead warriors can't stop the footsteps of these gods and demons at all. Compared with gods and demons, they are as weak as ants. Died of being crushed endlessly. Half empty. Several figures appeared out of thin air. Pluto Hades in a black robe. The twin brothers Death Thanatos, Punos. Styx, the goddess of the river Styx, the three judges of the underworld, and Charon, the god of crossing the river Styx, including the ally Prometheus, all appeared together. They all knew the seriousness of this war, and all of them looked serious. Especially Prometheus, the worry in his brows almost overflowed. Looking at the abyss gods and demons on the ground like a tide, Hades frowned and ordered in a deep voice, "Hypnos, let the Oneiroi come out to fight." Hypnos immediately responded, "Yes." Boom chi-chi. The voice did not fall. Hypnos spread his snow-white wings suddenly, moved his stick and shouted loudly, "Come out, children. Fight these gods and demons bravely. Drive them back to the damned hell of Tartarus." I saw him behind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of powerful figures appeared. They are densely packed and gradually form a big house of the Protoss wearing armor, well-equipped and powerful. 3,000 dream gods. Let's fight. Kill, kill, kill. The dream gods held swords, spears, and shields, flew to the ground, and fought with those low-level gods and demons. The bodies of gods and demons are constantly being blown up, and the stumps and arms are flying. The scene is extremely bloody. With the joining of this large army, the hard-fought fight greatly delayed the invasion speed of this tide-like army of gods and demons. However, the war below does not matter. What really determines the outcome is the battle between the main gods. Rumbling, the last few figures stepped out of the dark cracks. The 100-armed titan Briareus, Cordos, and Gyges appear. Their mountain bodies almost filled half of the sky. 100 arms hold all kinds of weapons, which makes people's scalp tingle at a glance. No one wants to fight such a scary monster. And behind them, the majestic and strong evil spirit lingered and swept out together with the terrifying hurricane. The space is shaking. Two strong men came out again. In the dark and gloomy evil spirit. one of the figures gradually appeared. It was a middle-aged man holding a sickle, with disheveled hair and ragged clothes, like a madman, but exudes an inviolable majesty. Even Zeus, who is the king of the gods, lacks the majesty of a king who looks down on the world compared to him. The second god king, Cronus. Another. It is a monster as huge as a sky pillar. A pair of filthy wings spread out on the back, covering the sky and the sun. Between the black hair on the head, hundreds of giant dragons continuously spit out flames. As for flowers, where the snake body of the lower body passed, even the land of the underworld could not bear the strength, and it groaned in pain and sank downward. The ancestor of all monsters, Tiefing. These two real giants came to the underworld with the army. Witnessing this scene, Hades' killing intent surged violently. The billowing laws of the underworld surged to cover the past. Guan Yu's space violently oscillates. Want to suppress all enemies. But the power of the law around these two giants is equally powerful, and they are not inferior to each other. Cronus, Typhon. Unexpectedly, you all came out. Hades, the king of the underworld, danced wildly in his black robe, pointed at the two strongest men who finally stepped out of the gap, and shouted loudly. At the same time, I was shocked. The suppression with the power of my authority has been weakened to such an extent that it can't threaten the other party. Kronos' scarlet eyes showed killing intent, looked at Hades opposite him, and said, Zero Hades, my good boy, it's really sad that you and my father and son will fight each other as soon as we meet. Typhon stared at the gods of the underworld, with strong hatred erupting in his eyes. At this moment there is a roar like thunder. Pluto, false gods, your end is here. Underworld Guan Yu, echo this frightening voice together. The 300-armed titans shouted to the two giants together. Gods, you are dead. Gods, your end is here. This kind of momentum creates a scene that they are sure to win. And it is true. Cronus and Typhon are dispatched together. Pluto Hades can only fight one at most, and the remaining one will be invincible. The two main gods, Hypnos and Prometheus, the god of sleep, are not good at fighting head-on, a power that can only be exerted in a dream. As for the other, the talent points are almost all on prophecy. Even the powerful goddess of magic, Hecate, would not be the ancestor of all demons, or the opponent of the second generation of god-kings. Unless it has joined forces with Charon, Styx, and others, it can barely be restrained. But not for the long term. And in this way, no one can deal with the 300-armed titans with infinite strength, rough skin, and thick flesh. Pluto Hades is well aware of his situation, so the mind is very confused, constantly thinking about how to win. Just when the two sides are about to fight, two figures then appeared in the camp of the gods of the underworld. One is an extremely handsome young man with blonde hair, and the other is a beautiful goddess in red. The two stood in midair, bathed in holy and blazing light. Looks like an incomparable match. Hecate, fortunately we are not late. Hephaestus' eyes were bright, and he scanned the many gods and demons. Seeing that they hadn't fought yet, he said with a bright smile on his face. Chapter 94. Vulcan versus Typhon, the ancestor of 10,000 monsters facing the scene in front of him that made all the gods terrified. Hephaestus smiled broadly. This immediately made those gods think. This kid doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. After all, no one can face Typhon and Kronos and still laugh. Yes, just horror and fear. Hades shifted his gaze to the blonde youth with regret in his eyes. In his view, Hephaestus is the most likely to turn the tide. It's a pity that now, in comparison, the strength is still so low, it is impossible to defeat Cronus or Typhon. But with Hephaestus in the shot, it takes a lot of pressure off. Just resist this wave of attack first. You can immediately go out to ask for help, then suppress the abyssal gods and demons. When Typhon saw the blonde-haired youth, the anger in his eyes became even more intense. He roared, "Little devil, you are the one who killed 010 Echidna." He can clearly sense it. The breath of Echid's death lingers around him. You are Tiefing, the ancestor of all demons? Yes, I did kill that snake demon. Feel free to come to me for revenge. Hephaestus' eyes were full of fighting spirit. The law of divine power is released. Fight against it. When Kronos saw this scene, he showed a playful look. If you dare to refuse him, your end will be death. Now that Typhon has an enmity with this guy, he doesn't need to rush to do it, just deal with Hades well. When the little devil was about to be beaten to death, he was taken away and given to Tartarus. Die. Typhon was furious. The flames of hell burst out all over you, twisting the void. With one flap of wings, he tore the void directly, and appeared in front of Hephaestus out of thin air. The filthy power that terrifies the gods also descends. If the gods are contaminated, the divinity will be wiped out. You will become immortal directly. The sacred aura around Hephaestus was weakened by half, but he was not afraid at all, and shouted, "Good job!" With a thought, the sacred armor of the sun god and the sword of Helios appeared on the body. The turbulent and majestic heat and light descend. The field of forging of fire is also completely released. Hephaestus immediately blasted out a solid barrier of solar fire to resist Typhon. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided suddenly, and there was an earth-shattering bang. The whole underworld is shaking. The remaining power waved out, and the surrounding gods and demons were all turned into powder. Hephaestus, I'll help you. Seeing this, Hecate, the goddess of magic, was very anxious, fearing that he would be killed by Typhon. So she turned into a streamer and rushed up. I don't need a helper. Hecate, help Pluto in them. Hephaestus said firmly. Boom. Another deafening tremor. Not far away, Hades, the king of the underworld, had already confronted Cronus. Hades, after so many years, you haven't grown much. Stop talking nonsense. You shouldn't have been imprisoned in hell in the first place. Instead, you should have been killed directly. Both sides roared and roared back and forth. The fierce collision of powerful law forces. No one can do anything for a while. And many gods of the underworld fought against the 300-armed titans, the fierce dragon, the snake demon, and the monsters. The two sides fought together in an instant. The evil spirit danced wildly all over the sky. Seeing this, Hecate showed hesitation. That battlefield needs her more. But she wants to protect Hephaestus more. Trust him, trust him. He will definitely be able to. Wait up. Hecate chose to believe Hephaestus, and shouted to him. Be careful yourself. Just make a decisive decision. Rush into the battlefield where gods and demons clash, and fight with those gods and demons. The powerful goddess of magic joined in, and the battle situation improved immediately. With a swipe of Hecate's staff, there will be clusters of brilliant magic light, like stars. Explode the bodies of those gods and demons directly. Even the 100-armed titan has to temporarily avoid its sharp edge. There is also Styx, who is almost immortal, rolling up the black river of Styx, washing away those monsters. Reaper harvesting the life of the enemy with a scythe, and Charon fighting with a 100-armed titan with a pole. All this happened extremely fast. It seems that as long as I can solve Typhon, this battle can be won. Hephaestus observes the battle on both sides. Come to this conclusion. The reason why the focus falls on him is because Pluto and Cronus are fighting very hard, and there is no sign of winning at all. Even Pluto is like this, and the battle of the gods of the underworld can also be imagined. Once the momentary advantage passes, they will be bogged down in a quagmire-like battle again. In short, the situation is not optimistic. Little devil, fight with me. How dare you be distracted? Die. Watch me extinguish your sunfire. Typhon let out a roar at this moment. There is only this sound left in the world. Hephaestus' lingering gaze also shifted to Typhon. Ancestor of all monsters, your tone is too loud. Rumble. Hephaestus urges stronger forces. The power of the domain skyrocketed. Typhon was completely enveloped in it. The breath was weakened a lot. But Typhon's strength is also not ordinary fierce. The fire of hell mixed with the law of filth actually extinguished more than half of the sun's fire. However, no matter how hard it is to advance to the core part, die. Seeing this, Typhon roared again. With a huge snake tail, the ancient barriers of wolves and wolves are drawn. The void was shattered inch by inch. Phantoms left behind. This move is incomparably fierce and swift. I'm afraid that even the strong Lord God will be crushed by this tail. Small tricks. Hephaestus is unafraid. Raise the sun god sword. Converge the power of the main god's domain and laws to form an extremely majestic and terrifying momentum. Suddenly throw it out. Go straight to Typhon's snake tail. Boom. The two collide again. I saw it under the blazing and dazzling light flickering. A pool of demonic blood full of filthy power spilled over the world. A snake tail as huge as a stretching mountain peak also fell violently. One sword. Hephaestus cut off Typhon's snake tail. Ah! Typhon let out an extremely tragic howl. The terrifying sound pressure directly shattered many oniroi around them. And many gods were also frightened by this scene to 4.7, and they all looked at him, only to find that Typhon's tail was broken. How did you do that? What just happened? It's Vulcan's sword. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. He cut off Typhon's tail with one blow. Some gods screamed. All the gods of the underworld suddenly changed their colors. Typhon, take my second sword. The sun Excalibur flew back into Hephaestus' hand. He poured the vast and unparalleled power of law into it, and threw it again, with the full support of the sun god armor and domain. This second sword is even more terrifying than the one just now. Typhon wasn't afraid at all, only filled with endless anger, and roared loudly. Damn you! Damn you! He manipulated the karmic fire of hell that could incinerate all things, turned it into an endless, screaming hurricane, and met the sun's sword. Two powerful gods and demons clash again. Chapter 95. Killing Typhon, the ancestor of 10,000 monsters, the majestic hell karma, turned into a blue hurricane. Meet the sun sword. And on the body of the sun god sword, a turbulent, divine fire like a golden wave is burning. Where the two pass, everything is shattered and the space is distorted. The gods change. The most evil flame and the most sacred flame collide fiercely at this moment. In the entire underworld, the temperature soared several times. Even the distant land and sky began to heat up rapidly. Typhon was injured and furious. This move was sent out with all his strength. Therefore, the sword of Hephaestus did not work. The two magnetic fields repel each other at the same pole, and they are in a stalemate. They continue to send out endless roars and heat waves that can burn gods and demons. This ancestor of all monsters is indeed powerful, but that's all for now. Hephaestus thought secretly. At this moment, he activates magic, ghosts, night, and many other priestly powers. Instantly get layer upon layer of blessings. Shouted violently, refining. The power of the main god's domain, and the extremely special law, swept out immediately engulfed the blue flame that could fill the sky, devouring its power continuously. As soon as the original power weakens, the power of Hellfire 17 immediately decreases. The sun god sword had the upper hand, rumbled out. A sword cut through the blue flames that engulfed Guan Yu. Kill Tifeng's head with undiminished power. There is a great momentum to kill the ancestor of all monsters. The latter's ferocious eyes showed disbelief, his wings flapped, and he hurriedly dodged. But the speed is still a step slower. Boom. Laugh. I saw that dazzling and blazing holy golden light passing over Typhon's body, its arms, and a wing. Fly high. Hot and filthy blood also spurts out like a fountain. Second sword. Seriously injured Typhon. Typhon can be described as extremely embarrassed. Fighting against the gods and the king of the gods by myself. Even if I failed in the end, I have never been so embarrassed. The power of this little devil is so strong and so strange that he is simply unbelievable. The first move is that he underestimates the enemy, even if he gets injured. But this second move, I tried my best, but I was still defeated, and even suffered more serious injuries. It's already so frustrating that it can't be added. Now, Typhon's tail, arms, and wings, which fell on the land of the underworld, twitched for a while, and then turned into a snake demon, titan, and magic eagle. Three ferocious monsters of the main god level, fighting to the battlefield. The pressure on the gods of the underworld has doubled again. As for Tifeng, although he was seriously injured, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he roared even more ferociously. Little devil, you won't have the chance to make a third sword. A thick, vicissitudes, and ancient power of law suddenly rose around him. The distant land echoes it at this moment. With the blessing of the earth, Typhon's aura is even more terrifying, and quickly grow new tails, wings, arms. At this moment, the strength of the ancestor of all monsters was fully revealed. The stalwart figure of Hephaestus is facing Typhon from a distance, and his handsome face is extremely stern. Typhon, you won't have another chance to receive the fourth sword. This oracular loud voice drowned out Typhon's roar. The gods who fought fiercely couldn't help paying attention to this place. Even Hades and Cronus are the same. None of them expected that Hephaestus could fight Typhon to such an extent. They all underestimated the strength of this Vulcan. Boom. Ho 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 ho. Typhon's power was brewing to the extreme, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed his strongest blow, covering the sky with its wings flapping. Its huge body shot straight at Hephaestus. Wherever it passes, gods and demons retreat like a tide. The space is distorted, light and darkness overlap, and it can't bear this fierce and incomparable power. Typhon, this time, I'm going to hit you, one blow, definitely. Hephaestus was unusually calm. He spread his arms, letting the sword of Helios fly back to hang in front of him. He himself is the god of fire, and he also has the priesthood of the sun. Still sitting on the past and the present, the god armor and sword made by 2 generations of sun gods are superimposed layer upon layer, the power of which is self-evident. Now, Hephaestus communicates with the sun above the sky. Boom. I saw a hideous gap suddenly opening above the Netherland. Fiery golden light shrouded Hephaestus. The power of the sun god's domain, the forging god's domain, and the extremely flaming magic domain, the triple main god's domain, is blessed by this sword. Its coercion made all the gods and demons in the underworld tremble uncontrollably. This power is too terrifying, even scarier than Typhon, the ancestor of all demons. And Hephaestus stared at Typhon, who was running, and said coldly, "Go." Boom. Phew. The endless whistling and boundless power shattered the law barriers around Typhon, and straight through the head of this monster. For a moment, the world fell into dead silence. Time seemed to stand still. The gods of the underworld and the demons of the abyss all stared wide-eyed, watching this scene in disbelief. Looking at Typhon's huge face, he showed extreme horror. His whole body was engulfed by the terrifying golden fire. The 100-headed dragons in the hair died one by one. The power of the powerful law disappears and replaces it with death lingering. This also means that its long life has come to an end. How can that be? So strong. The gods and demons were dumbfounded. Hephaestus, the young Vulcan, really killed Typhon, the ancestor of all monsters, with only 3 swords. What a majestic force this is. The hands of the second-generation god King Cronus couldn't help shaking, and a chill climbed up his back. To be able to kill Typhon so easily. What kind of monster is this Vulcan? Oh, Typhon uttered a final mournful howl. Then, the breath of life completely dissipated. The body and soul are continuously burned by the divine fire, and the fragrance of Japanese meat permeates. Receive. 760 Hephaestus immediately puts his body into storage. His wary eyes looked at Cronus in the distance. If this giant is dealt with, the invasion can basically be resisted. Hephaestus, we join forces. Kill this rebel. Seeing this, Hades said excitedly. The loud voice echoed throughout the underworld. Hephaestus nodded, his body flashed, and he appeared in front of Cronus out of thin air, and said coldly, "Cronus, you dare to start an invasion war. Get ready to die." Cronus flew back. With a trace of panic on his ferocious face, he still threatened. "Vulcan, stop talking nonsense with me. You dare to kill Typhon. Do you know what the consequences are? The great Tartarus god of hell will crush you, let you perish forever." The voice did not fall. He fled with a whoosh and called to the far abyss of hell. "Great god of hell, your son Typhon was killed. Please act. Revenge for Typhon." Cronus didn't have the guts to fight Hades and Hephaestus. The best way at this moment is to lure Tartarus out. Run over them both. As predicted, finish calling in Cronus. The entire underworld shook violently. A huge scar stretching from sky to earth slowly split open from the sky. Endless horror and anger surged out of it. Chapter 96. The power that makes the entire underworld tremble, and the endless terrifying coercion spilling out of this massive chasm. The gods of the underworld all turned pale with fright, including Hades of Hades. This is the spirit of Tartarus, Lord of Hell. This former primordial god is about to get angry and strike. Hephaestus also showed an extremely solemn expression on his face. He could feel the powerful aura from the other end of the crack. Very powerful. Even if he is now powerful enough to kill Typhon with 3 swords, there is no possibility of defeating him. "Vulcan, you deserve death." In the crack, the sound of Tartarus' fury came out from the rolling vibration. The power of law and majestic coercion also swept out with this voice. I saw the low-level gods and demons fighting in midair. Their eyes were blackened. They couldn't stand the coercion, and they fell from the midair like dumplings. The gods and demons on the ground also fell into a state of dizziness and froze in place. Many powerful gods and monsters, dripping with cold sweat, fled into the distance tremblingly. Hephaestus, run away. The beautiful eyes of Hecate, the goddess of magic, showed horror and warned Hephaestus. But it was too late. Now, a magic hand as black as ink slowly protruded from the crack. It filled the universe, and the space shook and trembled. It is only one hand of Tartarus, several times larger than the body of the cart. Compared with it, the gods are as small as dust. The coercion contained in it can easily crush ordinary main gods. And the target of this hand is Hephaestus, who just beheaded Typhon. Hephaestus' complexion was also a little pale, his eyes were piercing, and he shouted coldly without any fear, "Tartaros, you can't kill me." The giant hands of the gods and demons seem to be slow but fast, and they are determined to escape. Hephaestus knows that the best way to go now is to fight. Block it. If Tartarus came out as a whole, he would definitely not be an opponent. but with just one hand, he might not have no chance of winning. Rumble. The field of the sun. The field of fire forging. The field of magic. Rising one after another. The abyss of hell. The land of the underworld. Endless night. Vast sky. Bless me. Hephaestus growled inwardly. He has activated the four most powerful priesthood powers of hell, abyss, underworld, night, and sky. The abyss of hell can give birth to a primitive god like Tartarus, whose stalwart power is beyond imagination and will never be weaker than the sky, the ocean, the earth, and the underworld. So is the night, the sky, and the underworld, not to mention. Although the former is far away, it can only transmit a little power, but it also has a little chance of winning. Hephaestus isn't going to give up on that. These four mighty powers add to the body. His aura suddenly soared. In an instant, he was able to stand up to Tartarus. Break. All power is brewing to its peak. Hephaestus blasted out the sun sword without hesitation. Engulfed by all kinds of laws, the vast divine power that destroys the world goes straight to the giant devil of Tartarus. The two collided immediately. Divine power is surging. Form an extremely gorgeous big explosion. I saw Tartarus' dark magic hand, which was hit by this sword, quickly retracted into the abyss of hell. Like an ordinary person who got an electric shock, he stopped in an instant. After a long time, boom, boom, boom. The dull rolling sound like a thunderclap resounded in Guanyu. Call back. Hephaestus beamed with joy when he saw Tartarus retreating. At the same time, I also felt a burst of weakness in my body, and my breath was sluggish. His realm has not yet reached the peak of the main god. Forcibly activating so many clergy powers, blessing oneself, and blasting out the strongest blow, the consumption is huge. But it was worth it to repel Tartarus. Many gods and demons saw this scene. It's all unbelievable. They can no longer describe in words the shock brought about by all this. Even if Tartarus, the god of hell, hadn't recovered his peak strength, he would still be able to crush a large number of strong master gods with one finger. Now he was shrunk by this young Vulcan. How appalling is this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. I saw that the crack in the midair suddenly expanded several times. A bone-piercing cold current that can freeze divine power gushes out violently. The abyss of hell, almost like this, appeared in the sky above the plane of truth. And inside, Tartarus's furious roar followed. The space rumbled and oscillated, and in the endless darkness, there seemed to be a giant moving and approaching. The true body of Tartarus is coming out of it. This astonishing extreme coercion has already shown that his strength has reached half a step of the original god state. Only a little bit. He can completely become the original god and return to the peak. Hades, the king of the underworld, and the gods of the underworld are terrified. Once this monster comes out, the underworld will really be destroyed. It is impossible for them to resist. Hephaestus' eyes flickered with horror, his jaw clenched. He was thinking whether to take Hecate and escape from here immediately. Although he can't fight, he still has the ability to escape. Just as Hephaestus' thoughts turned, behind sleeping god Hypnos, suddenly a huge phantom of the kingdom of God descended. The earth, forests, rivers, mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, all kinds, and the kingdom of God are all available, almost no different from the real world. And its coercive momentum is far better than the abyss of hell. This is the kingdom of dreams. Inside, the night is filled with darkness, and the stars are shining. It is also a boundless night, but it is completely different from the dark night of filth and sin in the abyss of hell. There is peace and sanctity here. That mother, Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death, screamed together. It was the awakened Evernight goddess, Nyx, who triggered this vision and made the kingdom of dreams descend. The upheaval caused by Tartarus woke her up directly from her deep sleep. At this moment, a domineering and grand female voice rang out from the kingdom of God. Tartaros, you have only recovered half of your original strength, and you dare to make trouble in the underworld? Get the hell out of here. Rumble. This voice brings out the mighty, endless power of law like the Milky Way, stretching across the vast universe of the underworld, head straight to the endless darkness of the abyss of hell. Immediately, the rumbling vibration inside stopped, of lees, and there was a muffled grunt of pain. With one move from the Evernight goddess, Tartarus was seriously injured. This made Hephaestus look shocked. This is the true primordial god, the power to truly control the world. Compared with it, I am still too weak. Damn Nyx, wait for me to recover my strength. I must kill you 10,000 times to vent my anger. In the abyss, Tartarus let out a hysterical roar. Humph, I'm afraid you won't have this chance.
The goddess of the night snorted coldly. Continue to sleep. You shouldn't have woken up at all. The mighty and boundless power of law reappears. This trick, the goddess of the night obviously planned to beat Tartarus directly to sleep forever. However, at this moment, a soft sigh sounded. The distant earth shook violently. A completely different powerful force came to the underworld to protect the abyss of hell. Nyx, why do you have to do things so badly? Stop it for now. Chapter 97. Gaia, mother of the gods. The woman's voice was soft and gentle. It gives people a feeling of spring breeze blowing, warm and inclusive. But the power of law contained in it is not weaker than that of the goddess of the night Nyx, which is enough to show that she is also a strong person in the original state. Hephaestus stared, guarding the Taoist figure before the abyss of hell. However, he could only vaguely see that it was a graceful woman. I can't see clearly, the facial features covered by a group of law power. And the power of law contained in its body is both creation and destruction, both order and chaos. There is also a kind of vicissitudes and thickness that have gone through thousands of years. Mother of gods, Gaia? Hephaestus immediately guessed who it was. Hades, the king of the underworld, and the gods of the underworld, saw this figure, and their complexions gradually became gloomy. The goddess of the night awakened, and it could have completely sealed Tartarus and solved the great trouble of the underworld. However, now that Gaia took the initiative to protect her old lover, things are not so easy to handle. This moment, I saw a figure condensed in the huge dream kingdom. The same face is hazy, shrouded by the power of law, but it can be vaguely seen that she is dressed in black, with a graceful figure, and there is an indescribable sacredness and tranquility. This is naturally Nyx, the goddess of the night. She sneered twice and said far away, Gaia, I haven't made a 710 move yet, so you can't sit still? Since you're here, I want to see if you can protect Tartarus. Tartarus invades the underworld. It was like slapping her in the face. Offend her majesty. Whoever does such a thing as plucking a tiger's whiskers will have to pay the price. Gaia was not angry when she heard this, and said softly, Nyx, I'm here to ask you to show mercy, not to fight with you. It is true that Tartarus made a mistake this time, but it is not a crime. You use that kind of move to deal with him, right? We are all old acquaintances from ancient times to today. What can't we talk about slowly? Let's calm down first, okay, Nyx? The words that make people feel like a spring breeze continue to echo in every corner of the underworld. The evil spirit and blood energy that lingered on the battlefield were all purified. Clearly, Gaia used some small tricks. And this also succeeded in calming Nyx's anger a lot. Gaia, you are still the same as usual. Your words are better than your songs. Of course I can give you face and not deal with Tartarus, but he must also give me an explanation. Nyx said with a more relaxed attitude. First of all, she seriously injured Tartarus before, so it is not a disadvantage. Secondly, Gaia personally appeared on the stage, and he couldn't really tear up his face and start fighting at this time. More or less face is to be given. Of course, Gaia heard the words and said undeniably. Suddenly, a force of law spread across the air, connecting the two ends of Gaia and Nyx. Many gods and demons could no longer hear any voices from these two original gods. Obviously, the conversation between the two was covered up and they didn't want to leak it out. The atmosphere eased up. The army of the underworld is separated from the army of the abyss of hell, and they line up on the field of truth with a clear distinction. Gaia has just taken some measures to save them from the negative influence of Tartarus' coercion. At this moment, all gods and demons have returned to normal. The gods like Hades also retreated to the kingdom of dreams of the goddess of the night. It is opposite to Cronus in the abyss, the 100-armed titan, and the monsters in the main god realm. Hephaestus, are you all right? The goddess of magic, Hecate, flew up to Hephaestus and poked his chest with her slender fingers. The god of hell launched an attack just now, and her heart almost jumped out of fright. Hephaestus grinned. Don't worry, you're dead. He is now unharmed except for being weak. Fortunately, the Evernight goddess woke up in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will take Hecate and run away this time. After looking around, Hecate was relieved to find that Hephaestus was indeed fine. Quietly wait here for the negotiation between the two primordial gods. Period. Many gods looked upon Hephaestus in awe. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Such a handsome and harmless young man killed Tiefing, the ancestor of all demons, with 3 swords. With one move, Tartarus' hand was retracted. Even Pluto might not be able to match this incomparably powerful combat power. About a moment passed. The power of law that obscured the conversation disappeared. Gaia's words repopularized the underworld. BHBH. Then, Nyx, let's make a deal. What happens between them? Let them make their own troubles, and the original god must not intervene. Do you agree with this, Tartarus? In the bone-chilling abyss of hell, Tartarus let out a cold snort. He has been hiding in the abyss of hell, not knowing when he will be able to recover to the peak state. Only by absorbing the power of more gods can one quickly regain the original state. But now the form is stronger than the person. The goddess of the night was suppressed above his head, and he was completely invincible. Gaia came forward to intercede, not allowing him not to agree, not allowing him not to bow his head. Tartarus felt helpless in his heart, and could only respond, "I agree." Gaia nodded, and continued to say to Nyx. Tartaros agreed. "Nyx, you can let him go." The Evernight goddess spoke calmly, and said with a slight sarcasm, "This is the best. I will be lazy to fight with him, lest you say that I bully him." There was a commotion in the abyss of hell, but soon it subsided again. The strength is not strong enough, and the anger can only be incompetent and furious. An old monster like Tartarus, who has lived for countless years, can naturally restrain his temper. "It's a matter here. I'll take a step first. Nyx, let's talk about the past next time. And, Kronos, you withdraw your troops immediately. Don't bring shame on yourself." Gaia's voice remained silent. The figure has disappeared in place. All the power of the stalwart law also left in the pile of gods. But Hephaestus deeply felt that the other party seemed to glance at him inadvertently before leaving. An extremely dangerous warning from the depths of the soul made Hephaestus' hairs stand on end, and cold sweat broke out slightly on his forehead. Primordial god. This powerful realm is still far away from him. Just looking at it made him feel extremely dangerous. What would it be like if you did it? Tartaros, remember your promise. If you don't keep your promise today, then even if Gaia comes forward to stop you, I won't be able to let you go again. Also, Cronus, you better show me some sense and go back to your hell. The voice of Nyx, the goddess of the night, resounded through the underworld. Her figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared. The huge kingdom of God gradually faded in midair, and finally returned to nothingness, as if it had never appeared before. After her, the space black hole opened up by Tartarus also quickly healed. The coercion belonging to the half-step original state dissipated. Now on the field of truth, only Cronus and the countless army of gods and demons are left. Kronos clenched the scythe in his hand. The chest rose and fell violently, and it seemed that a rage that could burn everything was brewing inside. His plan was clearly about to succeed. Angry Tartarus shot, enough to kill Hades and Vulcan. However, he did not expect that the Evernight goddess would wake up by herself and intervene in this matter so forcefully. Cronus, your backer doesn't dare to stand up now. If you don't withdraw your troops, what do you want? Hades, the king of the underworld, held a double-pronged fork and asked majestically. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. The priesthood of the earth, the 8th level of the main god realm. Kronos was silent. Originally, his idea was that even if Tartarus did not make a move, he would continue to fight this battle. Otherwise, Hades will invite the king of the gods, his good boy Zeus. Right now, there is already a Vulcan with perverted strength here, plus Zeus. They will definitely be defeated in a fight. However, now the two primordial gods have made an appointment to stop fighting, and they have warned him one after another. How else does he fight? If you don't stop, it will make Nyx and Gaia unhappy. With thunderous means, the plan to take the lead in controlling the underworld and regain power was shattered like a bubble. Hades, my dear boy, I promise we shall meet again, and it won't be long, I promise. Kronos' voice trembled because he was too angry. The scarlet eyelids revealed a ferocious light, coupled with the calm appearance pretending to be calm. It made people feel a little creepy. With a wave of his sickle, he ordered, "Retreat." Immediately, the mighty army of gods and demons retreated like a tide. In a short time, it disappeared in the field of truth. Pluto Hades breathed a sigh of relief and mobilized the authority of Netherland to make up for the hideous spatial cracks in the main road in midair. To hear, this anticlimactic battle between gods and demons has come to an end. However, on the plane of truth, there are densely packed corpses of gods and demons piled up in mountains. Most of them are low-level gods and demons, so this time, both sides have lost a lot. It's over, Hades said with a sigh of relief. The gods of the underworld were silent. This time is too dangerous. If it wasn't for the support of Hephaestus and the awakening of the Evernight goddess, they might have been devoured by Tartarus at this moment. Cronus will not just stop like this. He will definitely launch another attack when the power of the two original gods dissipates. The prophet Prometheus said worriedly. Hades nodded uncompromisingly. This matter can be discussed in the long run. He put away his fork, looked at Hephaestus beside him,
and said with a complicated expression, "Hephaestus, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. 3 swords killed Typhon, and even Tartarus, who was half a step from the original stage, was able to resist. Now, I am afraid that even I am not your opponent." Hephaestus smiled slightly and replied, "If Hades hadn't restrained Cronus, I wouldn't have been able to kill Typhon. You are also responsible for this." Pluto smiled and waved his hands. "Okay, don't talk so much. Let's go back and reward for merit." 3,000 dream gods returned to the kingdom of dreams. The undead warriors of the underworld also returned to their posts. Advertisement: this huge underworld is running in an orderly manner again. As for the mighty gods, the celebration banquet has already started in Hades' palace. Hades held a banquet with wine and rewards for meritorious deeds, and the scene was extremely lively. Originally, Hephaestus didn't want to join in the fun, but this time, the gods did not allow him, the great hero, to be absent no matter what. They dragged and dragged together, and they just dragged him to the banquet. He had no choice but to come out and show his face, accepting the respectful compliments of one god after another. Among them, Prometheus also pointed out the good deeds of Hephaestus and Hecate, the goddess of magic. Let this celebration banquet become more lively. Drink 3 rounds. The emotions of the gods gradually calmed down. They chatted without saying a word. It seems that more or less are worried about something. At this time, Hypnos, the god of sleep, stood up and said solemnly to Hades sitting on the throne, "Pluto, I agree with Prometheus the prophet. Cronus will definitely make a comeback and invade the underworld. There are many people in the abyss of hell. Although Typhon died, his wings, tail, and arms all gave birth to brand new monsters in the main god realm. We are alone in the underworld, and I am afraid that we will not be able to withstand the next attack." What he said attracted the eyes of the gods. Hades calmly took a sip of his drink before shaking his head and chuckling. "Hypnos, you are still too young. The 2nd generation of God King Cronus has been dispatched. Zeus, the 3rd generation of God King, can still sit still." He held out his glass. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, who was sitting beside her, refilled his drink with a blank expression. Hades continued, "If we go to ask for help now, I know Zeus well enough. That guy will definitely take this opportunity, make a condition, and blackmail us severely. So, it's better to wait for him to sit still and do it by himself." Underworld. Anyway, he looked at Hephaestus at the banquet. With Vulcan sitting here, Cronus can't make any big waves. Hephaestus met his 4 eyes and said, "Pluto is a blessing." In fact, he was thinking to himself, Hades is so scheming. He really inherited this guy Cronus. They are all the same old foxes. One is more calculating than the other. Zeus is certainly strong, but in this respect, he may not be able to compare with his own greatness and his father. Rot. And actually, as Hades said, Mount Olympus, Zeus, the king of the gods, was anxiously waiting for Hades to send someone for help. The terrifying battle of the underworld. Advertisement: the earth, the sky, the ocean, and the gods can all sense it clearly. Zeus, as the king of the gods, naturally couldn't have been unaware. He had already sensed it, but he never sent reinforcements. Its purpose is to blackmail Hades. By the way, I took the opportunity to ask for the return of Thea, Selene, and the 3 daughters of Eos. But, at this moment, Zeus was very puzzled and anxious. Why didn't Hades send someone? If he doesn't send someone, wouldn't his plan be ruined? Thousands of thunder and lightning are intertwined in Zeus's eyes, which are breathtaking. Standing on a high rooftop, he looks towards the distant underworld, gradually clenched his fists. The other side. The celebration banquet is over. Hephaestus returned to the room alone. He can't wait to forge the artifact now. Typhon, the ancestor of all monsters. Forging it. What kind of rewards can I get? Set up a magic circle with a barrier concealment effect. Boom. Hephaestus released the forging field to refine Typhon's body. After refining, the corpse of the ancestor of all monsters has been shrunk down to an essence the size of a water tank. In the forging of red golden flames, there were constant screams inside, as if a new life was brewing. But in the end, they were all completely wiped out, leaving only a mass of rich life essence, which was gradually reborn with lust, forming a scepter that lingered with a thick, dirty, scorching, and mysterious atmosphere. Apparently, this main artifact possesses various powers of loss. A moment formed in the flames. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the main artifact. The system rewards 2,500 years of divine power. Holy title / earth. A cold mechanical sound sounded. Hephaestus beamed with joy. 2,500 years is definitely enough for him to raise his strength by a whole level. There is also the priesthood of the earth. After the sky, thunder, hell, and night, another extremely powerful priesthood. Without hesitation, Hephaestus immediately opened the system panel and clicked on all the plus signs. After a while, the surging divine power surged out of the body. Hephaestus dances wildly with blonde hair. The light in his eyes changes. Sometimes thunder and lightning appear, and sometimes it turns into pitch black. Chapter 98. In his realm, he was successfully promoted to Master God Realm Junior Worker. Chapter 99. Hades. Zeus. I have given Thea, mother and daughter to Vulcan. The strength of Hephaestus became stronger and stronger. With his many priesthoods now, even Zeus, the king of the gods, is capable of defeating him. But Gaia, the earth mother behind it, made Hephaestus very afraid. The power of the original god realm is far beyond imagination. Before, he thought that his strength was already very close. But after this battle in the underworld, he saw Tartarus, who was half in the original state, and the goddess of the night, and Gaia, who was really in the original state. He knew that his strength was far from enough. In this game of chess held by the original god, he still can't escape. You have to become stronger. Hephaestus' blonde hair fell loose, and his bright eyes returned to normal, revealing a look of determination. The other side, Zeus couldn't wait for help from the underworld. Finally, 997 couldn't sit still. While ordering the messenger Hermes to inform Poseidon, the emperor of the sea. At the same time, he immediately led many gods of Mount Olympus to the underworld. He knew that the gods and demons in the abyss of hell would attack at any time, and it would be terrible if Cronus really won and snatched the authority of the underworld. After the blessing of Zeus' sky authority, the speed of the gods' journey was extremely fast. Soon came to the underworld, crossed the Styx River, and arrived at the Field of Truth. There is still a very strong smell of blood left here. The low-level gods of the underworld are cleaning up the battlefield, and the corpses of gods and demons piled up like mountains. The faces of the gods of Mount Olympus were slightly dignified. A look of surprise also flashed in Zeus' eyes. These low-level gods of the underworld are all in high spirits, and they don't look like they have lost a battle. Welcome, my dear brother, Zeus, the king of the gods, to the underworld. I am very honored. Just set foot on the land of the pastoral truth. An oppressive sound filled the sky of the underworld. It's Hades. He immediately brought the arrival of the gods of Mount Olympus. Zeus snorted coldly, sat on the chariot, and ignored Hades. He heard the imperceptible sarcasm in the tone of these words. As for what Hades was joking and ridiculing, they all knew it. Seeing Zeus's gloomy face, the gods naturally didn't dare to talk to him. So he was silent like this, and followed Zeus to the palace of Hades. Zeus got off the chariot and led the gods to the temple, and said coldly as he walked, Hades, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. Even Cronus can beat back. It seems that you don't have to pay attention to me, the king of the gods, in the future. Oh no, don't take me seriously now. I came to the underworld, and you didn't even show up to greet me. With just one sentence, I dismissed the king. Hades, you are really nice. These violent words kept echoing in Hades' temple. The voice fell. Zeus also led the gods of Mount Olympus to the inner sanctum. Looking straight ahead, high on the dark throne, Hades, the king of the underworld, was dressed in a black robe and sat on it with an indifferent face. There are two classes on the left and right, respectively standing Persephone, queen of the underworld, Hecate, goddess of magic, Hecate, goddess of the river Styx, god of sleep, god of death, and the three judges of the underworld. And on the side of an inconspicuous round table next to the pillars in the hall, there was also a blond young man tasting wine, very handsome. He was Hephaestus, the god of fire. He is Hades' ally, not subordinate. Naturally, there is no need to stand under Hades' throne. Now, the gods of Mount Olympus come. Zeus asked the teacher for the crime. Hephaestus swung his glass and watched with interest. Hades, the king of the underworld, smiled peacefully at this moment, stood up, and walked down the steps. My good brother, Zeus, you have been the king of the gods for so many years. Your temper has not changed at all. You are still so irritable. He walked up to Zeus in a few steps and met his eyes. Perhaps you can listen to my explanation first, the great king of the gods. The gods and demons in the abyss of hell will launch an invasion war at any time, and my subordinates and I are busy discussing countermeasures and defenses, and we can't go away to meet you at all. After all, the underworld is barren, sparsely populated, and weakly defended. Facing the invasion of the abyss, it must be so prepared. Unlike Mount Olympus, powerful gods are everywhere. This point, the great king of the gods, I think, you should be able to understand, right? These words. Although very dull. In the ears of Zeus and the main god of Mount Olympus, it is very harsh. Hephaestus, who was sitting not far away, also heard the implication. Hades is obviously complaining about the injustice of being arrested and assigned to the underworld. Hephaestus thought to himself, this hot-tongued. Hades and Zeus bickered, not losing the wind at all. Zeus couldn't be more clear about the meaning of these words. Sneered 3 times, didn't bring up this problem, but started another topic. Hades, I know about the invasion of the abyss gods and demons, and the battle is tense. I can also forgive your rudeness and don't care about all this with you. But Hades, in the eyes of Zeus, electricity and light intertwined and flickered. Aren't you supposed to let the 3 mothers and daughters of Thea go immediately? You know, you are provoking the majesty of the king of the gods, my elder brother. His dismount just now didn't work. Naturally, he had to find another excuse to kill Hades' spirit. The 3 mothers and daughters of Thea are the best tools. If Hades gave the person to him, then he would be submissive. If he doesn't give it, he just takes advantage of it. Normally, it is not easy to come to the underworld. This time, he must be intimidated, this ambitious big brother. 3 mothers and daughters of Thea. Hades put on a face, showing a look of reminiscence, and after a while, he suddenly realized and said, remember, it was the mother and daughter who made a big fuss in the underworld a while ago, right? Knowingly asked. Zeus replied coldly. Hee. Hades let out a deep laugh, turned and walked towards the steps. These 3 daring fellows, together with Hyperion, made a scene in Hades and challenged the prestige of Hades. Logically speaking, I should execute them. However, after all, there are 3 main gods, so it is a pity to execute them. I have given them as gifts to Vulcan, and now they are Vulcan's handmaidens, and the right to dispose of them is also in Vulcan's hands. Zeus, it's useless for you to ask me for someone. He sat on the dark throne again. 3.9 His eyes turned to the blond young man drinking at the round table. Zeus, the king of gods, and many gods on Mount Olympus. Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Ares, the god of war. Apollo, the god of light. Artemis, the goddess of hunting. And Aphrodite, the god of love, etc., cast their gazes together look over. Immediately, together they saw the handsome young man, god of fire and craftsman, Hephaestus. Being watched by the gods, he seemed indifferent and drank by himself. To the king of the gods, he also looked like he didn't answer and didn't see it. Hephaestus, when Zeus saw him, the thunder in his eyes blazed, and he ignored Thea mother and daughter, and shouted angrily, Hephaestus, you traitor! How dare you appear before me? He turned his head to look at Hades, and shouted, Hades, as the king of the gods, I command you to arrest this traitor immediately. Chapter 100. Hades versus Zeus. Hades showed a sneering smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, As you command, great king of the gods. However, he sat motionless on the divine seat. The gods of the underworld under the seat also remained motionless. Who in the underworld doesn't know that Vulcan is an ally of Pluto? Who doesn't know that the 3 swords of Vulcan killed Tiefing, the ancestor of all monsters? Hephaestus, who had been watching, saw this scene. Can't help feeling amused. Hades is so d off. Zeus was so excited that he probably wanted to do it. But Hephaestus was not afraid either. He is powerful now, and he no longer needs to hide around and be afraid of Zeus like he did back then. Hades, this king will deal with you later. Originally, Zeus was furious when he saw the betrayer. Seeing Hades motionless and openly disobeying his orders now, he is even more furious. Behind him, a pair of gigantic wings spread out, and lightning and hurricanes appeared. The power of the terrifying law enveloped the entire temple. Zeus, I advise you, it's best not to do this. Hades' complexion suddenly turned sharp, and he stood up at 17, raised his hand, and summoned the double-pronged fork, and the power of the law overflowed from the whole body. Stand up to Zeus. Of course he couldn't let Zeus take down Hephaestus, his ally. The gods of the underworld, the gods of Mount Olympus, all became nervous. The gods and demons in the abyss of hell are ready to move and invade at any time. It is not a good idea to fight at this time. Only Ares, god of war, had excitement flashing in his eyes. With the previous enmity, he would be very happy to see Zeus take down this brother. And at this moment, the focus of this conflict, Hephaestus got up unhurriedly and walked to the center of the temple and said lightly, Zeus, if you want to do something, I will accompany you, but you'd better think about the consequences. He also overflowed with powerful law power, not weaker than Hades and Zeus. Such a tyrannical, coercive aura shocked all the gods of Mount Olympus. The 8th level of the main god can match the peak of the main god. This is a pervert who can fight by leapfrogging. Boy, do you dare to threaten me? The thunder light all over Zeus became more blazing, and he roared in a low voice. But at the bottom of his heart, he was also shocked by the strength of Hephaestus. Not long ago, he knew that this kid was in the realm of a high god, and in a blink of an eye, he was even promoted to the point where he could stand up to him. Such potential is truly terrifying. Primordial god. The prophecy of Prometheus suddenly appeared in Zeus' mind. A fluctuating killing intent that makes people feel cold all over the body bursts out. The temperature in the temple dropped sharply. Feel the killing intent of Zeus. Hephaestus' eyes were as clear as a lake in the mountains, and then there was a bitter chill. However, just when the two sides were about to fight, outside the temple, suddenly there was an extremely tyrannical pressure of divine power. Hades, Zeus, what are you doing? It's not wise to fight in the face of a big enemy. A hearty voice rolled over. I saw the gate. A burly figure walked in. He is a fair-skinned, middle-aged man with thick black hair, tall and handsome, with a pair of purple eyes like gems, holding a trident, wearing a blue robe, and has the demeanor of a king who commands the gods. Behind him, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, and a group of not weak gods followed. Obvious. This is Poseidon, the king of the sea who holds the power of the sea. The gods looked at him and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice to have this guy come out to Joa. At this moment, Poseidon strode in. Standing between Zeus and Hades, he shook his head and said with a smile, Brothers haven't seen each other for so many years. Are they going to fight when they meet? Don't make everyone so nervous. Hades, sit down. King Zeus, please also put away the thunder. Cronus in the abyss would be so happy if he knew what you look like. Then, Poseidon looked at Hephaestus again. That handsome appearance made him slightly distracted, but he quickly recovered and showed a polite smile. This is the famous Vulcan, right? I've heard it before. Hephaestus, please calm down. The enemy is in front of us. We must not get confused first. Hephaestus expressed his innocence. The emperor of the sea might as well persuade the king of the gods first. If he is willing to stop, then everything will be fine. Then, Poseidon looked at the king of the gods, Zeus. Zeus stared at Hephaestus for a moment, snorted coldly, and all the thunder disappeared from his body. The tense atmosphere that was tense immediately eased down. Seeing this, Hades knew that the fight would be impossible, so he also put away the double fork. That's right. Let's sit down and discuss it calmly. How to deal with Cronus, my good brothers. This is the business. Are you right, Hephaestus? Poseidon let out a hearty laugh and looked at the young Vulcan again. The latter nodded slightly in disbelief. After this, small disturbance subsided. For the parliament, a long table was placed in the temple. Hades and Zeus sit at opposite ends, while Poseidon and Hephaestus sit face to face in the middle. Although Hephaestus has no clear status, but with his strength, he is already qualified to sit here. What's more, he and Hades are allies, heroes who resisted the army of gods and demons in the abyss of hell. No one dared to raise their opinions. But Hephaestus didn't stay with 830 for long. When the council started, he made an excuse and left. He and Zeus are unhappy with each other, so there is no need to feel uncomfortable here. Besides, he was not interested in the content of the parliament at all, and his ears were calloused. It's better to go back and delve into the domain of the main god to improve your own strength. Hephaestus now has more and more priesthoods, and more domains can be released. This is undoubtedly very helpful to increase the lethality of the attack. It's just a pity that we can't do experiments in combat yet. Hephaestus, not long after returning to the room, a low female voice came from outside the door. Hephaestus recognized at once who it was. Athena, goddess of wisdom. He waved his hand to open the enchantment of the magic circle, and 3 figures rushed in from outside the door. The leader is the heroic Athena, and behind her is a goddess full of wild beauty, a handsome and tall man wearing a crown of branches. Artemis, the goddess of hunting, and Apollo, the god of light. Hephaestus had met them before. At this moment, I was a little surprised and asked, Athena, why are you here? Aren't you in the parliament? Athena said, It is because they are in the parliament that I have the opportunity to come here. Hephaestus, I have completed the task of the alliance, and Artemis and Apollo have agreed to join us.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.